to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Star Radio with Jacqueline Close. Live from soulstar.media.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Star Radio
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, welcome to the show. This is Soul Star Radio, and we're coming to you live from the Reiki Cottage in Preston, Victoria, Australia. And good morning, afternoon and evening, no matter where you are in the world. I'm joined by the wonderful Helen O'Connor, who's a Reiki master amongst many other things. I know her from way back. She's a wonderful lady, and we're actually in her healing studio here. So I'd like to welcome you to the show, Helen.
Thank you, Jacqueline.
So tell me, we've sort of known each other way back, but all the people who haven't met you, and certainly introducing sort of watchers, viewers, listeners, telepathically listening people, about your sort of journey with Reiki and what Reiki is. But what sort of got you started on the healing journey?
Okay, so in October this year, and I'm very proud of this, it's going to be 30 years since I first learnt Reiki, and my life absolutely hit me on the head. I was teaching at the time. I taught in special ed. I taught kids with special needs, and I was looking for something. I'd done shiatsu, but I knew that there was something more for these hands. I'd been into psychic stuff and crystals, and I was the old hippie, getting into whatnot. But when I did Reiki, it was like, oh my God, this is what I'm here to do. And I resigned from teaching at the end of that year. That's coming up 30 years. And I started this journey. Now, back then, I was living with anxiety. I used alcohol to,
very common amongst
self-medicate. Yep. And Reiki just calmed me. And then I thought, I got a Reiki table and Reiki anyone who would let me Reiki them. And I began this journey. I actually spent 2 years volunteering for a complementary therapies group of people with HIV and AIDS. And that was like an amazing apprenticeship for me. And eventually became a teacher of Reiki. And then 23 years ago, moved to this property, which had a garage in the backyard. And I converted into what's now called the Reiki Cottage. And that's just turned 23 years.
That's beautiful.
So it's been a roller coaster journey, as anyone knows, when you commit to your spiritual journey.
Woohoo! Things getting real.
So panic attacks started. I had counselling. Reiki helped. I learned tapping. I learned neuro-linguistic programming, and I've had clients over the years. I now see people all over the world for tapping, and people come to this little cottage in Preston for Reiki.
Yeah, beautiful. I remember you also did some quite a lot of Reiki on me at a sort of point there, and I remember my father turning up at the end of the table and I went, hello. I think he's dead now.
There's been a few spirits in this cottage, I can tell you that now.
It was all like, that's how I know my dad's dead. He's just popped up at the end of the table and we're telling us. So what sort of things, what's the most standout experience you've had with Reiki, maybe the most, satisfying, but also the most weird? Like two different ones.
All right.
Yeah.
One, we're talking about spirit and your father and my father. Just after my dad died, I was doing Reiki here, and the music started going on. And I just knew it was him. And I'm like, excuse me, do you mind? I'm doing a Reiki.
With a client?
With a client. I'm getting paid, so stop it. And so he did. And then another time, I thought, all right, I'm open for you to come. And he was a funny guy. He was a really funny guy, my dad. And I said, okay, you can show yourself if you'd like to. So within a minute, this bird came flying at the window, full at the window, went down, shook himself off, and then just sat on the fence out there and just looked at me. And I just so knew it was him. Yeah. I've had, doing attunements for people for Reiki, their grandmothers and mothers would come in just like they had dumping there. So, that's the weird stuff, I suppose. No, it's not weird, it's not weird.
It's not
weird. Satisfying, oh my God, I'm actually, I love Reiki pregnant women.
Yep.
And I Reiki the birth once.
Wow.
That was pretty amazing. And it was actually a water birth.
Oh.
And she didn't want to be touched. At that stage, when you just hate everybody. And so I put my hands in the water and Reiki the water. And that birth was just
easy,
amazing, gorgeous.
I remember once, my poor dear at the time partner, and he was like, he's doing this. He's going, don't worry, it'll be okay. I'm here. And he's actually doing this around my thumb. And the first time, at the first birth, I'm like totally just putting up with that because I've got a lot of other stuff going on. And the birth was like, I don't know, an hour in the hospital because, that baby's coming on through. Yeah. It was like a football match. Yeah. Certainly the midwife sort of spoke about football references. But the second time around, it was like, I'm in charge now. And it was a 7-hour birth in the hospital. And they said, the doctor's not here yet. But, they showed me this crow thing. And I said, and I crossed my legs and went, you show me the doctor, I'll show you a baby. But no doctor, no baby, so guess what you're doing? And but then he tried this thing, the partner. Don't worry, it'll be okay. Rubbing the thumbnail. And I just said, stop that. And then I said, give me your arm. And he couldn't use his arm or lift it for about a month after that. And so he thoroughly participated in the birth experience, but that's not quite Reiki, is it?
Not quite.
Not quite.
Well, both my children's births were Reiki. I had a Reiki person at the birth. So the pregnancies were Reiki, and I was 37 and 40 when I gave birth. Completely natural births, no...
Wow. Now that's amazing.
And my... husband at the time for the second birth, actually, he did the Reiki and he felt that baby receive the Reiki just as he was coming out. And it was, pretty, and he was a buffer. And,
nothing quite like a kid with a big head, is there?
Yeah, so gorgeous now. And it was at 40, it was, it was painful, but I know the Reiki helped. And, I didn't need outside help.
So what we might do today is we're going to actually show you some Reiki. Don't worry, be with clothes on. There's no birthing happening. Although it could be a rebirthing. That's possible. But we're going to show you. Helen's going to explain the steps. And I'm going to lie down on this table there. So it's going to be a lot of fun. So you can take us through how it all happens and maybe explain what Reiki is while you're going.
Sure. Yep. Okay. All right. So we'll just get you on the table. So if someone comes in for a Reiki, I'll do their client form, get some history. Hang on, I'm just going to put that towel.
Probably should take my hat off. Kind of handy. Yep.
All right. Go. Cover you up. As you say, uncross those legs. She's defensive already.
Oh, I'm always doing that. It's a shield mechanism. Oh, I know. Sort of waiting for the next skeleton.
Make it nice and warm.
Hi, Donna, by the way. Got to say hi, Donna. Yeah. And Daryl. And
nice and warm.
Everyone else. Yeah, I'm warm. I'll be fine.
Okay. So Reiki is a Japanese word for spiritual energy. And so when I place my hands on a person's body, their holistic being draws that energy through. So it's spiritual, it's physical, it's emotional, and it's mental. It goes to where it's needed. So it gives you what you need, not necessarily what you want. Oh, she's on. She's gone. And so, if you're working on an issue, perhaps, you might get some clarity. If you have a cold, it absolutely accelerates the body's innate ability to heal itself. If you're working on some spiritual stuff, it will help with that. Every Reiki is different.
So when did you start Reiki and what's your lineage?
I learned with a beautiful woman whom I still see, called Valerie Ives. Her lineage comes through Phyllis Kuramoto, who's the granddaughter of Takata, Hawaii Takata. So my lineage is Misui Hayashi, the naval officer, Hawaii Takata, who died in 1980 and who attuned 22 masters. Phyllis, her granddaughter. Marta Getty is a woman who lives in America, still alive. Valerie was one of two people who came to Australia. There was Beth Gray from America and Marta. And Valerie was one of those early Reiki teachers. And Valerie's now about 85, still see her. We still catch up. Gorgeous woman. She certainly doesn't look 85. And then I also, with the complementary therapies group, I worked with Denise Crundle, and I've worked with lots of people. I'm a member of the Australian Reiki Connection, so I've had colleagues and other teachers that, you know, in fellowship. And
That's a really well-connected group around the world, isn't it?
it is, yeah, it is. There are lots of variations of Reiki. There's lots of offshoots and whatever.
That's just really rebranding and repackaging.
It is, well, yes and no.
Isn't it?
With the advent of the internet, people went back to Japan and learned the sort of the true history of Usui. So I've also been trained in Japanese techniques, and so when I teach Reiki now, I brought it right back to its basics, which is coming in the 4 attunements over a weekend, hands-on healing, some meditation, the precepts, which are just for today. I let go of worry and anger. I'm humble and compassionate. I do my spiritual work and I show gratitude for everything. So we live by those principles. And what's the other thing? Oh, the symbols and mantras that you learn later on. Yeah. I tend to, if some Reiki people give messages, I tend to not do that. I prefer that people just go within and find their own messages.
I found that we had a lady started, I actually booked a Reiki with a lady once, and she says, oh my God, I don't normally get this stuff, but for some reason with you, I'm going to just tell you these messages, and you're like, and suddenly she was psychic, and I thought, is it catching? I'm not sure. And it's like, it is distracting.
Yeah, not how I operate. So I've thought about that a lot, and the intention for people who come here is that I'm not the guru. Make me the guru, I'll knock myself off as quickly as you can say, Jack Rabbit.
and that old word of, gee, you are you. Yeah. So you're moving the hands there, like when you're moving the hands across the body, what are the reasons for those points for people who don't know?
There are hand positions that we use. Some people scan the body and go to where they think it's needed. I actually just do the hand positions. And no, I totally trust that the Reiki's going to go to where it's needed. Yeah. So really, I could hold your big toe for an hour and you get the Reiki.
That could be interesting.
It would, what's your big toe like?
Not so good. I've been running too much. I'm in trouble with my diapers.
Would you like your feet to be? Have a little bit of Reiki. Can we get the camera on there?
Yes, we are.
All right,
there we are.
Let's do some tootsies.
This is quick.
Actually, I'll do your knees and your feet at the same time. Is that all right?
Yeah, absolutely. Whoa, hello. Yeah. Good. So do you find that when you're working on the feet, that brings people back into the body, or do you find that if they need to go off somewhere, that they still go off?
I tend to do the feet last to bring them back to ground them. Yeah. So.
And people who think way too much like me sort of have to start up here somewhere.
Oh, I usually do start on the head, but for the purposes of today, we're just doing a little bit. And so it takes an hour. So I usually spend 5 minutes on 12 positions on the body. So a few places on the head, the heart, the stomach, the hips, knees, ankles, and the feet.
And also, do you find that, we've had a distant Reiki and distant healing, how do we operate that for someone?
Well, if someone would like to receive, and I like to call it distance and absent Reiki.
Yeah.
So an absent Reiki for me, in my world, is when I sit down and send a Reiki to somebody across the world or in hospital or something. A distance Reiki is when I send Reiki back in time or forward in future. So because Reiki transcends all time and space, we can sit down on a Sunday and send Reiki to the dental appointment on Thursday. And it will kick in at that time.
You can also send Reiki to your boss's chair. Now that could be fun.
To your boss's what?
Boss's chair?
Yes.
Yeah, because if they're rather grumpy and, I'm sort of feeling like if they're feeling the love, is that something that you found people have done as well? Oh.
Absolutely. I used to teach in a school for kids in a juvenile detention centre. So I had 12 kids locked up in a room, and if I went in the morning, this is just when I first learnt Reiki, because I did resign after that, and I would throw the symbols up into the corners. So I come in and the boys would be high as kites, just
From the energy.
from the energy.
Not actually from drugs.
No. Although, a funny thing, I used to Reiki them a little bit, just a bit on their shoulders, and one kid said, "Oh, do what you do. Do that thing you do, miss. Better than 2 bowls."
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
So,
It's like getting on our life.
it is. It's a natural high. So, that answers the question.
Yeah, absolutely. I found once that I was doing healing to myself in all space and time.
Yes.
And I was flung back to a situation that happened when I was 3.5.
Yes.
But the funny thing was that when I was 3.5, I saw the older me come into that situation. So that sort of...
That's quite well. For you, anything's possible.
God, yeah.
So, but it is true. You can go back and go back to those times when the rotten times in your past, and you can go and Reiki those and let go and heal that stuff.
Yeah. So it helps with that sort of calming. And Reiki, that can work, I find, with space clearing as well.
Yeah.
Like, how do you,
you can
recommend people do that?
Well, the way I teach it is I grab a piece of incense and I walk through my house and do the symbols. Like I Reiki the cottage before anyone comes. Like today, before you arrived, the cottage, I had a way of cleansing the cottage with the symbols. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. All right. We might sit up again.
Yeah.
And so here we go. So that was fantastic. I sort of went zipping off pretty well straight away. So it's sort of the thing you'll find, and the reason why we did that so you could see it is those who are very sensitive would go, whoa, feel that energy. So even if you're sort of new to Reiki, it's a transmission of the energy. You're bringing the universal energy down and through you, but it's through that attunement that gets done. So whereas with spiritual healing per se itself, there's no actual attunement. So this is where that's different. So what's the story of Mikao Yusui in a sort of a shortened version?
Okay, he was born in 1865. He was a businessman. He had 2 kids. He was married. He was into learning and psychic stuff. He was into psychic stuff. He decided in about 1920 or something to go and sit on the top of Mount Kurama outside of Kyoto, in Tokyo, for 21 days. And he said, I'll either be enlightened or I'll die.
Yep.
So off he went. He fasted for 21 days and he said a great light upon him. And he was given the gift of Reiki. We say it was rediscovered because this has been going on forever. This hands-on healing, I suppose. And he spent 4 years and then he died of a stroke at 62.
Wow.
Yeah.
But his sort of work was done, I guess.
His work was done,
okay.
And it was passed on through a few different people. There's a Japanese link and there's the Western link. So
did he ever work with the Tibetan symbols?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Yeah, because you got people using the Japanese symbols and people using these other symbols.
I don't know whether they've been brought. Look, I can't say. You know, that's where the different strains of Reiki have come in. People meditate and get stuff or think they get stuff or... I tend to just...
I had a dream.
So there's all sorts of different stories. You know, it's the nature of groups, isn't it?
It is. I think it's always better to go back to that original, and that's where with the Australian Reiki Connection they're sort of saying, right, well, you just need to teach the actual thing.
Just
and then
back
anything
to the
you're doing
original.
different, back to the original, anything else you're doing, call it something else.
Absolutely.
And do that as the something else. But then if it's Reiki, it's Reiki.
And say it's something, you know, if you just be very clear. You know, if you want to bring crystals into it, then say so. But when you come here, you just have Reiki. I like the purity of that. It's a lot quieter. It is.
And focused. Because when we sort of do too many things at once and go, woo, it's all a big one thing, and I'm just adding this and adding that and adding that, and it's, I don't mind, it's all just... No.
we do after a Reiki often we will you know, pick a card. I've got some cards over there. I always say it's not Reiki, but we're just having some fun. And if you don't like it, pick another one.
That's good. Cool. So, I like that. So well, let's have a look at the cards. We might do a card for all the viewers.
All right.
We'll pick a card for today for the viewers.
Let's see what...
She's got some good decks there.
I have some Crystal Oracle. I love Tony Salerno. So I have Magdalene, Crystal Oracle, or the Love cards.
What do you reckon we'll go for the crystals? I think we'll go for the crystals, I think that'll speak the quickest to everyone. So this is from the Crystal Oracle.
Crystal Oracle. Tony Salerno is a guy, he does beautiful artwork. He's a Reiki person in Melbourne. He's been around for a while, probably as long as I have.
I think he's been around as long as most of us have.
So you can just have a look and choose one of those.
All right, folks out
I'll read it for you, for all of us.
For today. Healing for everyone watching in our times. Oh, there we go. As you're right.
As you're right. Okay. As you're right.
And it's interesting because it's got gold with quartz on the left-hand side, amethyst on the right, rose quartz at the very end, and the very start of the deck, of course, is aquamarine, my favourite stone.
Really?
But it's azurite we've got here today for everyone out there watching.
So the words are self-confidence, creativity, and expanding awareness. Believe in yourself, for you have the ability to materialise your dreams. Throughout the coming months, you will begin to expand your horizons and explore new possibilities for your life. You will realise that all you need in order to manifest your dreams is self-confidence. Believe in yourself and do not let anything stand in your way. Even if you are rejected, do not give up. For even rejection can serve to strengthen your resolve and character, provided you're ready for it. Expect it and see it as something you can learn from. Success is guaranteed provided you remain focused and confident. See every experience as a learning experience.
I rather like that one because we've literally just had that wonderful Cancer Capricorn eclipse and we're going through all these planets in retrograde, and so it's like very poignant. Plus, of course, Mercury.
Oh, yes.
So it's all about, hang on, try not to take things personally, but do actually deal with the issue. So spiritual bypassing, avoid that part. I'm liking the themes in there. It's been wonderful talking and catching up with you again and sharing the space with you.
Great fun.
Yeah, and if you want to find Helen, you can go onto the Soul Star Radio Facebook page on A1R Radio, and there's actually a link to our website. Meanwhile, there's going to be more shows this evening, afternoon and morning on A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. It's going to be a lot of fun for you. There'll be live calls for readings. Today's been an educational show for us. In the meantime, I'm going to wish you the best. I'm going to be up at Deniliquin, so Denny Spiritual and Psychic Expo this weekend, and I look forward to catching up with people there. And in the meantime, going to catch up with the rest of you next week. Lots of love and light and happy times. Bye!
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Sapphire Souls with Amber Price. Live from amber-price.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Sapphire Soul
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Sapphire Souls. I am Amber Price, a psychic medium, and today I have a very special friend and guest with me, Dr. Tracy Kennedy, and I am going to take a few minutes just to introduce her. She is extremely talented empath, so we're going to do and talk about all things empath today. Tracy is an alumnus of Brock University with a master's in sociology from York University and a PhD in sociology from the University of Toronto. Her education in sociology, cultural studies, classics, literature, art and architecture stemmed from an early interest in people, what they were all about, and their life experiences, which I think is so cool. Tracy provides insight and guidance using her empath abilities and has been reaching out and teaching empaths how to use their own abilities and gifts for many years. She teaches across North America in places such as Lilydale Assembly, New York in 2017 and 2018, and the Spirit University of Sarasota, Florida in 2020. Oh, yeah, that's really exciting, right? Tracy was given a Women of Wisdom Award by Spiritual Niagara in 2019 for the knowledge and insight she shares with the Niagara community. Tracy is also recognized as one of Canada's top 5 holistic practitioners and in the top 5 nominations in the Writer-Composer category for the 2019 Spiritual Excellence Halo Awards. She was also recently featured an interview on Giant FM series, The Gifted Ones, with host international psychic medium Liz Throp. And Liz was on last week. So
yeah, I saw her.
Yeah. Tracy's currently writing hashtag I Feel You, living as an empath, and hashtag By the Feels. Right?
Yeah.
I'm saying that good, right? The Empathic Psychic Medium, the first 2 in a series of empath books coming your way. I'm actually really super excited about that. So I'm gonna read it.
Me too.
Yeah. You guys should read it too. And so she's doing this and compiling her knowledge and experience plus insights from over 1,000 client sessions and hundreds of classes and workshops. So that experience is going to go far and help us. So Tracy's book and courses helps people understand their gifts and abilities and how to flourish as an empath. So I'm looking forward to talking today with Tracy further about empath abilities and welcome.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Yes, yeah. I'm excited for you too. So,
all right.
What is your life like as an empath?
What is my life like?
That's just a little question.
It's very busy energetically, right? So, one of the things that I wanted to talk about today was the time of year that we're in, of course, and what's going on energetically right now. So as an empath, this is a particularly challenging time of year for us in many different ways. And I think it's worthy of having a conversation about that and identifying what's going on and how not to fall into it all.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah. So, I know myself as an empath, like I've been exhausted this week and just really drained and having trouble kind of getting motivated.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I have a couple of things that I wanted to talk about today that kind of popped into my head. And you know, my clients have talked about it this week as well, and my yoga students too. So here's what happens at the holidays. Let's talk about what's going on first of all. Yeah. So it's a highly emotional time. It doesn't matter what you're celebrating, you know, what's going on around you. We have emotions like joy and love. Yes. Okay, sure, high vibration. You're spending time with people that you care about. You might have some feelings of anger. Okay, it is a funny time of year for people either deciding I don't want to hang out with you this Christmas, or we need to take a break, or
we're done. We're having a
There's
break.
different things because the emotions are heightened. So that it's like a short fuse almost.
Yes,
right?
I can see that. Yeah.
Grief and sadness. Okay, so we're missing people that are not here. Whether it's our parents, siblings, aunts and uncles. So while you may be feeling that layer of joy, there's still that kind of layer of melancholy that kind of sits there, right?
Yes.
And of course, the stress. So this is capitalist stress.
Yes.
You got to go out, you're shopping, you got to get the stuff, even if you're trying to keep it simple. I was standing in the dollar store the other day and it was packed. All I wanted was my wrapping paper. Yeah, I just wanted my wrapping paper. And I was good. And then all of a sudden I wasn't. And, it's like I could feel everybody's anxiousness and I mean the range of emotion, right? Because I can't afford this, and how am I going to afford this? And oh my goodness, is Aunt Susie going to freak out, and Aunt Peggy, and what if I burn the turkey? Yeah, just boom, 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 boom. So there's that. Yes, as kind of this meta thing that's going on. So then we have family events and even workplace events. Yeah. Okay. So lots of energy. So even if you're in a great space, so everybody, you get along with everybody, you're all vibrating at the same resonance, whatever. But even too much of a good thing is not the best. Yes, so we know that when we binge eat our chocolate bars at night, or whatever it is for you,
I'm guilty of. Yes.
Yeah, but so too much of a good thing can make you tired, right? So that would deplete you. But there's other stuff going on. So again, that stressfulness. There might be, you might have that type of family that every time they get together, there's drama. Yeah. There's drama, it gets clique-ish and somebody's over there. And so there's that type of stuff, right? Relatives and family dynamics. So interacting with people. You can't pick your family. No. We love our family. We get them. Yeah. We get them, right? Yeah. So we have some people who are toxic. Yeah. Just plain toxic. We have some people that are always negative and very critical of stuff, right? And we may have some needy relatives who are energy vampires, right? So, not consciously, I'm going over to Amber's house and I'm just going to, I'm going to fill up my tank. See you later, right? And people who can't get along, or people who want to fix you because they think you're broken in some way, or they're not doing what you should be according to their worldview or perspective, right? So let me tell you how to fix your life. And that gets, that's just kind of some of all of the dynamics that are going on. Yes. And, if you're an empath that can feel everything, it's this spectrum of experience that I kind of perceive it as a continuum. Where some empaths would maybe sensitive or feel certain things off certain people, whereas on the other end, an empath who feels everything. That's right. Right? I mean, I think I fall into over on the other. We're on the I feel everything side, because I can resonate with what you said, because we were, I was at the department store this morning trying to pick something up, and I went fairly early in the morning on purpose to kind of avoid a big crowd, and so did everybody else. Exactly. Everybody else has the same idea, but I could zone right into where even 15 aisles away, somebody was getting stressed and upset, and they weren't causing a scene, but it was almost like just a radar, bam, like I'm right there. So it does make you uncomfortable, and you are aware of things, and when you're first in there and you can kind of block and get in and out, but as soon as you have to wait, or you're in line and stuff, I find for me is hard. You have to kind of stay in that Zen zone for yourself. Yeah. The little, I got the boy in the plastic bubble just popped through my head, but it's kind of like, we're in this little bubble as we're traveling around the shopping center or the grocery store or whatever. Right. But, staying focused. Right. Yeah. So as soon as we kind of go into that little bit of la space, either that's when all the dead people show up for me, but it's like they're in my car, get out of my car, I was only tuned out at the light for like 2 seconds. Yeah, exactly. But you kind of you lose yourself for that moment. You do, right? Yeah. And so, and because we because we experience other people's emotions like they are our own, a lot of times when we are at these family gatherings and doing even our own family stuff, we might not even be experiencing the moment, the evening, all of it through our own through our own stuff.
It's a good point. Yeah.
I remember when I was really young, and I was excited about Christmas, but there was always some underlying melancholy, I think is the word I want to, and now as an adult and now as an empath and understanding what emotions my family members were carrying at that time, in their life, from life experience and feeling that.
Yes.
So it's like, I'm excited about the gift. It's like, what
something else is there.
What is this?
There's something else.
Everybody looks happy, but it's, they're missing people. So, when you have that loss. So, any other things that you think that would be going on for an empath that's happened to you that I haven't covered?
I resonate with all of that. And, one of the things when you were mentioning about how, as a kid and you were connecting to the feeling of the holiday, I myself had trouble dressing up. So, I was very fortunate and we were able to, I always had nice dresses and stuff. And my parents used to dress me up. But I remember feeling overwhelmed to the point where I was like, I put on my little leotards and my dress, but I was like, it was kind of a joke because I would be taking it off before I even got to the person's house. Because, as a kid, all I kept thinking was, this means if I'm dressed like this, that there's lots of energy, that there's, something to be excited about. And so even to this day, sometimes I ground myself by, having to wear my yoga pants or wear, running shoes instead, because I go instantly to the energy of it, what it feels like to even be dressed that way.
Interesting.
Yeah. So that was one of the things that I struggled with for a long time. So I thought, how come every time I get dressed, I feel immediately choked? And so, so it took a while to learn that, but all of those things I resonate with as an empath as well.
And this is just kind of some of the stuff. Yeah. Forget all the lots of stuff that we feel, right? Because if you can feel everything, everything can be feelable. I mean, what do you, just once you realize how you can interact with the world in that way, because emotion is energy, and everything is energy, it just really changes. I don't know, for me, it changes the dynamics of how you exist in this moment, right? So I know after giving you all the, here's what to look out for, here's what's going on. But how do we survive? Be aware. How do we survive the holidays, right? Yeah. And one thing that just came into my head as I was listening to you and thinking about people that we miss, right? So parents or grandparents, and thinking to past, for us for Christmas, and what they would do, like those practices, those traditions, right? So you can't get away from the sadness and the missing and the grief 100%. Right. I mean, we're human, right? And I go, and I want to say, I don't even want to totally get rid of that, because that's a marker of that relationship, the bond, the love that you had, right? But so instead of kind of grieving that, I always try to go into the celebrating space. So it's like, oh my God, if I'm this sad for you, I must have loved you a lot.
Yes, absolutely.
Right? So there's that. There's kind of shifting that lens on that experience. But how can we, first of all, we know that they're here. We're both mediums, dead people are here everywhere. I'm just letting you know. Yeah. But, for the regular person who, is really missing grandma, and I know she's there, but I can't really feel her. And,
that happens.
Absolutely. And especially if you're still in that, sad grieving kind of mode. But bringing them in to your celebration still, right? So, for example, I learned how to make my grandfather's dumplings, right? German dumplings. So nobody else did that. Yeah. I mean, these are people with no recipes, right? So you have to kind of, this feels just about right. That's or, trial and error. So, in that sense, making that, and the red cabbage that I make is my grandmother's recipe. So I don't know. They're there. They're there, right? So my energy is going into the food prep, but so is their knowledge and experience. That's right. So there's that lens shifting, shifting that perspective of can I experience in a way that celebrates as opposed to grieving. Right. So
because it's okay to be happy about that memory. That's okay. You don't have to associate grief with sadness, crying, devastation, because doing what, you do in honor of your loved ones, that's amazing. And to have that joy and that peace even for a second, because, you use all your senses. So when you're smelling that food cooking, it reminds you of that person. You taste something, it reminds you of that person. Yeah. So it's amazing. Yeah.
And when you spill flour everywhere and you curse and swear, it reminds you of that person.
That's right.
Like, oh, look, I'm just like my grandfather. Yeah. So, there's that part. So the key thing, though, and I've said this to you before, is don't fall in.
Yeah.
Right. So we need to stay in the bleachers and not on the field.
Right.
Kind of taking that breath and remember that I got to be the observer. I got to be back up here in the bleachers.
Right.
And I call it, especially at these parties, gatherings, holiday things, I'm the emotional designated driver.
Yeah, good for you. That's it. It's hard to do that.
Oh yeah, and people will call you on it.
Yeah.
Why aren't you upset? Doesn't this bother you? What's wrong with you? And it's like, oh honey.
Yeah.
If you only knew what was going on in here. Oh, I'm upset.
Yeah, exactly.
But I can't allow myself to fall in, because especially when you have everybody else engaged so heavily, and it's like, okay. I'm up here, I'm in the nosebleeds, people, and I see what's happening. Let me help you, whatever. Yeah. Or sometimes not, right? It depends on kind of where you're at.
Yeah. But, just visualizing yourself removed from it, just as the spectator, definitely.
Yeah. And still holding space. Again, it's not that I don't care, and I'm here for support, but I don't have to participate in the circus to help. Yeah. Right? It's really not a help.
It is, the more energy that you're putting into that, the less we're putting into peace.
Right.
Definitely.
Yeah. And you don't want to see empaths mad anyway. So
no, it's not pretty. It's not pretty.
When we hyper emote, we do everything in those extremes, right? So it's
I said that to my husband when we first started talking. I said to him, I have emotions to the extreme. So if I'm happy, I'm super happy. And if I'm upset, I'm super upset. And he says, oh, me too. And I thought, no, you don't understand. Yeah. But he too has that ability. Okay. So the both of us together, and sometimes it is hard to work with. Like if all of your guests are empaths, and sometimes that might happen. A lot of you might be because you're family and friends, and you usually attract certain types of souls, right? Yeah. So just dealing with other empaths.
Well, that's absolutely. Yeah. It's kind of like some of them inadvertently will drain you because they don't know.
Right.
Right. Yeah. I call that the unaware empath. Right. There's It's not that we have these malicious empaths running around with vacuum cleaners. No, exactly. Sucking everybody's energy out. But there's more going on. Yeah. There's a neediness there. There's a rescue me, help me, right?
Because I don't feel right. So if you make me feel better, then then I need you. I need you. But it's like, I don't know why. Sometimes people don't know why they feel better around certain people.
I just need to stand beside you, just want to hang out. I just feel better.
Yeah, it's like it's like an iPod charging station. Come sit by me for a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I talk about that in my healer course, because all empaths are healers.
Yes.
So I'll lead into the next thing with that comment in don't be the sponge. And this is something you and I have talked about. Yeah. Do the Care Bear stare instead. Oh, I love the Care Bear stare. We want to be exuding outwards. Okay.
Pushing it out. Energy outwards.
And however people visualize that or feel that. So maybe it's exuding, you're emanating it, or love lasers or whatever. Yeah. But if you just have this feeling that you're generating outwards, preferably high vibration energy.
Yes.
That would be helpful.
Yeah.
And that way you don't absorb, right? Because when it's going out, especially for me, it's high vibration, it's love, it's it's mega power, and so that the crap just dissipates. It can't even get to you because you're like, oh no, right?
Because I think sometimes it's absolutely true. Because I think sometimes, and this was something that I am aware of myself. as an empath, your radars are always on.
Mm-hmm.
So you're always trying to use your senses to be like, okay, who's doing this? Where is that coming? How is that? And I thought for a long time, I was just doing this because I was always taught to be cautious of your surroundings, right? Like if you're walking to school, make sure you know where things are, you know, cross the street, look around you. But I soon realized that that's not what I was doing. I was being in tune to everything and everyone, everything all the time. Yeah. And so I think the struggle, which I acknowledged myself doing my own work, is you can still be in tune without being like the magnet of everything, because just because you're not being the magnet and you're not you know, receiving that information doesn't mean you don't love someone. That was the other thing. Like I think empaths, I don't know, how do you feel about that? I think that people think if I'm not connected to you, then you don't know I love you. Right. You know, so that was hard too. Like you can still disconnect yourself from someone and still love them and still love yourself.
But that's a lot of social understandings, social constructions of love and what that means.
That's right.
So that's a whole other, but absolutely. Yeah. Okay. I have here, don't take the bait. Yeah. Meaning, when people try to engage you in conversations at your gathering or at the holidays and you know it, you just know, it's a little passive aggressive maybe. It has this strange ring in that open-endedness and, your eyebrow automatically goes up. It's like what's I am not taking the bait on this conversation. So, walk away, kind of change the subject, or just deflect. I don't know, but don't take the bait. Right. No matter how big that carrot is, because it happens. And if we're composed, and let me tell you, empaths work hard at the poker face. Yes. Okay. Absolutely. To remain that, kind of in that, I call it the bitchy resting face, right? So. It aggravates people. Right? So they feel that you don't feel anything, and it's like, you unfeeling so-and-so. Let me fix that. And they're like, eat, right? And that's the bait. So there's a sense of initiating that, because if you react, you're emotionally engaged now in that energy. Right. And then they're like, yeah.
And how much energy does that give it? It all of a sudden went from bloop to
right. Yeah. So don't let people walk all over you. Set some boundaries. Definitely difficult in family situations where you have people there that have probably known you since you've been born, right? And kind of still see you as this 7-year-old self. Yeah. As opposed to, an adult with your own children and grandchildren or whatever. Right. Yeah. So,
they don't know the you now.
No, they don't know the new. No. Yeah. And you might be in a family situation where none of these people really know you. That's right. Like know this part of you. That's right. It might be, something very meta. Yeah. Yeah. But in terms of what we really are, and so there can be some of, aside from feeling out of place, but those conversations. First of all, we hate small talk. Yeah. Right. Don't do small talk with an empath. Let's talk about the meaning of life. Yeah. Okay. But here you are. Yeah. So what have you been up to? Yeah. Well,
it's snowing outside. Yeah. The weather's great.
and you're just like, I really need to get out of this room.
Yeah. Right? Yeah. So they know that that's not authentic conversation, or it's coming from a place of unease or not,
but it's fluff. Empaths we need depth. Yes. The chitter chatter, the small talk that has no meaning, it's empty. Yeah. If it's empty, we're bored. It's boring. And it's not fulfilling. It's not fulfilling.
Yeah. And not to say, it's intolerable. It's just that there's less of a tolerance,
Yeah. Yeah. But then you have your elevator speech for your family gathering. It's like, everybody's going to ask me this. Okay, let me get my card. Okay, you want the 2-minute, the 5-minute, or the 10-minute? Yeah. This is what we used to do in academia. Yeah. So what's your research about? How much do you want to hear? I got 3 or 4 different versions here. That's right. Depending on how long this elevator ride is.
That's right.
But keeping boundaries, set some boundaries and keeping them, and that going back to that, not letting people walk all over you just because of their family role, encourage that reciprocity of respect. Right. In that sense.
Absolutely.
Don't stay long in places that feel yucky. don't stay long. Don't stay long.
Yeah.
Right. So I just said a few minutes ago, take a break.
Yeah.
You know, if the chitter chatter of, did you see the price of the eggs and the milk today at the grocery store?
Yeah, that's right.
You know, it's like,
take a break.
I just need to go to the kitchen for a few minutes and
That's right.
just take a break. Go to the washroom, you know, and do some breathing. Don't forget to breathe. Or go to the kitchen. Sometimes domestic work kind of helps us to, you know, I don't know, puts us back into a zone of I'm out of that conversation. So
it really does. It helps reset. Like even in between sessions, I'll go and, you know, wash a couple dishes or, you know, sweep the floor and stuff.
Yeah.
It definitely helps you refocus on,
I think so.
You know, grounding or clearing the energy, switching.
Refocusing totally on yourself.
Yeah, change your action will change your emotion.
Yeah, and don't worry about if you need to leave early, leave early.
Yeah. You know, I think it's great that you were able to share all of these things with us today, because I think, you know, we are focusing on holidays because it is a crazy time of the year for people, but these are really great tips for any time of the year. So, you know, think and look inward and really kind of identify. And you already know, if you're listening to this, you're an empath, or you've got some traits that you're acknowledging or resonating with. So we hope that you will read Tracy's book, and she'll have it done for us soon so that we can all read it and enjoy. And so also, Tracy, do you want to tell us what your website is so that people can check you out?
I was just thinking that. Oh my goodness, we're psychic. So tracykennedy.ca is my website, or empath.ca, which I'm updating right now. It's on my list of stuff to do. You can also find me on Facebook. The Spiritual Spa is in Niagara Falls. Okay, that's another website. Thank you so much for having me. That's great.
Thank you very much. See you next time. Thanks, Tracy.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for the Ask Rebecca radio show with Rebecca Russo. Live from AskRebecca.guru. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our
websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is the Ask Rebecca radio show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Ask Rebecca radio show. Thanks for joining me. I hope everyone had a great week. Life has been pretty hectic over the last several days. You may have felt like you were super busy the whole time and at the same time felt like you didn't get much accomplished at all. So there may have been periods where you felt time was going by extremely quickly, while other times it felt like time wasn't moving at all. And you may have even experienced this within the same day. Maybe in the morning, things felt like they were flying by, and then by the time you hit the afternoon, it's just creeping. For me, myself, there were a couple of times where I would look at the clock and I felt like at least a half an hour or more went by and 2 minutes went by. So it was kind of a weird week for me with that weird time stuff. But let's see. You may have even experienced a feeling of magic, right? It just also had times and moments throughout the week where it just kind of felt like there was this magical energy around. You may have seen some wonderful manifestations in your life, lots of intense energies, good or bad, around relationships of all kinds, money and self-esteem. You may have even been making some important decisions. Maybe you were launching new projects, maybe you launched a business, or you were taking action steps towards goals that you've set for yourself. You may have had periods of optimism, courage, support, changing your mind, taking some risks. Maybe there were some surprise opportunities that popped up as well, new pursuits and hobbies that maybe you started getting into as well. Physically, you may have had periods of high energy and then periods of really low energy, or it could have all again simultaneously happened in the same day where you wake up, you're feeling really awesome, you're feeling super great, you've got a lot of physical energy, and then within a couple of hours you're just like, I gotta take a nap. Or it could be the other way where you just really felt like you didn't get much sleep at all, and you wake up in the morning and you're feeling groggy, lethargic, and then by the time you get up, then things start to get going, and then you have high energy. Some of the other physical things that you could have experienced were a ringing in the ears, night sweats, very vivid dreams, just very, very vivid, and so vivid to the point where maybe you were feeling almost like you were aware that you were in a dream and dreaming, so it felt like you didn't get any sleep. Because you were aware of the fact that you were in a dream. Maybe you also had some bouts of nerve pain mixed in with cold body aches as well. Emotionally, you may have experienced peace, happiness, excitement, anticipation, sadness, grief, frustration, guilt, shame, anger, and annoyance. So lots of different things going on this last week. We began a new 28-day moon cycle on December 13th. That lasts until January 9th. This is the rhythmic moon of equality. The descriptive words are organize, balance, and equality. And I'm going to read to you the description of this energy that's in the galactic calendar created by Sky Time. I didn't forget this time like I did last week. So let me just read this to you really, really quickly. And just look how pretty this calendar is. It's super neat. It's probably upside down. But okay, so the rhythmic moon. And what it says is, all life on Earth, including the rhythms of our body, are influenced by the rhythms of ever-changing combinations of celestial movements. Daytime, for example, offers high energy of the sun for outward exertion and communication. Nighttime, conversely, welcomes the deepening of intuition, supporting expansive internal processes. By noticing the fluctuations of nature, we can receive the support of its cycles to enhance our endeavors. As we give attention to our personal rhythms, we can actualize deeper levels of organic balance, both physically and emotionally.
A sense of balance can be achieved by accepting that life is a process, an ongoing motion requiring dynamic organization and reorganization, a sacred juggling act. When we organize the elements of our life, we invite efficiency and functionality into our reality. Organization assists us to streamline and coordinate, producing greater ease and equilibrium. May we respect the various aspects of maintenance as the foundation which supports the art of our life. Through the eyes of equality, all moments equally contribute to the sacred balance of our lives. We are reminded that this too shall pass and this too shall return. May we see all beings in the light of equality, finding innovative ways to enact ever greater balance with the web of life. So with this energy for the next 28 days, you really could be organizing the things in your life. You could be balancing things in your life, whether it's balancing work life, balancing, your diet, your exercise. You're maybe going to even look at the equality in your life. So maybe you have some relationships that are out of balance. They're not equal. Maybe you're giving more than you're receiving, or maybe you're receiving more than giving. So all of these things are going to be coming up over the next 28 days in order for you to become more organized, to become more balanced, and to become more equal within yourself and within the universe, your life, everything, basically everything. Okay, so let's get into what you can expect from tonight, December 19th through to December 26th as an overall theme, and then areas of love, work, finances, health, and spirituality. General themes. We have some powerful energies playing a significant role in our lives this week, like the solar eclipse on Christmas Day for some and on December 26th for others, depending on where you live. We are still in the energies of the portal activations, especially the 12/12, which will be accelerated on 12/21, with those energies finally subsiding around December 31st. And if you've been experiencing weird time anomalies, feeling like you're in a different world or immersed in the here and now, you're going to see that increase. I guess the best way that I could say it is the twilight zone, or maybe you're just feeling off in some way. What is happening is timelines are merging into oneness, meaning all the aspects of your soul living parallel lives in other dimensions and realities, past, present, and future, are all becoming one. So you can awaken to who you really are, and it takes time to realize the big picture of what is happening to you, but with each passing day, you will understand more clearly what exactly is going on with you, why you're having to maybe purge and face all the things from your life leading up to this point that might have been challenging and difficult. So it's a lot of emotional purging. It's a lot of things being cleared away out of our lives that no longer serve us for our highest good. And it's really about making a choice to follow the path of the light and service to others, or follow the path of the dark to service to self. And ultimately, you will know the truth of what is going on in our solar system that has been hidden from you for your entire lifetime. So there's lots of revelations that are going to be coming forth over the next several years, and I feel like 2020 is really the jumping off point for that. This week, you may feel ambitious and have the energy to see things through to the end. You may encounter a few tests from the universe to gauge how badly you want to succeed. Do not give up, right? Do not give up. It's when we set an intention and when we set goals for ourselves, there's always an obstacle or a challenge that will pop up almost immediately. And it really is a test of like, do you really want this bad enough? Do you really want to be your own business owner? Okay, well, are you going to be able to stay the course? Are you going to not take one mistake or a failure as a defeat and just quit, right? So something will always come up to kind of test you. And I feel like this is going to be coming up this week, especially if you are forging ahead with plans and ideas. And I'm getting for some of you that there is a strong need to allow yourself new adventures, new ideas, and new approaches to life. You just need new. Some of you have been so stuck in stagnant energy and just isolated yourselves, and you're not living, you're afraid to try things. I mean, even something simple as a new restaurant, right? So really take a look at those things and allow something new. Take one action step into the direction of something new. Just one little one, and that will carry a huge momentum for you in 2020. There may also be issues and tests coming up with trust, privacy, your intuition, miscommunication, agreements, basically agreements being broken, and disappointments around things not being as good as you believed. Sorry, I'm a little bit cold, okay? So I'm in Florida, and Florida is always nice and warm. Even during the winter months, it's pretty comfortable. And today was a cold day, and I'm like chilled to the bone. So I feel like I'm sitting here shaking. I really wish I would have like some hot chocolate right now. Okay, anyway, issues that you healed from the past could bring about some happy manifestations in your life, along with hard work that you've put in. You could see shakeups in love, money, security, identity, self-expression, and self-esteem, along with major healings. You'll see an end in sight or the light at the end of the tunnel to any challenges that may pop up for you this week. Big news and or signs of big changes to come in areas of your perception, opinions, work, career, income, authority, bosses, fathers, and anything connected to those things that I just talked about out in the world. And a message coming through for everyone that I was told to absolutely share is to remind you that you are divinely protected. And I feel like somebody might need to hear that more than others, but we are all divinely protected. Work, for those of you employed, it's a combination energy here this week of receiving lots of support at work from coworkers or your boss, while at the same time dealing with frustrations because there may be someone throwing up obstacles and making the workflow more challenging. And this person just seems to want to make life difficult and could be doing it deliberately, while some may be doing it unknowingly. It just depends on your situation. Make sure that person isn't you. And for some of you, I just feel like it's your boss. Work, for those of you that are looking for a job, some of you may finally hear back from a place that you applied to a while ago. I feel like a few companies will be doing callbacks right before Christmas as a way to give you hope, right? It's just a way to give hope. And there will be a few of you dealing with delays and obstacles due to the interviewer or person in charge of hiring throwing up obstacles, and it's going to be that person that's a pain at work, right? Stay calm, cool, and collected, giving rational reasons as to why you should be hired. And I feel like that will work in your favor and you will get hired. Love, for those of you in committed relationships and dating seriously, I'm receiving messages of love and affection for most. Those of you unhappy, I feel like this is a time that you're really evaluating your next move and whether or not you will continue on in this relationship after the new year. I do feel some of you are making plans to leave once you are in the new year. I feel like you're waiting for the holidays to pass. And some of you may be dealing with a mother-in-law who is getting too involved or pushy in your relationship. Feel like maybe the mother-in-law is stirring up some drama there. And then others could be dealing with a third party, possibly a child, or maybe even like a secret affair or something. Those of you that are single and looking for love, I feel some of you need to let the women in your life know that you're single and looking. I feel some will be meeting someone new and very interesting, possibly through an older woman. And lastly, I feel someone new bursting into your life who is full of life, full of adventure, and that you have a lot in common with. So make sure that you're still actively out there. If you get some invites with friends to Christmas parties, go. You never know who you're going to meet. Finances, I feel increase for some while others are working through issues of overspending or penny pinching. Practice moderation and balance, right? Because that's what we're going to be doing the next 28 days. Health, overall, I feel like everything is going well for most everyone. And then some of you need to take action to improve your health. Take control of your health through a lifestyle change. I also feel fertility, so some of you may be getting pregnant very soon, especially if you've been struggling. And I also feel a small handful of you may need to go see a female practitioner to help sort out your issues. And the way that I'm interpreting this is if you've been going to a male doctor and haven't seen improvements, then I feel like it's time to seek out a female doctor and to trust your gut. You know, don't overthink it. Just go with your initial intuition when you're doing research on what doctors out there that are women. And this has nothing to do with the sexes. I think this message is probably for somebody specific that I feel like you're being guided or led in that direction so that you actually end up getting the help that you need. Spirituality, someone may try to convince you or dominate you spiritually by making you believe they have all the answers. Lots of creative energy flowing through you this week to help you create. Remember that you are part of creation itself, the creator, and you are powerful in love and creation, and you could do anything that you set your mind to. Anything, anything, anything. So just pursue whatever is in your heart. That wraps up this week's intuitive messages. Let me get into tonight's caller. I have Sue in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Hi, how are you?
Hi, Rebecca. I'm wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I think I got to turn up my volume. Hopefully it doesn't give too much feedback. How can I help you tonight, Sue?
I don't even know how to say it. I have had a rocky situation happen, and I'm bettering it. I'm in the process of bettering it. But I've had some spiritual things go on in the middle of this, and I was wondering if you could help me with that.
So I heard everything up to the last thing I could hear you was in the middle of you're getting yourself out of whatever issue you're dealing with, and there's something else that you're in the middle of?
Right. There is some, there was a death involved with the situation. And I was just wondering if you could tell me anything about that.
You're just wondering what?
I just came out of a rocky relationship, and there was a death involved in the relationship turning rocky and ending. And I was wondering if you could tell me anything to do with that.
With the death or with the...
Yeah, with that being involved in the situation.
I guess I need just a little bit more clear. You want to know how the person died or why the person died, or what
strong roles that it played in the ending of the relationship.
What role the death played in the ending of the relationship with this person? Okay.
Right.
Well, I think to me it feels like this was to set you free. I feel like it's all about movement and change for you internally and externally. and I feel a connection to travel, and I feel like maybe this is supposed to get you moving, and now there's going to be less strain and less stress and less, like, it just feels like there was this dark cloud connected to that relationship. The person, if you give me, can you tell me what the person's first name is? Because I just want to kind of see if I can connect with that person and pick up on more information.
Tyler.
Tyler?
Right.
Okay. Was there, I just feel like there was, like, that whole situation.
I'm understanding you. And
okay,
you're
yeah,
making
I'm just,
sense.
okay, yeah, I don't want to, I'm just trying to be careful with my choice of words. It just feels so toxic, and I feel like there was a lot of, I just keep getting drugs, so I don't know if it was prescription medications due to a connection there, but I just feel like there was a lot of, I just feel like nothing would have changed. You would have just stayed.
Right.
You would have kept trying to do everything that you could to support and help. Like, you would just be stuck, and I feel like you would never, nothing would have ever changed. And it's almost, it feels a little bit of like a sacrifice on Tyler's part, but at the same time, it was like setting you free and setting himself free, and it needed to happen. It was important.
Right. You nailed it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just know there's lots of love coming to you. And basically what I'm getting is that there's more clarity now that he's passed. And there's a lot of love and a lot of apologizing. There's almost, it's an odd feeling, because there's almost a feeling of desperation there about forgiveness.
Right.
And he passed fairly recently, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. So I feel like he's still kind of in this weird, there's still a lot of kind of confusion and disoriented a little bit, and not full clarity, but enough clarity to thank you, apologize, begging for forgiveness, taking responsibility on one hand.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. So there's a lot.
There's a lot to this, and
yeah, it runs really, really deep and long. So what I'm getting is you need a complete change in your routine. Just complete change. And maybe now I feel like it will be less scary, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Yeah.
It's even though there's some pain there, I also feel like there's relief. And I feel like it's given you the opportunity to be less fearful, and everything that I feel is moving towards improvement for your life.
Right.
Are you dealing with some health issues?
No.
Okay, let me see what I'm getting here. I just feel like I'm just feeling something almost in your chest and your lung area. So I don't know, have you been dealing with a cold or anything?
No, not yet.
Okay.
That time of year, though, I have
Yeah,
allergies.
maybe.
I have allergies very, very bad.
Oh, I think it's connected to your allergies, because what I kept getting is I feel like you need to find a different, maybe a different doctor that can help you with some of the symptoms. I just kept getting like you need to go outside of your local area, and for you to pay attention to your dreams, because I feel like there's going to be messages in your dreams for you. And I don't feel like you're sick, but there's something with the allergies that I feel like if you go out of town, out of your local area, you might find some sort of relief. And I don't know if maybe where you're living is causing part of the allergies. Maybe there's some mold or something where you live. I don't know. I feel like you need to check into that. And I've got 60 seconds left. Do you have any last question for me at all that I can answer very quickly?
Anything new coming toward me in the good?
I feel like a new job, and I feel like move. I don't know if you're traveling somewhere or moving out of the area that you're in, but I feel like there's going to be a change with some sort of job as well, and a change in your routine, and your finances are moving towards improvement as well. And you'll see all of that start happening once we get into 2020, from the beginning through to the summer. Well, I gotta go, Sue. Thank you so much for calling in. Thanks everybody for tuning in. I hope that you all have a Merry, Merry Christmas, and I will see you the day after. Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Insights into Consciousness with Anna Olson. Live from AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Insights into Consciousness
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, I'm Anna Olson here on A1R Radio with my show, my weekly show, Insights into Consciousness. You can reach me at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. You can also reach me on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And I have just an all-caller show today. I'm just going to do readings all this show. So whoever has called in and is waiting is going to get all of me today. And I just want to go over what I offer for services. I do readings on the phone. I do readings in person. I do medium readings, and I also do just a regular energy life readings, which can include anything that comes through that your guides tell me to talk about. I also work with angels and the highest and greater good for divine purpose. So that's where I get my energy, and that's where I get my messages. So I always protect first, and I'm from a Christian background, so I always throw that in there that if, like, let's say you're not really sure if you want to do a reading and you're not sure where that person's background is from, I'm very compatible with people who are from a Christian background. If you'd like a medium reading or you'd like to even just talk to me about that, go ahead and contact me. Again, you can reach me at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com. It's ANNAOLSEN. Intuitive.com, or on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. You can message me there. I do get a lot of messages in my inbox in Facebook, so I go through them as I can. So just know that it might take me a little bit to get back to you if you do it that route, but AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com is your best way to go on the website. So just a little explanation of how I go into readings. I start with what I see. So it's not always the same. It's always different. And usually readings are very, very different from person to person. So what you may see or hear even on my show will be completely different in person. And every single reading is different and unique. No two are the same. So basically I get whatever high frequency messages come through. Love and above, meaning higher frequency, positive energy. I stay on the realm or the frequency of positivity, universal consciousness, positive universal consciousness, so that whatever comes through is for the highest and greater good. And I know I'm getting that message in that direction from the right place. So in addition, I always work with whatever the person needs. So if you want to bring in, like, let's say a item that a loved one had, or you're wondering where an item came from, if it's an antique or whatnot, then I'll be happy to look into it for you by reading the energy. So now I'm going to do a reading. It's Billy Joe in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. How are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you for calling in. What can I do for you tonight?
I just got a couple of questions. First one, I just want to ask about my ex-father-in-law that passed away earlier this year. And I just want to know, is he trying to communicate, and is he at peace, and has he crossed over?
Okay. The first thing that I felt was children. Do you have children?
Yes, I've got 4 of them.
Yeah, because I really feel like he, the first thing I got was a real direct connection to the children, that he has been sending them signs that he is still a little bit earthbound right now. You said, how long ago did he pass?
Sorry, what was that?
How long ago did he pass, please?
About 6 months.
Yeah. So I really feel like he still may be a bit earthbound. Let me just explain the process of when spirits pass and cross over. Sometimes it's a process and everybody's different. And the really great thing about when people pass is that they choose where they want to go. They choose where they want to be much of the time. It takes about 3 days for them to really get used to the fact that they've crossed over. They're usually earthbound during that time, but they can choose to stay earthbound for a little bit longer than that. And they can even go to the spirit world and back. Yeah. So I really feel like he's still earthbound. He can cross over whenever he wants. It's not anything bad or wrong in his case. It's just he is still communicating with people here. He's not quite ready to go to the next level quite yet. He's speaking to your children, through different signs and symbols. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, and he is, I really feel like his transition away from the earth plane is going to be a little bit more difficult just because of the children. Was he really involved, Grandpa?
Wow.
Was he really close to the kids?
Pardon?
Was he really close to the kids?
Very.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
So I really do feel like he is still really connected to the children, and he just feels like he needs a little more time with them.
Right. That's great.
And I see him.
Really good. Thank you.
You're welcome. I see him out where the water is. I see him out basically traveling. They do space travel where they kind of go to different places after they pass. So sometimes they'll go visit places that bring them peace, or just they like to look around and travel when they're
wow. Cool.
Did he like to fish, or did he like the water or the beach? Was that like one of his favorite places, or hunting maybe?
He always loved the water and the beach.
Okay. Because that's where he's really residing there. So if you were to go to maybe the water or the beach, he would show himself there through different things, such as like if there was a dragonfly or a bird or something like that, he would make himself known, whether it be like they surprise you or something like that. So you can watch out for that.
Okay, thank you. Because I often go and to his gravesite and talk to him, but yeah, I feel I'm talking to myself, but that's good to know.
Yeah. It could be the reason why you feel like you're talking to yourself is because I feel like he's sending you a message that you don't have to travel to his grave. It's okay if that's comforting for you, but he's around you guys all the time, no matter where you are. So when spirits go somewhere, it's like the blink of an eye. It's really fast. It's like lightning. They can go wherever they want. If you think about him, he'll be right by you right away.
Wow. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's great. Okay, and just one other question.
Okay.
Have I woken myself up again to the guides from the spiritual world? And am I capable to progress?
And are you capable of what now?
Direction. Pardon?
You said, can you repeat the question?
Okay. Have I woken myself up again to the guides in the spiritual world? And am I capable to progress with the readings and healings? I just want to know if I'm in the right direction.
Okay, I do feel that you are going in the right direction. I think anytime that we're wondering about these things, we're going in the right direction because you're consciously thinking of it and it's on your mind. So that's already an indicator that you're on the right track and that you're going in the right direction. The only thing I'm seeing is something about physical. Now, is there? Now I don't know if it's it's basically like diet and exercise and something like that. You're either overdoing it or you could increase.
Right. Yes.
So that's just one thing to look at. Just to increase either, I'm either seeing overdoing it or underdoing it with the exercise and the diet. So to not tax the body with anything that your body doesn't like, or to make sure that you're just eating really healthy foods and exercising in a nice balanced amount, not overdoing it when you exercise. So that will actually really help you spiritually.
Great. Okay, then. Thank you.
You're welcome. So I'm going to move on to my next caller. You can always reach me too if you'd like to elaborate more on your reading at AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com or on Facebook at Anna Olson Intuitive. Thanks so much for calling in.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next I have Stephen in Pennsylvania on the line.
Yes. Yep, thank you for answering my call. I appreciate it.
Of course.
So I had a couple questions. My first question is, I've been divorced for about a year, and I'm very close. I made a really good connection this past year with a friend, and I was just curious if it was going to be more than a friendship at some point, or do you feel like I'm going to meet somebody else in the near future?
Well, this is really good news for you because I feel like you're going to have a couple of options. You're going to have this friend. Is this somebody from your past?
We're currently friends, but we worked together for like 7 years ago, and then we both kind of moved on with our lives, and then we reconnected about a year ago.
Okay. Yeah, because I feel like you guys are very familiar with each other, which is good. But I would just let you know that this person from work may get a little bit boring a little quickly, and that's just a heads up. It's your guys' personalities. So you would really always have to be sure that you're doing new things, new exciting things with this person from work. And I do feel like there are two other people that are that you would be able to start seeing or get closer to in addition.
Have I met them yet, or do you see me meeting them like soon or relatively soon? Or?
In the next year, you will become familiar with these two. And you may not even at first think, oh, that's somebody that I'm going to be with. It could just be in passing, or in your social circle or whatnot. Or even, are you on any online dating sites?
Yeah. I'm kind of like off and on them because I get discouraged sometimes and then I get encouraged.
Right. So I feel like that may even be a resource for one of them.
Oh.
And to just just keep looking, just keep on there. But this is funny. I'm getting that you're that maybe you should take another look at your profile pics, because I'm getting that you're better looking in person than your picture on your profile.
I guess that's a compliment.
So that could help a little bit.
That's a compliment, right?
It is a compliment.
That's a compliment. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah, you're welcome.
You know what? I'm probably a couple of the photos I actually debated about redoing, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But I just really never got around to it, I guess. And then I deactivated my account for a while because I was dating somebody.
Important. Yeah, it's really important that you get a picture with really good lighting, and that when your picture depicts how you truly look, because I think that you look much better in person, and that's important for women to know.
Nice.
So
makes complete sense.
Yeah, and when you're kind of competing against a bunch of other people, and all they're seeing is your picture at first, it can get overwhelming for them too. Like, how many people do I have to go through? And they get a little overwhelmed, so they really have to get picky. So the pictures are very important, and they should just be casual, and they should have a lot of lighting, and it should. Now, do you? This is going to be a funny question. Do you tan easily?
No, I don't. I'm pretty white, pretty pale.
It's okay. Because I feel like if you, kind of made your skin look a little bit darker in the picture, it would really enhance it. Not that your skin color is bad now, just that the picture would draw more attention, and that there wouldn't be any disappointment in person. It would just draw more attention to the picture for you and your look.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
The person I'm talking to, the friend I'm talking to now, like we do spend a lot of time together. I mean, we make great friends. Should I not even pursue it, or do you think I should just wait it out and see if there's more of a connection? Like you're saying, there are potentially 2 coming up in the next year.
Yeah, that's totally up to you. The basic premise of what I'm seeing is that you're going to have 3 options. It's always up to you, your choice. You're going to have more fun with one of the 3, but she's going to have a few issues, like emotionally, that are going to be a little uncomfortable. So you're going to have to be making some choices with these women, and it's going to be like the one from work. When you're at work, you're in a different environment. If you guys were out like socially, I know that you guys have been, but I think that it can get a little bit mundane and kind of boring with this one. Not because there's anything wrong with either of you, just the compatibility of your personalities. You guys are more the same than what you'd need to have a more exciting bond. So the differences need to be a little bit more prominent to have more fun. I don't want you to get in this like systematic, boring, movie every night type lifestyle, because I don't think that would be, I think it would just feel like you're married again for forever, and it's not like it would just trigger a bunch of stuff.
And I do have another question too. I don't know if, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, go for it.
Okay, so I'm looking into moving back closer to my kids, because there's a lot of stuff going on with my ex, and she's like the primary parent, and she's currently living with an alcoholic, and there's just a lot of craziness going on. If I moved, which I most likely will at this point, will I eventually, because I'm going to travel 2 hours, because I live 2 hours away, 3 days a week, is it a wise choice? Will I end up eventually after I move, getting a job at a closer college in that area? I understand that I'm going to have to commute the first semester because I teach as an adjunct at a college. I guess I'm wondering, is it going to work out? Because I'm looking into moving closer to my kids to be there for them, but I'm a little bit worried that, I'm going to have to drive 2 hours a day to get to my current job until I find another college in that area to teach at. Does that make sense?
It does. And I'm feeling like, first of all, the 2 hour drive is going to take a lot of time away from actually spending time with your kids. So I'm seeing that the best case scenario would be to get the job first and then make the move. And really let the ex know that she needs to set boundaries and do the right thing while you're in that process, because you can't come in and save her. I really feel like she's been making some kind of bad decisions for a long time, and she needs to actually have a consequence, hey, we need to go to court or something like that if she's not really setting clear boundaries with this guy and with the lifestyle. So she needs to grow up a little bit and do her part. In the interim, I do think it would be good for you to move, and maybe that's where these other women are going to be coming in, is after your move. And I would just say get the new job first, because this 2 hour commute is going to be draining, and it's going to be all that time you could have been spending with the kids anyway. It's going to take away from that so much that it's like, why even move sooner? Because you're going to spend so much time with the commute, and it's going to be exhausting. And I feel like you hate traffic and you hate the driving thing.
It's not that I hate it. I don't mind it as much because I have satellite radio, and I just kind of get into my own music zone. I'm kind of a positive, happy outgoing person. Anyway, my other question, if you can answer one more question, is I'm into law of attraction and vision boards and stuff like that, and I was focusing more on money.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep getting signs now that I'm going to be attracting money in my life. And like the past 2 weeks, I've won $200 on 2 different lottery tickets and $100 from the casino. So do you see me continuing with that streak? I don't know if you can talk about law of attraction and manifesting on your show or not.
Oh yeah, I love law of attraction and manifestation. It's one of my favorite topics.
Awesome.
You know, yeah. You know, I really like, this is what I'm getting for you is that it's about, for you, it's about being really careful about the thoughts of being without, quote unquote, you know, this basically like doubting your law of attraction and your magnetism to the money. This is very common. I think everybody has it. It's, you know, I only have a few minutes left so I'll just make it quick. But I think it's more about letting go of the attachments that you may be holding on to about, oh, I've got to get more money, I think that you're starting to kind of bring it in because there's actually more of an awareness that if you believe it, it'll happen. And so what really, really works is to kind of relax about it and not be so attached to it coming in, but just to know and trust that it's there and that you're very deserving.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, it's amazing how when you focus on something, like you see it, like if you just kind of spend time, you know, just like other stuff too, like if you're trying to get a good job and you can like I'm fascinated by the whole law of attraction and our ability to manifest stuff into our reality.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome, of course. Thanks for calling in. And the other thing you can do for an FYI for the law of attraction is you write down your goals and what you're going to manifest, and that is manifesting currently. We have to use that language, right? So you're going to write that down for your conscious mind to really organize it into your conscious mind and really start introducing those words into your mind, like, you know, abundance, a dollar amount, those sorts of things. And then you can put a picture, whatever that is. It could be, you know, some people do vision boards. Some people put like, let's say a statue of something that reminds them of like increase in money. Some people get, you know, what they call a money tree, and they put it by their door and they water it regularly and fertilize it regularly. And that, you know, that's their reminder. But there needs to be a subconscious visual that you're going to kind of take in every day on a daily basis, whether it be your vision board with a picture from a magazine, a dollar sign, or it could be some people drop a penny in a little jar when they come in the door when they come home, or when they're going out the door, every time they go in and out of the door. It's just this subconscious reminder that you're drawing in money. And what it does too is it readjusts those thoughts of doubt or too much attachment of, oh, I've got to remember the money, I've got to get the money, you know, that real rushed feeling. This law of attraction, these things are going to flow in naturally, and it's going to feel very relaxed. That's when we're really, really practicing the law of attraction. It's going to feel very natural to you. It's not going to feel rushed or hurried or desperate or anything like that. It's going to feel very natural and normal. And before you know it, it's just coming in and it's just flowing. And it's because the attachments have been released. It's about being in the present moment rather than worrying about the future, ruminating on the past. You know, that's really where it is. So, you know, I really do love this topic. And, you know, even like the Christmas tree with lights, anything with a lot of color, a lot of light in the house, that can really actually bring in a lot of money, especially if it's green. There's something about the colors, the chakras, and the body, the energy, the electromagnetic field of the aura that will bring all that in. So there's so many different components you can bring in. It just depends upon your personality and what you see as, you know, valid and that really resonates with you personally.
Great. Okay, well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling in. Of
course. Bye.
Bye-bye. So we had 2 callers, 2 readings tonight. The first one was a medium reading on the woman's father-in-law, just to kind of go over that a little bit more. I did feel he was still earthbound, and there are many times where spirits, they choose to just stay on the earth for a little bit. We're in different dimensions. We're talking about different dimensions in different places. It's like walking through a doorway into one room or one area, one world, which is just an earthbound spirit world on the earth, where they can still see what we're doing and still visit us and send us little messages, signs, symbols to let us know that they're there. They're still thinking of us. Sometimes they're not quite ready to leave us yet, or their grandchildren or their children. And then when they're ready, they graduate on. They're always working with their guides to do this. And, there are very strict rules and regulations about this. It's all based on science and just laws of science that cannot be broken or interrupted. So that all works together perfectly. And at one point, they can move on to the other dimensional spirit world, which is still, a lot of the time on this earth, it's still in the same place, just in another dimension. And it's kind of hard to explain if you've never really seen it or been there. But that's it in a nutshell. And then the second one, we're talking about law of attraction and money. So it should feel very relaxing. We should just invite with the law of attraction. We invite love. We invite money. We invite a good career. We invite whatever it is that we want to attract. And one thing I love to put out there that I've also practiced and achieved myself is a passive income. Many times that's overlooked. So people really say, oh, I want that career and I want to get more money. And they don't think about the fact that that career that they want more money from may be more hours and it may be a more stressful work. So they have to add in little details like stress-free job and career with a great income. And this is my dollar amount. And this is, you've got to put the details in there. I want healthy, wealthy clients. There's lots of different things that you can add in there. So why not put a passive income if that's what you want? Why not put an income while I'm traveling or on vacation? There are a lot of ways that you can do this, and it just has to adhere to what you love and how you love to spend your time. So my time is up. Again, you can reach me on Anna Olson Intuitive on Facebook or AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com on my website. I love doing readings. I love connecting the spirit world to this realm and just interpreting and giving people messages from their family members. It's great work and I absolutely love doing it. I'd love to speak to you anytime. So contact me and I will see you next week here on A1R with Insights into Consciousness. I'm Anna Olson, your host, and I will see you next week.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for the Modern Day Medium with the Modern Day Medium. Modern Day Medium. Live from the moderndayMedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the Modern Day Medium
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and good evening from here in the UK, Woking, Surrey. This is the Modern Day Medium, and I'm really, really excited to be here this evening. This is my first broadcast working with Moonstruck TV and Air Radio. I have done a lot of Facebook Lives, so thoroughly enjoyed it. So I thought, seeing as though this is my first time, I'd introduce myself to you and let you know a little bit about me, my background, what I do, and how I spend my days. So as you can see here, I am in my treatment room, my healing room. This is where I see my clients, where I do my psychic mediumship readings and all of my healing as well. It's absolutely got a lovely, beautiful, calming energy in here. My guides are always in here with me, always ready and eager to work. So I absolutely love it in here. And it really is my own little healing sanctuary, which so many of my clients, the minute they come in here, they just say, oh my goodness, Michelle, this is so cozy, it's so comfy, and just emotions start coming out. And then I know that we're ready to work and start doing some healing. So I'm the modern day medium, and I'm just going to chat a little bit about me. When I was 12 years old, I first saw spirit standing in the corner of my room. I was lying in bed, couldn't get to sleep, and there was what looked to me like a 6 or 7 foot figure wearing a black cape stood in the corner of my bedroom. Well, you can imagine, I was absolutely petrified. I didn't know what to do, where to look. Immediately ran to mum and dad after I could move. I felt absolutely frozen. It was just absolutely crazy. Went into mum and dad, told them what happened. Obviously thought I was barking mad. And then so that was the beginning for me. And then many years later, I lived in Asia, in Malaysia. And that's where I first started my true healing and spiritual journey as an adult, where I started with Reiki, the beautiful energy of Reiki, that beautiful earthbound energy. And I took my first Reiki there in Asia, which I just absolutely loved. And that was the beginning for me in 2005. Then I went on to continue with the rest of my Reiki. Since then, I have become a qualified psychic medium. I teach chakra courses. I teach kinesiology, touch for health as an instructor and a teacher. I'm a reflexologist. Goodness me, shamanic practices. What else do I do? Rohani teacher. I do a lot, and I just absolutely love it and love the changes that healing can bring in for us all. And indeed the healing that we can do for ourselves as well. Let's not forget. We all have that capability within us. So let's not forget that. Let's not forget we are all energy. That's really and truly what we are. Energy. It looks like Gabriella, something's going on there. Gabriella, somebody's ready to go. I don't know. I'm going to carry on chatting for a minute. This is my first broadcast, and I'm sure when I've done my second, third, and fourth, I will just ease into it and look like a total professional. But what I wanted to say is just for us all to know that we have the ability to help ourselves, to help heal ourselves. We just have to believe it in our hearts. And as the 4 bodies that we have emotionally, physically, mentally, and spiritually, we do have that ability to allow things to go, to allow emotions to go, meditations, connecting with ourselves, connecting with our higher selves, and just really take a look and feel what it is that's blocking me. What's this repeated behavior? Why am I not moving forward? Why am I not getting what it is that I need? You know, is this my stuff? Is it other people's stuff I'm carrying? So as a healer and a psychic medium, being able to combine all this beautiful energy and work this way is just, for me, an absolute treat. I absolutely love it. It's my full-time job and profession. I've also been in a national newspaper as well with my sisters. Both my sisters are psychic mediums and healers as well, so it runs in the family. And we've also been in quite a few magazines and written several articles as well, which has just been an amazing journey. And here I am now on the lovely Moonstruck TV and Air Radio, going live to you wherever you may be watching. And I honestly, from my heart to all of your hearts, I wish you much love and health and wellness. And as we now come into the festive season, the wonderful season of sharing love and being charitable for as many people as we possibly can be, I would just say, just not to forget, please, that the people that are less fortunate, the people that don't have what we have, family, and just loved ones around us, to spare a thought for those as well. Now, I believe I've got a caller coming through for me. Gabriella, is it from Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, honey. How are you, my darling? How lovely.
Good, how are you?
I'm good, my darling. I'm good. It's late evening here, and it must be daytime over there for you, my lovely.
Yeah, it's getting dark. but it's still daytime.
So how can I help you? If you can just speak up a little bit, my sweetheart, just a tiny bit, and then I can hear you a little bit better.
I was just wanting to get a reading over me losing my boyfriend.
Okay. So you want me to do a reading for you and your other half, my lovely?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Right, now, as immediately as I first come into you, the first feeling I would get is a little bit like you've been out of sync with each other. You're not quite in rhythm. You've lost that boom and that little bit of spark at the moment, if you can understand that, my love. I need to say to you that it feels there's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure around the both of you at the moment. Can you understand that, my love?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, I feel with you, you're so sensitive, and you come from such a good place. You've got a really lovely heart, very, very caring heart. I also feel with you that you are very spiritual yourself. I know you're on here, but I feel you have a very strong spiritual following and belief as well, please, my darling. And that sometimes I feel that with you, the world can be just a little bit confusing, a little bit hard, and a little bit too much pressure on you. And I feel with you, you're going through times of change at the moment, please. And you're going through onto bigger and better things for yourself, for who you are and how you feel around yourself, please, my darling. I feel a little bit like your partner, please, my love, is a little bit in the doldrums at the moment. I feel he's a little bit lost, not quite sure what direction he's taken, and I'm feeling a little bit of impatience between you and him, please. Like I almost like I want to give him a little bit of a gentle push and say, come on, come on, come on, let's get going, because I feel that you are becoming impatient. Does that make sense to you, my darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good, sweetheart. Now, I just want to say to you, I also feel with your partner some emotional issues, sweetheart, some emotional loss. Some in his head, he's very, very dizzy. I'm feeling he's a little bit low and a little bit down as well, my darling. And it just makes me feel he just also needs, despite he needs that gentle push, he also needs some nurturing, some understanding, and some love as well at the moment, please, my love. Now, I've got somebody that's wanting to connect with me from the spirit world, please, my darling. Can I ask, is your mum in the world of spirit, please, sweetheart?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is your mum, I've got a mother-like figure connecting with me here for you, please, my darling.
No, I don't know.
Okay, can we go with grandmother, please, darling?
Can you get what?
With grandmother, your grandmother, darling.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Now, this lady comes in and connects with you. This is on mum's side, please, sweetheart, if you can understand. Now, she is a very she feels like a biggish lady, a big personality, and she wants you to know that she's very much around you at the moment and supporting you. And the reason that she's coming forward is for you to draw on her strength and her support, please. I feel things between you and your partner are going to improve. There's going to be that reconnection, and things are going to get a lot better for both of you. There needs to be some communication between you two. I feel that the communication has gone off and died a little bit as well, and you just need to almost bring this back, bring this love back, bring this communication and sense of fun and laughter back as well, all right? Now, I have to say that I feel coming into Christmas and after Christmas, things will be feeling better for you, and you'll be feeling more stable and secure within yourself and your relationship as well. Are you still there, darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is there anything else you want to ask me, my lovely?
No, just, is there anything, any more connections you're getting?
Also, can I ask, who has the lower back problems, please, my love. Lower back, coming into lower back, it's a bit achy, it's a bit sore. Is this with you, my darling?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you have lower back issues, sweetheart?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just being aware that you need to get this looked at and just have some attention paid to this, please. All right, so don't neglect yourself, darling, because I know you've got such a sweet, kind heart. You worry about everyone else around you. But please, 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 darling, can you make sure you get this looked at and take care of yourself? I've got a gentleman coming in here from the world of spirit, please, darling. It feels very much like a fatherly figure. Can you understand that, darling?
My uncle, yeah.
It's a gentleman that would have gone with issues with the heart. I feel that salt was a problem for him. This gentleman would have had a high blood pressure, please, darling. He makes me feel before he went back to the world of spirit, he was incredibly thirsty, almost a bit like how diabetes or diabetics are. He's very big energy. He's got a wonderful personality, very, very funny. He stands, despite the fact I'm sat down, my sweetheart, he stands quite above me. He feels quite tall and quite a powerhouse. But this gentleman connects with you and your partner, for both of you, please, okay? He's bringing in lots of love around you and for you both. And again, he's reassuring me that, hey, girl, you know, it's like there's the ups and downs and the bumps in life, and this is just where you are at the moment. You're just in a bump, and then there's going to be some nice, smooth road for you as well, please, my darling. This gentleman enjoyed his food a lot. He really, really did. And he was a funny guy who'd have liked jokes, told jokes, and a great sense of humour as well. He's telling me before, in his later years, he got a little bit grumpy, a little bit moody, and a little bit short. That's because he really wasn't feeling great. And he wishes to apologise for that as well, and apologise to you and the family. He sends a huge amount of love to all of you. And I also want to say that he makes me feel he was a great organiser as well, this gentleman. And I feel that that flows through within you as well, my love. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've got a lot of spirit around you. You really have. You whether you meditate or link in or talk to spirit yourself a lot, you have a lot of support around you. So please, please, please don't underestimate that link that you have. I don't know whether you do cards or angel cards, but I really, really want to recommend this for you to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm serious. For you to get some cards or some angel cards, something for you to use, because it is there for you, okay? You're quite aware when spirit are around you, and things with your partner are going to get better. I feel this gentleman that's here in the world of spirit has just started tickling you and tickling you. Like he's saying he wants you to laugh more. He wants you to enjoy your life more. And the laughing and joking is all free. It doesn't cost anything. Even though there may be financial issues around you at the moment, a little bit of worrying is going to pass. But just for you to get back to that wonderful personality that I'm aware and can see that you have so clearly. What's this about feet with you? Can you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it either you love them or you hate them? But I'm just being shown feet, and then being tickled and played with and tickled, and you just really roaring with laughter. It's just lovely. And this obviously is coming through because this is what we want for you to be feeling happier and more jokey, all right?
Okay.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Is there anything else you want to ask me?
No.
Does that answer you? Has that helped you, my darling?
Yes.
Good. So just know for your partner, I just feel with him, he just needs a bit of support at the moment. I feel he's a little bit down, a little bit low. I also feel he's quite a closed book and doesn't express his emotions a bit at the moment. And I feel you're bouncing off each other a little bit at the moment. It's sort of a bit like a tennis match, if you can understand. And so it's just that, it just be broken. This backwards and forwards just needs to be broken to enable you to bring back that laughter and joy and everything that you want back in your life. Can you understand a small little white fluffy dog in the world of spirit as well, please, my darling? I've got a small dog that's stepping in now from the world of spirit.
A small dog?
I've got a small dog, yeah, going back into family or a connection with family, and it's a small dog that, right, I just need you to know that that dog is also in spirit as well and comes around you. So you've got quite a team that do come in you. I also want to say to you, I'm aware that you're not sleeping very well at the moment, please.
No.
Yeah, so just, if I could say to you just to try to clear your mind a bit and just let your worries go, just clear it before you go to bed. A hot bath, a bath with some Himalayan bath salts would help enormously. A meditation or listening to a meditation just for you to clear your mind. I also really would like you to talk to somebody as well and just really make it clear how you're feeling, because by getting these emotions and expressing this off and letting this go, it enables you to heal and let go. So, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. Thank you. Well, you're my first caller. What a treat for me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So welcome, my darling. So happy. You can find me on the Modern Day Medium Facebook page, website. I do quite a lot of stuff for free and things like that, recipes, etc., etc. So hopefully I'll see you there. Take care, darling. Enjoy the rest of your evening, sweetheart.
Thank you so much, too.
Bye-bye, sweetheart. I think I've got another caller maybe coming through in a minute or so, but let's just carry on. What a lovely lady. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So I was just talking about how we can help to heal ourselves and help to let go of emotions, and that really is just so incredibly true. Just even being out in nature and standing amongst the trees, standing in nature, allowing these emotions just to release and let us be free. We can almost see them if we're having problems in our heart, we're upset, or in our solar plexus, and well, there's too much going on in our head. Just going for a walk with intention of, okay, look, I know I'm overloaded. I need to release this. I need to let this go. I need to get a breath of fresh air, and I need just to relax, just connect with myself and listen to what my higher self is saying. A meditative walk can be incredibly healing. And again, it doesn't cost anything, you know, just going out. If you can, even you go to some woods, if there's woods near you anywhere, a park, or even if you can't get out, if you're not feeling well, just to imagine or see yourself in that environment is incredibly, incredibly healthy and just so good for us, so good for our mental health and our mindfulness as well. So that's a really, really good thing to do. So, well, here I am, the Modern Day Medium. You can find me on my Facebook page. Also, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, and I have a beautiful website, the Modern Day Medium. I've been doing so much the last couple of weeks. It's been crazy. I run a couple of circles where I'm teaching psychic mediums. One is here at home. One is at a lovely yurt that I go to. It's just absolutely beautiful. And I've been writing some lovely courses as well for next year, which have come written by my own fair hand from all my years of experience and training. I've combined it all together for a true spiritual intervention. It's a 6-week course, which is just lovely, just to help so many people, whether you be practitioners or not, or just really looking forward to stepping into and going into a spiritual journey or finding out more about your energy. It could just be you want to know about your auras, your chakras, your meridians, and how does that all work? How can you help clear that? Or how do you clear energy in your home? I mean, let's face it, we all sit in our homes, we all have down days, we all have arguments, we all have children that might drive us a bit mad, or don't have children, might have pets that drive us mad, or feel angry, or feel tearful. And all of these energies literally do stay in our home. They do, because we're all vibration, right? So as we're giving out these vibrations, it's just staying in our home. So there's food for thought there, isn't it? I think I've got somebody coming through now. Laurie, I think it is. Hello, hello, honey.
Hello. How
Hello,
are you?
how are you? How lovely
Could be better,
to hear
could be
from
worse.
you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you just beautifully, thank you. Good evening from England. Whereabouts are you in America?
I'm Gerardville, Pennsylvania.
Oh, wow, amazing. Lovely, lovely. How can I help you this evening, my darling?
I'd like some advice about how to make sure I end up doing the right things to make sure my future goes right.
To make sure your future goes right.
Yes.
Fine. All right, my darling. So this is independent future for you, just you on your own, standing in your own strength and in your own power, correct?
Yeah, or if there's anybody in my, pictured in my future with me, that'd be fine too.
Okay. I can't hear you that well. You're kind of coming in and out. The work as I work.
Okay.
The spirit will give you what I'm being given.
Hold on, let me see if I can find a better spot in the house to sit. Can you hear me better now?
I can hear you better now. That's lovely. Thank you, darling. So
Okay.
as I come in immediately, I'm aware of lots of broken past, broken promises. I feel a lot of heartache with you and quite a lot of loss, if you can understand, please, my darling. I'm feeling with you at the moment. You've grabbed your life and you're going, right, this is not going to happen to me again. I am not doing all of this again. Does that make sense to you, please?
Yes.
Great. I absolutely see you moving forward in your own life with you independently. I want to say to you that I need you to either do some meditations, but definitely for you to let go of repeated thought patterns, okay? I do need to say to you, I don't know whether you know anybody where you can get a little bit of healing just for you to lift some stuff that I feel very strongly in your solar plexus and in your heart chakra, where we just need to let go of past hurt and pain so it's not repeat. Does that make sense to you, please? I want to give you a spring clean. Yeah?
Okay.
Now, you are an intelligent woman. You're a force to be reckoned with. And I also know you're a really good laugh as well, and an absolute scream, okay? But I feel with you that there's been a little bit lost, a little bit not too sure where you're going. And I have to say I'm being told a little bit of insecurity and a little bit kind of looking at the biological clock. Does that make sense to you, sweetheart?
I didn't hear the last 3 words.
And a little bit like you're looking at your biological clock. You're kind of thinking, right, I'm going to grab life now. Yeah, okay, fine. Now, I feel that you've been isolating yourself a little bit. You haven't been going out and socializing quite as much as you used to. You just haven't quite been feeling it, not quite been up to it. But that is absolutely what I need you to start doing. Going out, enjoying yourself, having some fun, and really, really having a wonderful time, okay? Making yourself known, making yourself lifting your vibration up, making you feel happier and happier and happier. I have to say that I'm aware of a move coming in for you as well, please, my darling. I'm just being told that there's going to be a move for you as well, whether that's just come, but I am being told an upheaval within the home for the better. For the better.
Oh my God.
What?
You're so on.
Oh, thank you. But not only that, sweetheart, I have to say that there is a gentleman that is going to be coming into you. Now, he's going to be quite a bit shyer than you and quite nervous about coming up and talking to you because you're such a powerhouse. And I feel that your energy is so strong and your vibration is so strong that this gentleman, can you understand the name Dennis, please, my love?
Can I what?
Dennis. Do you know a Dennis? I'm being shouted, Dennis, Dennis, Dennis at me.
Yeah, I know a Dennis, but he's my landlord and he's no good.
Okay, fine. That's fine. That's why we're moving. That's fine then. That makes total sense. That's why we're moving and why we're off. So I just need to say to you, my lovely, lovely lady, that there is somebody who's going to be coming into your life. He's going to be quite shy, but he's going to be brave enough to come and chat to you and you're going to have to take the bull by the horns. But he is going to be very attracted to you. He's quite an organised gentleman. He's a together gentleman, and he's not going to need anything from you. I feel he doesn't live very far away from you at the moment, okay? And I also feel that this gentleman would like playing cards. He has a reliable job. He's in his latter years, please, if you can understand that. But he's a single gentleman and he's available. I feel that it's going to be like a collision, and the two of you are just going to meet, and you will be okay. All right, you will be okay. And definitely a move coming in for you. I don't know why when I'm in your apartment, my darling, or your home, I feel a little bit cold and a little bit chilly.
I have the door open. I have the door open.
I'm just like, oh, I feel so cold in there. Yeah, I hope that's helped you, my lovely, lovely lady. And just hold that in your heart and have faith that you are held, and that your parents are around you, and that there's a lot of love around you, and that you will be fine. Just have faith and be buoyant and wonderful, all right?
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome. God bless you. Thank you too. So this has been a wonderful, what can I say, here on Moonstruck TV. I will be looking forward to my next live show, where I will find many, many, many things to talk about next time. So you can find me, The Modern Day Medium, like I said, on my website, themoderndaymedium.com, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for your time to shine with Julie Yeager-Walker. Julie Yeager-Walker. Live from Wings of Souls with Julie.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is your time to shine
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How is everyone doing in the holiday rush? We're on the eve of Christmas and all the holiday things going on. And are you rattled? Are you taking it in stride? How are you all doing? I know I'm a little bit rattled, actually. Still haven't gotten all my shopping done yet. Hopefully this weekend, because I'm going to be running out of time really soon. So tonight, I want to talk to you a little bit about how to keep your sanity during the holiday season. I know, especially for us empaths that are out there, we're feeling everybody else's energy besides our own, and sometimes our own is way too much. And then you add on top of somebody else's, and before you know it, you're slowly going insane. So I thought that I would remind everybody about the Empath Toolbox. I've talked a little bit about this on some past shows, and it's always a really great reminder and a great refresher, especially going into a holiday season like this. Now, probably most of you have had your holiday parties for work and with the kids, and so you've probably gotten through all of that. But like me, maybe some of you still have some shopping to do, and you're going out there and you're going to be dealing with all of the insanity and the crowds and everything else. So a couple of tips to help you get through that with a little bit more ease. So before you even go into the shopping mall, a crowded store, anything like that, just sit and take a few deep breaths. Now, there's a technique called 4-4-4, and you've probably heard different twists on this, but basically it's just inhaling with a deep breath for 4 seconds. So 1, 2, 3, 4, you hold for 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you slowly release 1, 2, 3, 4. Then you do it again. And you just keep doing that model until you can get your heart rate down, that you're feeling a little more grounded, a little more relaxed. Another thing that you can do just by sitting in your car and before you even get out, is a grounding technique. And so there's many ways to imagine the grounding technique. This is just one, which I would recommend, is that you feel that there is a rope tied to the bottom half of your body. And on the bottom half of that rope, you see a brick tied to it. And so you let that brick go, and you see it sink deep into Mother Earth. And then you just see it swinging gently. And you just sit there with that feeling. And it is enabling to ground you and to kind of help you on top of the breathing technique that you're already doing. So now you've gone into the mall, things are hectic, people are going crazy, they're pushing, they're shoving, some may be upset, and you've just had enough. You need to stop and ask yourself, who am I feeling? Because chances are you've got all this other energy coming in and at you all around you. So you have to stop and just ask, who am I feeling? And when you do that, right, you will either get you'll get a real heavy sensation, like maybe somebody's weighted down on your shoulders. You may get a heaviness in the pit of your stomach. So if you are getting these feelings, that is your no. This feeling is not yours. Now, if it's kind of an uplifted feeling, whose is this? Is this mine? And you get this kind of uplifted feeling, flutter of butterflies in your stomach, or feeling like you're being lifted up with a balloon. That means, yes, those are your feelings. So going back to, are these your feelings? And you get the no, you get the heaviness, you get this feeling of, no, this isn't mine. You simply say, return to sender with love. Return to sender with love. And what that does is it brings you into awareness so that you can release all of those feelings that are no longer yours. They're just attaching to you. They need somewhere to go. And being an empath, you are just so susceptible to pulling all those energies in. So by simply saying, return to sender, and you can say it a couple of times. If you feel like it's not going anywhere, say it a couple of times. Return to sender with love. Return to sender with love. And you should be able to feel, if you're in tune with you and your body, you should be able to feel those kind of lift off and leave, and you feel a sense of relief. Like, oh, wow, okay, I feel lighter. Now, if you're doing this and it's just way too crazy and way too busy, try to pull yourself away to a quiet part, even just a corner, or step outside. If you're in a mall or a store, step outside if you can, if the weather's not too nasty, and just take a moment. Do your breathing. Check in with yourself. Who am I feeling? Is this mine? And then feel the heaviness or the lightness. So while you're doing this, also take a moment. You can do the breathing again. You can do your 4-4-4 technique, or you can just kind of sit quietly and just let your brain relax. Give yourself 5 or 10 minutes just to regroup and start over. If you know how to do expansion exercises, expansion of your energy field and of your light is so very important for those empaths when you are getting ready to go into a really big situation, a crowded area, or an area that has a lot of energy. Like you go see a game, coliseums and games, very high energy. Expand your energy before you even go in, and prepare yourself to go in to some of those things. I'm going to be doing some classes, I think, coming up in January and February, that kind of expands on this whole idea of the empath's toolbox. And we'll be able to actually try out some of these techniques and work with the heavy and the light and do some of these things. So if you're interested in learning more, reach out to me on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium. You can also get me over on Your Time to Shine Facebook page, or I have a website, www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com, and I can give you some more information on when those classes are going to be held after the first of the year. So try some of those techniques. I think they're really going to help you get through the last little bit of this holiday rush and be able to keep your sanity. Again, if you have any questions, reach out to me. I would be happy to help you with some of these if you have any questions about something specific. So I hope those techniques help you and help you get through the holidays with a little bit more ease and joy. So right now we are going to go to the phone lines. Ikisha. in Dallas, Texas. Hi, good evening.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
Good, and you?
I'm good, thank you. What can I help you with tonight?
I was trying to get a reading.
Okay, so you're just looking for a general reading?
Yes. Yes. It's just about my life.
Okay. Perfect. Give me just a minute here to kind of tap in to your loved ones to see what they have to say. So it's just going to be a little bit of silence here while I tap in, and then I will be right back with you, okay?
Okay. I think she read some, I guess, the bottle.
So I have a male figure that has stepped in. Actually, he's been here with me since before the show. Have you had a father figure, a father, maybe an uncle that has recently passed?
You said an uncle or a father recently passed?
I'm sorry?
You said an uncle or a father?
Yes.
No, my father's still alive. My uncle, no. My Amy, but it's been like a year or two.
Okay. So I have
it could be my uncle on my father's side. Huh?
Okay. All right. So I have a male figure here. He's definitely saying that he is connected to you in some way. He wants you to know that you are such an amazing person. He is so excited to be here and to be able to connect with you. He says he's been waiting for a very long time to connect. And this happened to be like the perfect opportunity for the two of you to connect. He said there's been a lot of like ups and downs. Not so much, I'm not getting the feeling that it's really turmoil, but there's been some really significant things going on in your life that have made you question a lot of things. And he's wanting you to know that everything is going to be okay. He just keeps saying, you're going to be okay. Everything is going to be okay. It's a very small piece in your life right now. And he says it looks really grand. It looks huge from your perspective. And what he's asking for you to do is to pull back and step back and look at the bigger picture of things.
Okay.
Because he says when you look at the bigger picture of things, that you will be able to understand where this is going.
Okay.
He says you have so much value and so much to give, and you don't give yourself enough credit for the things that you do. I don't give myself
enough credit?
Yes, you don't give yourself enough credit. So he says all the things that you do for your family, the sacrifices that you make, he says he sees that every single day.
Oh, thanks.
He's showing me feathers. Have you been noticing a lot of feathers in your path, or maybe when you change the sheets that you find like a feather, like a random feather? There's a connection with feathers.
You said it's a connection with feathers?
Yes.
No, I haven't seen no feathers. Not lately.
Not lately. Okay. He's showing me that I see them. I see the feathers everywhere. So he's asking you to be more aware of the feathers, because he's saying he's dropping you little hints of, look, I'm around, I'm here, I can help you. That's another thing he says. You're searching for answers, and he says, ask him for help.
My uncle?
Kind of like surrendering and saying, I don't know how to fix this problem, so help me, right?
Okay.
It's like taking, if you can imagine, like taking all of your questions or things that you don't know how to answer, or maybe you don't know what direction to go. See yourself putting them on a very big platter, okay? And then lifting them up to your loved ones and say, help me, I'm surrendering to you. Help me figure this out.
Okay.
He's showing me that you have a lot, you've got some pretty big decisions coming. Hi, Keisha. It's Julie. I'm back.
I'm sorry.
So what I was saying is, it looks like you have some pretty big decisions here in the next little bit that are coming up. That you're needing to really look at. There's some transitions in your life that are coming up. They're really big, but they're good. So don't be concerned that it's something that's not good.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you. It's just the baby's crying.
Just that you have some really big transitions coming up in your life, and they're good transitions.
That's good.
Are you thinking about moving or possibly buying a house?
Yeah. I'm sorry, what'd you say now?
Are you looking at possibly moving or buying a house?
Moving or buying a house?
Yes.
I already moved into my apartment, but I just want to be stable, have my own car and have my own place, have a stable job. That's all I just want.
Right. You've got some things coming up. I feel like maybe you're going to be making another move.
Okay.
In this next year. I'm feeling like it's possibly maybe somewhere around May that you might be making a transition and a move. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So, was there any other questions that you had?
So, I mean, I don't know what type of questions to ask.
Yeah, again, this male figure that's been here, I'm going to call him your uncle, is just saying that the transitions might be a little bit bumpy, but they're for your highest and best good, and it's going to be okay.
So it's going to be okay?
Yes. He's asking you to stay positive.
Stay positive?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. This transition isn't going to be very long. It's not going to last a long time. So you're going to be just fine going through it.
He said, I'm going to be really nervous?
No. No, you don't need to be nervous at all. It's all good things.
He said this is a good thing?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
He's kind of stepping back right now, so that what that indicates to me is that he's said what he's needed to tell you.
What you say now?
I said he's basically saying that he has told you everything that he needs to tell you.
Okay. All right. So I said thank you.
You are so very welcome. I hope you have a great holiday season.
Okay. That's what he said, or that's what you said?
That's what I'm saying.
Huh? I hear somebody else.
Are there any other questions that you have you want to ask?
Do I want to ask any more questions?
Yeah, is there anything else you would like to ask?
Like, why was I given up for foster care?
Why what?
Why was I given up for foster care?
Let me see if I can tap into that. They're showing me that it was in order to give you a different direction and a better life than what you would have had you stayed in that situation.
Okay. All right.
I'm being shown that everything was done for love, even if it didn't feel that way.
Okay.
Your guides are showing me that, that you have a beautiful family, and that coming from the place that you're coming from, you are better able to guide them and help them in their life.
Okay.
Because you're coming from a different place. It's a place more of love.
Okay.
They're telling me that there's so many good things, that are happening in your life, and that have happened because of that situation.
Okay.
They say that it may not seem that way to you, but it really is. It's been a huge blessing. And if you were to stop and kind of look at the situation, they said that you would see it too.
I'll be with what?
If you stopped and looked at the situation, that you would see what blessings you have in your life as well.
Okay.
So we are coming down to the very last little bit of our show here.
Okay.
So I want to thank you so much for calling in.
Thank you.
I hope you have a wonderful holiday.
You too. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too, Baba.
Well, that does it for us. Another one in the books. Getting ready to say goodbye to 2019 and hello to 2020. So catch me over on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium or Your Time to Shine. Or you can catch me over on my website, www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. Everyone have a very joyous holiday season, and we will see you next time.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Avid Advice Live with Fia Johansson. Live from AvidAdviceLive.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Avid Advice Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about. So I just want to welcome you to the show.
Thank you, Jack.
Much.
I'm so
Pleasure to have
thankful.
you here. So tell us a little bit about your background and the work that you do.
Yes, my name is Fia Johansson, as you said, and I'm a clinical hypnotherapist, and I hijack the subconscious mind, or basically I says that subconscious mind surgeon.
I love that, subconscious brain surgeon.
Yes, exactly. And also I'm helping police officers and private investigators, law enforcement, to finding missing people, helping them with the murder cases and individual cases that come to me from people. Mm-hmm. So all my life, I find my purpose to helping others. And it was easy. I mean, as long as I know I exist, I have to help others. Mm-hmm. And it doesn't matter how. And the funny part, they found me. I never go after anybody. They found me, they asked me, and I'm helping them as much as I can.
That's beautiful. Now, when did you realize you were psychic?
I was 7.5. So a friend of mine was in my house, and they wanted back home, they want to go home, and I just said, no, please don't go. And my grandma says they had to. I says, no, please, because I feel incensed that if your guy's going, then there is going to be a car crash. So they both kind of like, just come on, stop it. It's nothing going to happen. Just she just want to let the friend stay. So my mom was like, okay, just go to your room, have fun, nothing is going to happen. 2 hours later, they phoned us and says, well, unfortunately, they had a car crash. Nothing bad had happened to them, but they had a car crash and they was in the hospital. So from there, my mom said, gosh, I should be scared. I was like, wow, I don't even know why I even said that, and why when I said that, things happened. And I never been normal, like as a child. I always could feel, sense. I always been afraid of dark. I always felt that when I'm actually in the dark, or actually in the dark room, I felt the heat, connection, kind of sense of somebody touching or trying to communicate with me in a very proper way, but in a way that if I could actually tell everybody could say, you're crazy, you're getting crazy. Oh my God, take this lady to the doctor, or little girl to the doctor. But then later on, when I was at the age of 14, I started to realize that, I may be an empath. Mm-hmm. Or maybe when every single person actually dying, people communicating with me after they are dying. So what's wrong with me? What's wrong with them? So then I studied about medium and mediumship, and then I moved from my country to Stockholm, and let's just say about that stories. Well, my career started from there. It was October 6, 1999. It was almost minus 30 degrees, super cold. And it was just about 2 weeks that I moved from my country to Stockholm. I couldn't speak English. I couldn't speak Swedish. I just could speak Persian and a little of Italian. I went to the grocery store and I saw somebody is just running behind and with the gun in hand. I was like, is it correct? That was the gun? What was it? So I saw that all of a sudden shooting, and also the police officers and a lot of people get into the stores. And as I do remember, I stopped the cops to not following and going through the place that he wanted to. And he trying to push me away. He says like, don't stop me, I have to go. And I was like, no, don't, because he can kill you. And I don't even know how I told him that he could understood what I meant by don't, you're gonna be killed. I stopped him, so I hold him like that. I do remember that. I was like little tiny, just was cold, but I felt like I have to stop him. However, my career started from there. They understood that if I couldn't really realize and replace that person that was behind the wall, then the officer could be killed very easily in the head. Mm-hmm. So from there, they asked me a question, how you stopped the officer? How did you know that this guy was hiding behind the door and the wall? And I told them, well, that was my life and my stories and everything. So then they said, you know what, we need you, and you should just be part of us. I was just 14, I was just like a teenager. 13. Yeah, and they've been super excited, they've been amazed by everything that I did so far for them, and I started working with them until I moved to America. So I'm still working with them on the phone. So if they have cases, they're calling me, they're telling me. And there's a large of clients of mine that they're calling me from everywhere, from Australia, London, Canada, whatever. And that's why I developed the Avid Advice platform for myself to let people talk to me and communicate with me about their problems. But right now, my most amazing, better say, gift that I have is about finding missing people, helping officers and investigators to solving their cases.
Fascinating, fascinating. I'm curious, most people, if you were to survey the average American, would say they don't believe in psychics, they don't believe in mediums. When you were growing up, was that an issue for you?
As I said, mine was always word of mouth. So I mean, every single person who actually came to me first, they've been non-believer until they see something with their own eyes. Mm-hmm. Mostly, as you know, like officers, private investigators, they are not really logical. They're kind of more logical, not biological.
Right.
And when a psychic or medium telling them don't do, it's kind of hard for them to accept from the beginning until actually they know that, oh, she knows what she's talking about. Mm-hmm. So for me, it was hard until they start to believe in, oh, she does. 2 years ago, I found the missing pilot, the black box of the missing pilot. Coast Guard communicated with me and says like, we are looking for that missing pilot, and the instructor, can you help us? I said, you are guys close by to the ocean, and it's just not the right place because I can hear what he's telling me exactly where he is right now. And they said, what we should do now is to send a helicopter and I will guide you guys where to go. And we found the black box, and LAPD confirmed that, Coast Guard confirmed that was from the same flight. And I was in NBC News, and then after that, people just starting to call and communicate more, so that's why I developed Avid Advice, for them to communicate more then, yeah.
Sophia, your success has obviously been amazing. You've been on television, you're solving problems for everybody, including law enforcement, and doing what would often be considered miraculous things. What do you attribute your amazing success to?
Believing myself, believing my abilities, knowing my market. I always telling to everyone, because I am helping people to develop their businesses as well. It doesn't matter what type of businesses, but by helping them how to create. So I always tell everybody, just look into what market wants from you. Don't say what market can bring to me, because market would never bring anything to you until you bring quality to market. My only word to every single business entrepreneur, woman business entrepreneur, is about believe in yourself, always quality bring always quantity, remember that. And look around and see exactly what you need, what your market need, and also get in tune with your soul and see who are you, how are you, and if you are okay. Because if you do not have control over your life, then you do not have over control over your business, then over your life and over everything. So stay away from negative people, from negativities, and just be yourself. in every single moment and areas of your life.
Now, you may have just answered the next question I was going to ask you, which is, looking back from where you sit now, very successful, very confident. When you were looking back, let's say at the 20-year-old Fia, what would you have told her? Anything different than what you just said?
Never be afraid.
Never be afraid.
To show off.
To show off?
Yes. Because I was afraid always to show off, because when I left my country, I was just a teenager, and I've been together with a lot of Swedish, people, and I do remember the first time when I want to connect with them, they've been kind of super cold. It takes time for them to just accept you in their group. So I always try to hold myself back and in trying to let them to moving forward. Then I felt like, why I'm doing this? I'm a proud, beautiful young lady that I do everything by myself. I'm helping 1 million of people right now, and I do a fantastic job with a lot of law enforcement officers. And why I'm trying to hold myself back and not speaking to them or just letting them to, take an action towards to whatever they are asking me or doing. You know what? It's time. Get up now. Just hold yourself up and just say, hello, this is me, Fia Johansson. So, and yeah, if I was just show off more and then could say that, good job, go for it. Never be afraid of talking, never be afraid of communicating with people, never be afraid of showing who you are as a person. Just be yourself in every single matter of your life. Whatever happened, wherever you are, whomever you are, and wherever you end up with, you have to just be yourself.
Beautiful, beautiful. So if people want to reach you and take advantage of your talents, your skills, your gifts, where do they go? How do they find you?
There's a couple ways, but the easiest way is if they can go to PersianMedium.com and AvidAwakening.com, and they can reach my platform, which is AvidAdvice.com. So, and then they sign up and they call and chat from there. Sometimes they send me an email, because I'm receiving 1 million emails. My assistant says, oh my God, Fiona, they want to prioritize this and prioritize that. But I will definitely get in with people when they call through Avid Advice, because that's the only way that I can communicate and connect with people directly. Yeah.
Beautiful.
And my Instagram, by the way, I have over 1,300,000 followers.
Good for you.
Which is, I'm happy. And every time when I'm actually having 60-second videos, I see, okay, 3 million views. Oh, thank you, God. So I'm happy that I'm helping them. I'm happy to make them to feel happy. I'm happy to make them and feel them happy.
Beautiful. Well, thank you, Fia.
Thank you so much.
You being on the show today. And for all of you, check out her website. She can help you with a lot of different things. So stick around, though. We have one more guest today. So see you in a couple of minutes.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Fia Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. An author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage Ms. Fia Johansson.
Welcome back. Did you know that police departments across the country and even the CIA sometimes turn to psychics to help them solve cases? Victims' families looking for answers also turn to mediums for closure. Fiona Johansson is an author as well as a licensed psychologist and hypnotist.
Welcome back. Our next guest is a celebrity medium, a clinical hypnotherapist, a holistic healer, and holds a master's in psychology. Fia Johansson is known as the Persian medium, and she's even worked with intelligence agencies and law enforcement to find answers in cases. cases. She also wants all of us to discover our best selves. Fia, good morning.
Hey everybody, welcome back. I'm Jack Canfield, your host for Hollywood Live. My next guest, Fia Johansson, is an amazing person. She is speaks 5 languages, which I find very impressive. She's emigrated to several countries, has a psychology degree from the University of Stockholm in Sweden. She is a hypnotherapist, clinical hypnotherapist and healer, and God knows probably other things I don't even know about.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson.
For centuries, it's believed that mediums have been able to mediate communication between spirits of the dead and living human beings. People usually recruit mediums to help them get in contact with family members or friends who have passed on. But celebrity psychic Fia Johansson is also using her abilities to help law enforcement solve cold cases and help exonerate and free innocent inmates. And Fiona's joining us now. Fiona, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. How are you doing today?
Back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. What's going on? Let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. Yeah. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm, and when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide. Yeah. And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them. Yeah. Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, why now?
I've always been around media. But this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing. Yeah. And that was the feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they want to feature me, and then after that everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July. Wow. So I had a interview with iHeartRadio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people, Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do. Actually help them
So
out.
when does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years. And also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, you know, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me, and I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have. We are based on energies. We pick up energies. We're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really
Attitude,
good places
yes.
right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities. If you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this is taking you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wants it you to be. Bring your unique personality, tap into your talent and energies, and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life, I need her to help my organization, like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice, A-V-I-D Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face to face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here.
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
A beautiful, gorgeous wellness center who will adjust you mentally, emotionally, and physically. Also, it will help you to manifest your finance, anything and everything you desire for. This place is a very beautiful place which is located in Corona Del Mar. So please book your appointment today.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Gemma Spirit World with Gemma. Live from GemmaSpiritWorld.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Gemma Spirit World
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello everybody, I am Gemma, your host tonight. How are we all doing? Depending whereabouts in the world today. It is 2:30 here on the Gold Coast, Australia. Oh my goodness, today is my last day of work. And I am over the moon. I'm excited. I even feel like I'm in holiday mode already. I've had just a big week of clients, and I'm so grateful for everyone that I've met this year. And I know that, we're nearly coming up to the new year, but it's just been a massive big whirlwind for me, and I've met so many amazing people just doing the work that I love doing, and it's really just shown me how much support and love and just how many different people have different experiences and journeys, and we all have a story to be told. And so it's been a big week for me. So this morning I've wrapped it up with one client this morning, and basically been at work this morning just celebrating just the whole year, surrounding ourselves with everyone that supported us this year. So my vibration is pretty high at the moment. It's up here, and I'm really ready for next year. So I'm looking forward to, for new opportunities and new doors opening. And I know that everyone that's listening at the moment are all thinking and feeling the same way, that this year has been huge and a lot of personal growth, lots of challenges and lots of things that we've all had to deal with. And just to know that, you're never alone. We're all going through the same thing at different stages in our life. And, and it's the most important thing is to really reach out to, just to reach out to people, if you feel like you're alone or you don't have anyone in your life, there's lots of different support groups on Facebook or, and in your local area. So just really to reach out, especially this time of year, given that it's Christmas next week, a time for, it's, lots of ups and downs for people for many reasons, especially if it's a time that certain loved ones are in the spirit world and won't be around for that particular day. But I rest assure you that, they will be there in spirit. They will be there celebrating with you. You may not see them, but you may feel them. But just knowing that, they are there around you. So it is a time to really reach out to people that, if you know that someone doesn't have, somewhere to go for the day, or, really open up your hearts, your homes, give from the heart, especially the homeless people as well. And there's always someone that, just someone out there that's just really wanting the company, or just someone to listen to and just share, really share every day, basically, not just Christmas. So to really reach out to anyone and everyone. So it's been a huge, and it's just amazing. You don't realize the support that's out there until, you reach out. You can't always expect people to come to us, and we really need to also, meet halfway with everyone. So, so basically, that is me. So I've also just wanted to touch base with, oh gosh, my goodness, just lots of All right, enough about me, I reckon. Let's get to our callers. We have Debbie in Baltimore, Maryland, USA. Hello, Debbie. How are you tonight?
Good, yourself?
Very well, thank you. How can I help you, lovely? What areas in your life would you like me to look at for you?
Really, relationship and business.
Yeah, okay. Just let me because I'm really feeling your heart chakra at the moment. It feels really heavy at the moment around your work, around your career work. I also see that you have two big decisions to make. Does this resonate with you? I can see that there's decisions in front of you and you're in a place in your life, in your mind at the moment, not sure which way to go. I keep saying, is there two important things about work at the moment that resonates with you?
Yes, I'm self-employed, so yeah, I'm trying to make decisions. That's correct.
Yeah, definitely, and I feel that, and I know that, what I keep hearing from Spirit is that they are mentioning that really look at the distance between traveling, how much energy you have with your traveling distance. I feel that one job has the opportunity, which sounds great, but there's some traveling involved. Does this resonate with one of the jobs that I am seeing at the moment?
No, it wouldn't involve traveling, but I do plan on traveling. That is correct. Sometime next year. But I'm an investor, and I buy properties and I renovate them.
Yep. And you travel for work? Is that obviously you do quite a bit of traveling for work for your properties?
No, it's usually local in Baltimore, or I'll go to Delaware, which is where my kids live at.
Okay. And there's another opportunity around your work that you're seeking or wanting to do. Is that correct? Because I keep saying there's two jobs. One that you have now, which you are self-employed with, but there's another positioning that you're thinking of heading towards.
Well, yeah, I had thought about doing deliveries for Amazon, or maybe doing Lyft or Uber, something like that. Just something to make some quick money.
Yeah, and definitely to mix it up. I also see that because you work, you put so many hours, you put lots of long hours and days into the current work at the moment. But I also hear that, yes, you enjoy a good challenge and you've been very successful, but you're still yearning for something more creative as well to really, and that's why I see that creative side of you that wants to take hold of you at the moment. You have a big pull to go to the second big opportunity that is right in front of you. I see that. I also feel that, it's not to put too much pressure on yourself, not to doubt yourself. It's like, really trust your intuition on where you want to go. I see that. It's interesting because I keep seeing that whether you're able to do both jobs, but I feel like whether you pull back on the first job, but you focus more on the second job and you still have contacts in regards to your first job. Does that resonate with you with what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. So I see that, it's one job. So the first job you're pulling away from, but you still got those contacts, whether you're doing less time with that, but you're focusing more time on your second job. I see that the expansion of your second job really takes you, and I guess when I said originally that I see you traveling a lot for your job, given that this second job allows you to travel in your own home, to travel out, you know what I mean? So online, expanding the business, that it travels far. So I see that's the second job is the direction that you will head towards. And I see that, it's very fulfilling. At the same time, you're going to make great connections, but I just see a lot of people following you.
That's great. Now let me ask you, because I have a situation where I'm trying to refinance a mortgage of mine, and I seem to be struggling with that. Do you see that being successful?
Situation around what? Can you just explain that again? It was just a bit blurry on my ears. Situation around what was that again? Sorry.
Oh, okay. I'm trying to get a refinance on my mortgage, but my credit is crappy. And so the guy that I'm working with, he has two turned him down, so he's not real hopeful about the third person. But then he ran my daughter's credit as a backup. So my question is, will I be able to get it on my own, or will I have to use one of my daughters?
Have you sought out a second opinion in regards to going with someone else? Because I see that you'll be able to do it on your own without seeking help from your daughter. Is there any chance of seeking out a second opinion from somebody else?
Well, I do have a lady that will do it, but see, the thing is, she's only going to be a short-term financer again. And I wanted someone that was going to give me a 30-year mortgage, and the person that already approved me. She's not able to do a 30-year until I can straighten out my credit. So I guess I'll probably have to end up going with her.
I see you meeting halfway. So whether you really approach your finance guy at the moment and approach him in a different way that's really thinking outside the box. I see you meeting halfway with him, as in that you offer him a better deal to see if he will just give him options, and rather than him having the ball in his court, if that makes sense.
Right. Okay. And then
also, with the other lady finance, does she have any recommendations for somebody else? Because I keep seeing a third party come into it. Even though I've seen the finance guy offer him, but I also see a third party coming into it from the lady's side. Has she recommended anyone else for you to see?
No, because she's a direct lender. So they have their own in-house financing. Probably what I'll do is I'll touch base with her tomorrow just to see. Now, let me ask you a question, because there's someone that I have an interest in, Sean. What do
Sean, that's a partner around you named Sean, is that correct?
Yes.
Is this a long-distance relationship? Because I feel like my heart's I can feel his heart and your heart chakra, but I feel like there's a long-distance thing going on. Is that correct, or you haven't had much communication with him? Just something feels long between you two, like a long-distance relationship?
Well, no, we're both local, but as far as the communication, it's not there.
Okay, the communication isn't there. Gosh, what I keep seeing for you is that it's interesting. I see you moving forward on your own. Moving forward, I feel like there's a lot of mind games. I feel like it messes with your mind, and it can overclouds your judgment on things. So I see with the relationship with Sean that what I see is that you're going to part ways.
Part ways?
Yes, part ways. Because I see that as you come into your second job that you're wanting to do, you're going to have more, because you're more creative, you're more happy, you're happy in an area that you have more control in what you want to do in your life, and this allows you to have more confidence in who you want to spend your time around and what kind of time you want to spend around people. So I see that when you go with this second job, around that time is when you part ways with Sean.
Well, I'm not with him now.
You're with him now?
No, I'm not. I have never been.
Oh, you haven't never been, but you're wanting a relationship with him. Is that correct?
No, just friends. Not even a work, it's just friends.
Okay, just friends. Okay. Well, I don't see any, what's it called?
Hello?
Yeah, just more friendship than anything serious is what I see between you two. Hello, Debbie? Okay, I think we have lost Debbie. Okay, we might tune into Ashley from New Orleans, USA. Hello, Ashley. How are you doing?
Hey, how are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Oh, my goodness, you've got a lot going your way, haven't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness. So, areas in your life, relationships.
Yep.
Are you actually going out? Have you got something big coming out? Because I feel like you're ready to really embrace and change as well. I also feel like you're ready to really put yourself out there. I still feel like there's someone around you very close that's playing a bit of mind games with you, because I feel like my head's, there's lots of questions or unanswered questions around a relationship. At the same time, I also see that you're wanting to put yourself out there and create more change and meet new people. Does this resonate with you at all?
Yes, I do. I try to meet new people and everything like that. I've been joining a lot of dating sites, but I met this one guy that I really like back.
Yep. And I just see, what I keep seeing is keep on having fun, keep on enjoying yourself and enjoying the new relationship that is forming between this guy. What I'm seeing is that, I
haven't seen him yet. Is it going to be the guy that I was with back in October? Or?
In October, did you say? A guy back in October?
Yeah, there's this guy that I dated for a month, and he said that he needed space.
Yep. And you don't have much of it's like a friendship kind of thing going on at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, you cut me off right now.
Yeah, okay. I just keep seeing that the relationship's fun and that, you're going to be having a lot more fun getting to know one another. I also just seeing you embracing change. There's lots of new change coming your way, but I also see that February is going to be a big month for you, you're going to have you're really going to know which direction you're going to go in your relationship.
Yeah, but will he contact me before then? Because he's cut off all ties with me currently.
He's what, sorry?
He's cut off all ties with me currently. He won't even talk to me right now.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Holy crap. Okay. Well, yeah, it's interesting because he's, what I keep seeing is, but he kind of leaves you in the lurch, but he also plays mind games. So he'll be the one to contact you all the time and then drop you. Is that correct?
Yes. He called me back and he said he didn't like talking on the phone and stuff like that.
Yeah. What I keep seeing is that, you keep embracing the change and really just, because I feel that what he's doing isn't right for you. I also feel that and also see that, you're not one to play games and you're not one to wait for somebody that doesn't give you doesn't respect you. So keep on moving forward, keep on doing what you're doing and putting yourself out there to meet new people.
Yeah, so he's not the one exact, apparently, right?
Yeah, so keep on doing what you're doing, because I feel like February that you're going to be meeting someone. There's something around February for you.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah, so that sounds good. Yeah, definitely. And you like to dance a lot, is that correct? So I keep seeing your feet moving a lot.
Yes, I'm going to Armin van Buren with friends next month.
Yeah, awesome. So I feel like that's a good time to kick up your heels and to just have fun, enjoy yourself, and not to let people that drain your energy or hold you back from being you.
Exactly.
You've also got travel around in March as well. So you're doing any traveling in March?
I've got my cousin's wedding here in New Orleans.
Yeah, I see there's travel and it feels like it's and it's away for a week. Are you going away for about a week?
No, the wedding's here in New Orleans. It's right in my backyard, practically. Uptown.
Sorry. Okay, so around March. I just keep seeing you going away for a week somewhere in March.
Probably so. I have been talking vacation about. My family has been talking about vacation.
Yep. Okay. So you've got that coming up. You've got lots of exciting times with people and just, you live in the moment. You really, you have a lot of gratitude for everyone that you meet. You don't look back. You don't look back in the past. You don't hold things, you don't let things hold you back, which is great because I know that, that, you know, you have this big love, you have this big heart, and I know that you're yearning for someone special to be able to settle down with, because I feel that in your heart chakra.
You know what nationality he's going to be or anything like that?
Nationalities,
because I'm into a lot of Latino men, that's why I was wondering if he's going to be Latino again, or...
I keep seeing someone around for you. It's interesting. It feels like he has a lot of energy like yourself, but he's one for wearing hats every now and then, whether he goes out and he wears different hats, but he's one for really getting into character. So he's obviously, you know, he's not afraid to be himself. The guy that I keep seeing at the moment, it feels like the weather's, I don't know, I keep feeling like what I keep seeing is that he's the life of the party, and basically not only that, he's just not all ego. He's really he's got a sweetheart, and he gives a lot of attention and time to getting to know people.
That's exactly what I need in my life.
Yeah, definitely, and he's very grounding, and it is something that, you know, you've always, you know, being the one to put everyone else first before yourself and do everything. But I know that this guy that you're going to meet is, you know, he's got a great heart, and he listens, and, you know, he wants to really look after you, so, and vice versa. So I see that, you know, it's a mutual, and it feels like with him, because I keep seeing him, but I don't like to get caught too much up in description likes, because obviously everyone changes in their description, but he's not afraid to be himself and to get out of his comfort zones, which has allowed him to meet you, because you've also at a time in your life where you're embracing new things and trying new things out and meeting new people. So I see that the connection between you two is going to be really strong.
Do you see kids in my future at all? Or?
Pardon?
Do you see any kids in my future?
Yes, definitely. I also see that it's interesting because when I see a name, I feel like he's got a short letter name, like a four-letter name. There's 4 letters in his name.
Yeah, do you see kids in my future?
Oh, kids, 2 kids.
We have 3 kids?
2.
2. That's what I thought. That's what I've been planning for my life. Yes, exactly.
Yeah, 2 kids. Yeah. So I keep saying 2, boy and girl.
Oh, that's perfect.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like, yeah, it just feels really good. It just really embrace meeting new people. You've got new opportunities coming your way, but
do I have any job opportunities coming up?
Job opportunity. You're working 2 jobs at the moment, aren't you?
No, I'm not working any jobs right now.
Okay, because I keep seeing 2 coming your way, if that's the case, because it's like, but they feel like
I have been talking to different people about different jobs, so that
you have been putting it out there to the universe that you want work.
Yeah, we're putting out, talking to people, trying to see around with there's jobs available.
Definitely. I know that when you get your first job, then the second one will come along too, and you'll get to that point where you'll need to make a decision which job you'd like to do, depending on the opportunities that it presents you.
Exactly.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like, and that's why I see that, you know, January, February, March, because those 3 months are really important for you next year to really start the year off.
Great. That sounds wonderful.
Yeah, definitely.
So March, you said it's going to be my big month, or February,
yeah,
right?
February, March are your biggest months.
Yeah, so it'll be the highlight of my year, right?
Yes, definitely.
Yes, that sounds great.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes,
and it's like, yep.
Like a what?
Oh, no, sorry. I keep hearing new experiences. So I know that experiences. So I know that you like a good challenge, and you like to, I know from these experiences and new opportunities coming your way that really get you out of your comfort zone. And I know that it really, you know, people really get to see you for you, which I know they do, but it's also they get to see a different side of you that you're able to shine because you have a lot of confidence.
I've been struggling in my life with it, so.
Yeah, definitely. So this is your time to step up.
Good. I'm thrilled.
Yeah, it's really good. It's really good. I'm looking forward to your also actually. Do you have anyone around you that's a Gemini star sign?
What month is Gemini?
June.
What?
Month of June?
June, yeah, my dad.
Oh, okay. So I've got a Gem.
The 12th.
And he's alive still?
Yeah, he's still alive, yes.
Yeah, okay. So I've got June coming, okay, so that's a birthday month in June. I just keep seeing that your dad, he's a big support for you. Have you not had much contact with him lately? Because I feel like he's very busy with work.
I love my dad. I love my dad's friends, yeah.
Yeah, you have a strong connection with your dad.
Yeah, but I was my mom, because my mom I'm close with too.
Yep, okay, so your mum, pardon, what was that again? Your mum is a...
My mom and my dad, I live at home with them.
Yeah, definitely. So that's good that you're very close to them as well. Also, I keep seeing a big clock around you, so there's something that you're waiting for the time to... There's something about a clock around you. Is there something that, let me just see what that clock is showing me for. It's come around family right up. And it feels like it's more to do with decision makings regarding a certain time. Does this resonate with you with a particular event coming up? I'm not saying Christmas,
yeah, I've been waiting to go like New Year's and do something with friends. So I'll be able to do that this year. That's what I've been hoping to do.
Yeah, that's what I keep seeing. So that's an important decision to make. And I know that, do what you want to do. And also what I keep seeing for you is that, make sure that you rest and recover.
Gotcha. So do you feel like you're going out with for New Year's or?
Pardon?
Whether you go girlfriends for New Year's or?
I see that it's you're around a mixture of different people, but I know you're doing lots of dancing.
Yes.
All right, Ashley, I need to wrap up our lovely session together.
It was
lovely to meet you.
Thank you so much.
Enjoy 2020.
Yeah, thank you for everything.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okie dokie. I'd just like to thank you, A1R Psychic Radio Channel, for today's show. I wish everyone a lovely Christmas for next week. It feels like it's come really quickly. So really open your hearts to just open your hearts, just listen, be there. And it's not all about the present giving, it's about being in the moment, being in the present and enjoying everyone's company. So enjoy the food, and also I look forward to seeing you next week. So thank you. You can follow me on Gemma Spirit World. I look forward to seeing you. Bye.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is Soul Star Radio. I'm Jacqueline Westmore. We're coming to you live from the Mind Body Spirit Festival in Melbourne, Australia. And I'm joined today by a very special guest, wonderful Frances Bevan, who is a psychic medium, astrologer and author. So welcome to the show, Frances.
Thank you very much. Awesome to be back.
Absolutely. So now, tell us a little bit about your journey. You once were in the police force.
That's right. I first began doing code readings at the age of 10. Then when I turned 18, I joined the Australian Federal Police Force. I left the Australian Federal Police Force in 1984, and then I became a psychic.
Yep. And did you ever find that when you're on the police force that you would get visions or anything like that? I mean, obviously you work with evidence and you were being professional on that level, but did you find that your instinct was sort of really picking up on things as well then?
Yes, that was definitely the case, and the whole thing is that you would know automatically that if somebody was in the wrong, whether they were right, whether they were hiding things from you. That comes up to your sixth sense. We all have a very strong intuition. But see, I believe that anybody who works in the services, particularly anybody who works with health, healing, aged care nursing, ICU nurse, anything along that, tend to have a sixth sense.
Yeah.
They sort of tend to know things that other people don't. And just not backed up just on the medical side of things, it's the intuition that's at work.
Yeah.
That's, so it goes into that, exactly the same category.
Yeah, because it's like, I think the thing is that the more intuitive the person who's working in health or working in services, working in forces, the more they're going to go, I've got the evidence here, but I also feel it's this. Let's explore that angle too. So I'm still working as a professional, but it's like getting down to following that feeling. And it's like in corporate, when I work in corporate, you'd have CEOs regularly say to you, well, I had these 2 contracts, I looked about the same, but that one felt right, so I went there. And that's that whole listening to the guidance and the instinct. Now, you were showing us a book before that you've written. So tell us a bit more about that.
Okay, I first started my clairvoyant, my psychic thesis in 1984. If you've been reading the cards that's based purely on the ordinary, everyday playing cards, it was published by Angus and Robinson Publishers, and it's actually sold internationally. It's amazing. Actually sold in Singapore, the UK, America, New Zealand. It teaches people how to use the everyday ordinary playing cards. See, people don't realise the playing cards are related directly to the minor arcana of tarot.
Yeah.
I put histories in here, I put threads in here to make it extremely easy to read. Come 1990, the handbook of psychic development was published by HarperCollins. HarperCollins at that stage was taken over and will be published. But this one breaks into 6 different sections covering the playing card. It's more information in this one about the playing card. There's the tarot, showing you how to combine the card, how to use them in group readings, how to use them in various spreads, both simple and complex. I go into numerology, I go into astrology. On the astrology side of things, what I do is I actually sort of show how to use sort of even astrology and the tarot together. Because every major arcana card links directly with one of the astrological either signs or planets. Section 3, though, covers how to become psychic. How to trust your intuition, how to do things like psychometry, jewelry reading, how to do mediumship. And Section 6 of this book teaches you how to be your own psychic, how to establish yourself in business.
I love it. That's really good because a lot of the time people teach psychedelics, they don't actually teach you how to cope out in these bad world, how to deal with the public, because you get all kinds.
You definitely do.
And some of them are more frilly and lacy than others, and others are more interesting. Now, actually, we've got our first caller on the line.
Okay,
We've got Amy in, my gosh, I'm doing a Mercury retrograde, mate. We've got Cheryl in Amherst in Massachusetts. Are you there, Cheryl?
Yeah.
Yep, she's there.
Yes, hello, Cheryl. How are you? It's Francis.
I'm good.
Cheryl, how is it that I can help you today?
Excuse me?
Is there a particular question that you'd like to ask, Cheryl?
Do I have a question?
Yes, please.
Yes, I think so. I'm in a relationship with somebody, but it's becoming very difficult because he has to go renew his visa every 6 months, and he has to leave for 4 months every time. And I don't know if it's going to work out.
Cheryl, what's your date of birth?
Excuse me?
What is your date of birth?
3/23/79.
Cheryl, what's sort of happening? And the fact I get a very deep sense that you're going to walk away from this relationship. What I feel as though, even though you're investing a great deal of emotional energy into it, that's not going to give you what you need. It's not going to give you that deep satisfaction. And whilst you're disappointed, you're going to realise you've done absolutely everything you possibly can to make this relationship work. You're going to realise you have to aim for something much higher, much better sort of thing here. And I believe in walking away, you're actually going to find somebody very special who's just right for you. That's what I believe is up ahead here. You know, I don't believe he intentionally wants to hurt you. I just don't think he's capable of giving you what you need. And that's the reason that you're going to aim for something much higher. It will be you, Sean. Right. You're the one who finds happiness and contentment, and not somebody who has to get a visa on.
This is what I thought, anyways.
Being very grounded, very down to earth, already has his life established, and is just the right man for you. I don't believe this current one is.
Like, I feel like I'm ready for love, but I just don't feel like this was right.
Yes, no, you're spot on. This one is not right for you. He's not able to give you what you need. And the thing is that, you know, it's time to move on.
Right. Thank you.
I'm really getting that sense too, Francis. I feel like that next guy is actually quite local to her. Is that the same thing you're getting as well? Yeah. I actually feel like it's got kind of almost like a businessy, professional kind of energy as well, in the type of work he's doing. And I totally get saying he's just the guy you've got right now. We don't intend to hurt her, but it does feel like he's just not able to give her what she's looking for. So, yeah, really, I'm putting the cards too. So, we hope that helps you, Cheryl, with everything. Now, I've also got someone who's grouped them in. Now, this lady's from, thank you so much for writing in. Everyone, you can write in to Soulstar Radio. Just go on to soulstar.media, or you can go on to Facebook and type in Soulstar Radio with Jacqueline, you'll find me. And I've got Donna. She's in United Kingdom in Neath, and she's born 11th of May 1990. And her question is, my brother's funeral was on my birthday. Is he around, please? And I'm just going to pull up the photo of him there. That's him there.
What's the first name again, please?
Donna.
Hi, Donna. I do believe your brother's very much there around you. There's a very strong tie between the two of you. With your brother, I do get the feeling that there's ongoing health out here. That's what I get the sense of. I do get a struggle with breathing there as well, but I get the feeling that he's much more happier there on the other side. He's also mentioning children. You know, he's passing his love on to his family and on to the younger members there of the family. So whether this is his own direct children and also sort of nephews, nieces, he was very much family orientated. You know, he was certainly a very educated man too. I get the feeling that before he got ill, he was very educated and getting all these books seem to be associated there with him. You know, he was a man who sort of, you know, certainly was sort of highly intelligent. He's somebody who would have taught people, you know, either through his working life or his day-to-day life. I just get that energy directly there from him. You know, he's certainly very much there with you. You and him had a soulmate relationship. You had a sister-brother soulmate relationship. You know, and that's always going to be there. He's wanting you to become fired up about new projects. There's something about writing here as well. So I don't know whether you or your brother were involved in writing, or you're looking at doing something on a written basis here. But he's wanting you to go forward with that and saying move forward there with your written projects, move forward there with your work projects, because you're certainly going to achieve great there for yourself. Thank you very much, Donna.
Also, that's really good, Francis. I also got there, it's like she's quite hard on herself in some way. And it's like just to highlight, you know, you are worthy, you're doing a really good job. It's really important for you to press ahead. So I really like that picking up on that new project and all that sorts of things. Now, we're currently at the Mind Body Spirit Festival in the Melbourne Convention Centre in Melbourne, just got the lovely Yarra River, which that's winning. It's there. Behind us is actually the entry to the Mind Body Spirit Festival. So you're all going to be there today and How long is it going until again?
It's going to run from today. It starts and the whole of the weekend. We've got the Saturday and the Sunday here. It starts at 10 a.m. finishes at 7 p.m. each night. So I'm located to stand C36. I also have my team with me today. Yep. I have my team of readers. You know, they're at B10. We've got sort of several different people. We have Paulus Verstappen, who sort of specialises with rooms. They're all fascinating all by themselves. Ron Kelly specialises there with the psychometry and the medical intuitive side of things. We've got Leon at my stand, who's sort of she's also one of our colleagues in Psychic TV. So she's quite amazing. You know, with her experience. Doreen Boxtel, she's actually sort of highly spiritual, excellent giving people psychic counsel, psychic guidance. So there's myself and my team here. And Jackman's with him as well.
I'm actually going to be at my shop and office in CBD in Collins Street for the weekend. I tend to at times come along to the MBS and do the talks here and do the reading demonstrations rather than stand so I go and out again. Sometimes I'll be in my office and they'll be having a reading on the Friday. I'm going to go, so Jacqueline, are you going to be at the MBS with the stand this weekend? I go, you've had your reading here, haven't you? And they go, oh yeah, okay, gotcha. But still, I have done here before. It's a wonderful festival. There's a lot to come and see. And we've actually got one, time for one more caller, I think. We've got Danielle in Boston, Massachusetts, in the US. Hello, Danielle, are you there? She's there somewhere. Can't quite hear it, can we?
No, can't quite hear you, Danielle. Just waiting to hear from you.
See if you can come in. Otherwise, I do have another reading. We might go to that. We've got Celine in Melbourne, Australia. Her date of birth is the 22nd of March, 95. And she's saying, I've had the closest people die to me in the workplace, getting married soon and want to know if they are around me, how they feel about it, and want to know if they're with me, if they're okay, safe, and if I'm making the right decisions in life. So I've just got a photo of her coming up now.
Selena, I most definitely believe you're making the right decisions. I do believe this man very much loved you. You've got several people with you. You've got a mother figure on the other side there who's watching over you and is very happy for you. There's a woman here who sort of would have either passed from cancer as well, something connected either with the breast or the chest. That's what I'm picking up on very strongly that's there. You know, but she's certainly there watching over you, that's for sure. And we also have a male figure that's there as well. You've got a few people that's there around you as well. But most definitely you are making the right decision. It is time to go forward, that's for sure. And the good thing about your man is that he's not going to only just wipe your tears. He's going to give you the power to go forward there with things. He's a very strong-minded man. You know, he will give you that wise advice, that strength when you need it. It shows us here on his working front that he's extremely professional at whatever he may do. He's very well known here for his mind, whether he works in law, medicine, or something on a professional basis. He's known for his mind. He's highly intelligent, highly respected. But the thing is, he's drawn to you because you're opposite to him in a way. Because you complement him, this sort of thing. That you're more, you know, that yin that goes to that game, that Juliet that goes with Romeo sort of thing. You've got that strong connection. It's always going to be there. Sure, you two may not always see everything the same, but Celine, I don't believe you want a yes man. I believe you want somebody who's going to be himself, and that's definitely what you're getting with this man, and it's genuine and positive. So go ahead with it, sweetheart. You're doing the right thing. Just learn to trust yourself.
Does feel that way, absolutely. Now we might try Danielle again in Boston. Are you there, Danielle?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here.
I'm feeling her. I'm just not hearing her. Yep, she's there.
Hello?
Okay, we still can't quite hear her. Did you want to try picking up the hand even though we can't hear it? And see where...
Danielle, you've got some awesome things coming up ahead career-wise. Things are really going to go forward for you in a good way. You've learned to be very independent. You've achieved a lot for your life through your independence. It does look as though in a way that your financial side of things is certainly going to be very secure. In a way, it's like creating like a new home environment around you, which may mean either a move, new furniture, new furnishings. You know, I feel like you're really going to get enjoyment out of your life. I get a strong connection with the bush, with animals, and nature there around as well. That's what stands out very strongly. But you're very much on the right path. And Danielle, there's an older female who watches over you very much. I get the feeling of sort of like a grandmother sort of feeling coming through here. And I'd say this is on your mother's side of the family as well. She's somebody who loved nature, so that she really had a way with animals sort of thing. I see this quite compassionate side of things of that. And she's one of your guides who's standing out there very much watching you and guiding you and directing you in the right way. What you've got to learn to do, though, is trust yourself and drop any fear and replace that with faith. You've got to drop the anxieties, have faith, and just go forward. Thank you very much. Awesome to read you, Danielle.
Beautiful. I was actually saying the first part, the sort of wavy and held back in a bit of a bun there. It's really beautiful, that lady. Hopefully that helps Danielle. And Danielle, if you need to, you can always contact the show directly through soulstar.media or go on Facebook for Soulstar Radio, and I can sort of, when the gaps that might be there, if you haven't quite heard, you haven't heard us. Also listen to the podcast later. It's been wonderful having you on the show. But let's talk about briefly as well with psychic protection for just a few minutes. For those who are sort of new to it or feeling a bit bogged down with heavy energy, how can they sort of shift that, would you say?
So, Jacqueline, what I'm doing is come 2020, I'm actually focusing on 2023, my teaching year.
Yep.
Okay, so there's going to be workshop and courses. Those are listed there on my actual website on francisbevan.com. So they're sort of going to be here for all over Australia. Plus, I'm travelling actually to Malaysia. I've been here as well. And that's going to be part of what I'm going to be teaching Malaysian people. One of the easiest things to do with psychic protection is, whilst I'm not religious, I do believe in the Bible. I do believe that it's certainly to help you the strength. But it's also the fact of having that faith in yourself, a full faith in the universe. And if you need that help, you need that protection, ask for it from the universe, ask for it from your guides, ask for it from God himself, sort of thing, because it is going to be there. And the whole thing is, negative energy very easily invades when you get anxious, when you get worried, when you get stressed. So you need to make sure that you're doing your best to take care of your health, your general state of health, you're meditating, relaxing, going through the connecting again with nature sort of thing. That's what it tells us. You know, so if you focus on that, you focus on sort of just creating that positive space, that positive energy, that will block out all that negativity.
So negativity as well, for people who don't think about, like, that you think, no, that's good, bad. Sometimes people can be focused on that other person's just all bad and I'm just all good and I am just a victim and they are the perpetrator. It can be that we need to look at our own actions as well and take responsibility for that and kind of take ownership of that. And look at how perhaps we might have annoyed that person if we put ourselves in their shoes. So sometimes that thing of not invalidating others and not getting stuck in judgment, and that's part of that holding of grudges and judgment. That's sort of all the negativity as well, isn't it?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
So what we need to do is focus on sort of improving ourselves, to step back from judgment. See, this is where a lot of the Christian people get it wrong.
Yes.
The fact is that Christ never believed in converting others. Christ believed in his life being an example for others.
And to lead by example.
And to lead by example. You know, so it's always coming from that higher source sort of thing, not that judgmental space, not that you must be doing it my way, but simply showing that this is what works for me, perhaps it could work for you as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think that kind of works. It's like when Mahatma Gandhi said, I do like your Christ, I don't like your Christians. And you sort of think about that, and there's a lot of fantastic Christians out there, I would say. But when you get people who are very, blindsided, only this way, it can't be any other way, and everyone else is a sinner, and you're bad. I think that's where we get into trouble. It's really about creating that openness and tolerance. Because if you have that openness and tolerance, acceptance, without just allowing everything in, you have your own filters still. But if there's an openness and an acceptance of other people and other people's way of being, then you're kind of freeing of any of those abilities for people to hook into you or you to hook into them. And it's really that lack of books that stops that. energy from sticking lots.
And it's been focused on being detached.
Yeah.
And trying to be objective and standing back, not allowing your emotions to control you.
Yeah.
That's where people go wrong. They allow their emotions to control you.
Yep.
You know, and so with business is not emotional.
Yep.
You have to look at a business as business and take that separate sort of stance. That's what you've got to use. You have to sort of detach. And when you detach, you can see things much more clearly. Then you can choose whether you want to be negative or whether you want to be positive. So you create that positive energy go around.
It's been beautiful having you on again, and lovely to this time be doing the show side by side. And I'm really hoping you have a wonderful weekend at the MBS here.
Thank you, Jack. It's always awesome to work with you, always awesome to see you, and it's been to connect with you as well.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for everyone who's written in, who's called in. We're sorry we can't get to all callers and everyone who writes in every time. We do our best. And so we'll be back, same bat time, same bat channel next week on Soulstone Radio. In the meantime, there are a lot of shows coming up tonight on A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. Stay tuned for more. In the meantime, I'm going to send lots of love. Bye!
Hi, I'm Ron, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Aussie Goddess Show. I just want to say a quick shout out this morning because we've been undergoing some really severe bushfire stuff here in Australia. Where I live, we've been inundated with, we've had quite a few fires close, but it's been very smoky, and I know that there's a lot of people who've had to be evacuated and a lot of animals at the moment that need some help from us. I understand that probably it's happening in the States as well. It's been a very dry, hot year this year. So I just want to send my love out to those people who've had to leave their homes or, leave their pets or whatever they've had to do. It's very difficult. And I know that the other day the smoke was so bad where we live, and we're some 30 kilometres away from the fires. So please, my heart goes out to all of you. I hope that, you stay safe, and we see some rain soon. It's been a long time since we got good rain. So anyway, on to the show. So first off, I want to say thank you to all the people coming over from my YouTube channel to support me. And it's been lovely to have all your comments. I have a couple of people on some of the other social medias that say it's lovely to see me. And I think I'm not so comfortable about seeing myself, but that's okay. That's why you just don't see me much on YouTube. It's only my hands doing the readings. So I'm going to do a quick reading, and then we'll take a couple of callers this morning. So, okay. So let's see what's happening today. Let's have a little look. There's a lot of planetary movement at the moment. If you're a Capricorn, you're going to probably feel it most. I think that most of the planets are in Capricorn around our birthday. I think I've got a couple of planets returning on my birthday, so lots of changes. Okay, let's see what's happening. So today we have the Hanged Man coming out. So the Hanged Man talks about some sort of situation that you need to look at from a different perspective. The Hanged Man's sort of like the universe putting us in a bit of a holding pattern so that we can look around us and really understand, what's happening for us at the moment. I'm not sure whether to put that in front of my face or next to my face. So, but the Hanged Man's a really good card because this is giving us the opportunity to take a different perspective on something, which is so important sometimes. Okay, behind that I have the Star coming out. So this is really beautiful. This is something with the Hanged Man and the Star that talks to me about, understanding that you have a destiny, understanding that there are things on your pathway, but maybe at the moment you're going through some sort of healing process to move forward. This can be around, perhaps some sort of grief and loss that you've been through, can be some sort of situation where you need to take time out to really understand that things are on your path to help you grow, help you move in a different direction, but also to help you to open yourself up. Okay, so this is what we're doing today. I do have the Queen of Swords coming out behind that. So the Queen of Swords can represent that you're dealing with an air sign, a Libra, Gemini, or Aquarius. But this is often about our energy. This is, our strengths here, being able to see things clearly, move ahead with clarity, and certainly cut things out if they're not bringing us in what we need here, and not being afraid to say, I don't need that in my life anymore, being able to move forward, especially if you're trying to understand here with these other cards what direction you're going in and how you want to live your life. I do have the Four of Swords coming out next. Of course, the Four of Swords is about taking time out, meditation, and really sort of recuperating, giving yourself the time to really get deep inside yourself to understand what you want. This is your time at the moment. This is your time to really decide what you want in your life, what you don't want in your life. You're coming to some sort of crossroads here, coming to some sort of decision on how you move forward. I do have the beautiful card of Temperance coming out next. So this is about bringing balance back in. So maybe your life has been a bit unpredictable, a bit unstable at the moment, and that sort of means that you're trying to sort of bring something into you that you feel more comfortable, more stable with. So definitely changes happening around you. We do have the Tower card coming out here as well. So there's a bit of an upheaval. Now, I know a lot of people look at the Tower and they get a bit freaked out by it, but this is a chance for us to rebuild our foundations. This is a chance for us to, rebuild what we want in our lives. So very much today about being self-focused, understanding what you want to bring in, whether that's love, a job, but trying to work with the universe, trying to create with the universe something that's going to bring you a lot more balance and joy. I feel like this year's been a very tough year for many people. I've heard many people say that they'd be glad to see the back of this year. It's been a big year of loss for people, a lot of transitioning, and a lot more sort of spiritual understanding. So people are becoming a lot more aware of the power they have to co-create with the universe. So today is a day of self-reflection, going inside, having an understanding, being prepared to cut things out and move forward in a way you want to. Okay, so we have Dorothy in Pikeville, Kentucky, USA, ready to talk with us. So are you there, Dorothy?
Yes, ma'am. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing okay.
Excellent. Okay, so what do you have a question for me, or can I help you with something today?
I guess I just need some spiritual guidance. I don't, it's what I'm seeking. I don't know how to ask necessarily what I'm asking.
Okay, so what would you like some help with? You tell me what's been going on for you.
Relationship's been tough lately for a while due to some family issues. Once the family I was part of, now I'm not allowed around due to some circumstances. And made things really tough and strenuous between the two of us because it's caused a lot of anger between the two of us. So, and then I've had to lay back off school for a little while due to some health issues, and plus this as well. It caused some moving, it caused a change of everything. Everything changed.
Yeah, and this is a time for change. It seems that the universe is trying to shuffle us all back to our destined paths at the moment. So a lot of people experiencing quite a lot of change in their lives at the moment, which is emotionally very difficult to cope with. I do see things changing for you, probably coming up in February. There seems to be a bit of a time in between. So I'd say the universe is giving you a bit of time to sort of you're in a bit of a sort of a quiet space at the moment. Let's call it that. because you're trying to, it's like you're trying to process. So you may be very much a processor, but it feels to me like you're trying to go through things to understand. Sometimes the energy is better if we just let it go and we just go with the flow rather than trying to fight it. But it's natural instinct to fight against things, which is very, very difficult, and that would make you very emotionally tired. So I would say, you need to sort of tackle one thing at a time at the moment. You're beautiful. I can see you trying to do too many things at once. So trying to perhaps sort out what is the most draining or straining for you and just work with that energy first. Otherwise you become very scattered, and that can bring you down a little bit and make you feel a bit sad.
I feel like I'm
You're sad. Yeah, I can feel that energy. So maybe just picking out one of those things and just focus on one rather than trying to tackle too many. And I know that's your nature to do that, but you're spreading yourself too thinly, and it's going to wear you out.
Yeah, it's an exhaustion. I'm not able to sleep off.
And I can hear it in your voice, but I can feel it in your energy. Maybe concentrating on your sleep at the moment, trying to make sure you're getting enough sleep and rest, because your mind is just going 1,000 miles an hour. So so you need to be kind to yourself. Remember, this is your life. This is what you're here for, and this is about looking after yourself first. Now, I always talk about being on the aeroplane when they say your mask drops, you put your own mask on first before you can help others. So try not to put others before your own. I feel that you've got a couple of people around you that expect a lot from you, and I think it's a time for you to learn to say no to that, and try to look after you, because if you're not around, they wouldn't have anybody anyway. So this is a time to really focus in on yourself. Self-care is really, really important where you are at the moment. A nice hot bath, go for a massage. What was that, sorry?
I wanted to get back to my career. I was in beauty school, and I only had 4 months left. That's not much.
Yeah.
The time that I've already consumed.
And I do feel things getting sort of somewhat back to normal by around February. So you've just got to sort of plot out the next couple of months. So it's not even that. It's probably, maybe several weeks to get back into some sort of more stability for you, because it's very erratic at the moment. But I see things turning around for you in February, and I think it will be a slow turnaround, but I do see you getting results around about February next year. And then things will start to move back along again, because you're very sort of stuck at the moment, and that's why it feels like change is, quite overwhelming for you. But by February, I see you really starting to see things coming in. You may get a message you've been waiting on probably early in February that might give you a little bit more it might give you a little bit more insight as to why some of these things have happened.
Okay. I've been looking for an answer, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I think, by about the middle of next year, you'll be looking back at this time thinking, wow, that was a tough time, and I'm glad I've put it behind me. So, everything will be back in its place by then. But sometimes we get stuck in life, and the universe wants to move us in a different direction, and we can't see that, because when we're in amongst it all, it can be quite distressing and sad. But once we get into the new situation and we have all the beautiful things coming in, we look back and we think, that was a tough time, but wow, I had to go through that to really understand my own value and the direction I wanted to go in. And that's where you'll be in around about June. You will grow. You will grow dramatically from this. I can promise you that. And as long as you try really hard to go with the flow, don't fight it. Just understand that things are being put in place for your betterment.
Okay. Thank you for your advice.
All right. You're very welcome. And honestly, by about February, you'll be starting to see the changes.
I'm looking forward to it.
No worries. Much love, Dorothy. Take care of you.
Thank you so much, sweetheart.
You're very welcome. Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit tough sometimes, isn't it? Sort of sitting waiting for things to happen in your life when you're going through tough times. I do have, Vanita in Birmingham, England, United Kingdom. Hello, Vanita.
Hi.
Are you
Hello.
there? Hi, how are you
Yeah,
going?
hello. Hi, I'm good, thank you.
Oh, good. So
Hello?
you're speaking to someone who was born in Brighton, so it's been a long time since so you're a fellow person. Vanita, what can I do for you today?
I think I would just like a general reading, please. Whatever you think like I need to know.
Okay. I've been speaking to a lot of people at the moment who are going through lots of changes. There seems to be a real stripping back by the universe at the moment to get us moving or get us a little bit more focused on what we want in life. And I think up until now, we've been very, going along with life and not realizing how important we are. And there's this real focus at the moment on getting us to understand how to move our lives forward. And I think this is the point you're at here too, where you're sort of standing, questioning, is this enough? Is it what I want? Do I need to move forward? Do I need to manage my life differently? So I feel this sort of like, it's almost an excited energy with you, so good things are coming. I can feel it, and I have a lovely sort of warm feeling in my tummy. So I know that good things are coming to you, but it's like you want to sort of really sort of throw caution to the wind and get out there and bring new things in. So I want to say to you, don't try to do too much at once. I do see some changes coming around your home situation. So there seems to be changes for you. Either you're moving or you're going to just completely redecorate, like you're over looking at the same things. You could be even thinking about a change in your appearance. So I'm not sure. It's like you want this complete revamp. But you're trying to bring in a lot of new things, which is beautiful. And I love that you're manifesting because they're coming to you. But just be careful you put out there what you actually want. Otherwise, you're going to bring so much in, you won't know where you're at. So I love the fact you're manifesting. Do you have a young daughter?
I don't know. I don't have any children.
No children yet. Are you married?
No.
Have you been trying for children? You're not married yet. Okay.
I'm not married now.
All right. Okay, because you've got a lot of changes around you in the next 2 years. So I want to say to you that life is changing quite dramatically for you in the next 2 years. I just want to ask you if you're a Pisces.
No.
What's your star sign?
I'm a Virgo.
A Virgo, okay. You have a strong Pisces feel to you, and I tell you why that is. You have this dream thing going on. It's like you have very deep, big dreams for yourself. There's this feeling here that you're either a very deep thinker, and you do. Do you do spiritual work? Is that what I'm getting?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
Okay,
and also
radio.
strangers like that, all like my best friends and my sister who I'm really close to, they're all Pisces. Like women that I'm really close to are always Pisces, which is quite strange.
Yeah, and I can feel that Pisces energy around you, so it's obviously very influential to you. But lovely dream energy, and I love that you're very able to go deep within yourself, to look at yourself, like you're very self-aware is what I'm after. And I know that the universe is already co-creating with you, so you're going to bring massive changes in for you in the next 2 years, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, but you also need to, there's also a need for you to separate yourself from things that don't, because I think that you're a bit of a giver, and there's this energy that perhaps you sometimes put up with a little bit more than you should, and that drains your energy here. But I see changes in the home. If we talk about the things that are coming up for you, definitely changes in your home in the next I don't think that's very far when I feel that energy. So have you been thinking of moving or relocating or buying?
I've actually moved into a new flat about 2 months ago.
Okay, so I may be picking up on older energies, rightio. Because there's movement with the place you live at. There's also movement in your work or career. I see something shifting for you here as well. It may be the next step in your career. Have you already stepped out or planned? Are you a goal setter?
I'm kind of struggling with that at the moment. I think I've always I try to, but I don't always like execute. I don't go the distance, just stick with things. And that's always been a really big struggle with me. Like, I can't commit and see things to the end.
That's why I get the dreamer energy with you. you're a little bit of a dreamer. Yeah. Okay, so let's go back to goal setting. If you're if you're a person who finds it difficult to finish things off, then I would say to you, goal setting is so important for you. Being able to look ahead and decide what you want and set yourself dates. I know that there was a study done with Harvard where the people who had set goals often achieved them so much more than people who didn't. So for you, maybe it's getting out of that dreamer energy a little bit and trying to do something practical. Vision boards. They're showing me vision boards here. Have you ever done a vision board?
I haven't, but that's actually been on my mind a lot for the last few days. I've been thinking a lot about
that's where you need to go. Yeah, because otherwise you have this beautiful, lovely energy of being, always dreaming about things, but you're not achieving. So move to a vision board, set yourself some goals, understand that, you can bring in what you want, but you have to be clear because when you're in that dreamer energy, you're sort of going to the universe and saying, I'd like this, but then I think I'd like that. And maybe that would be nice. And how about that? And the universe is going, wow, Vanita, you need to be clear about what you want from us, because how are we going to give it to you when you're scattered like that? So vision boards are really, really good for you. But having a clear idea of where you want to go. Now, if you're not sure of the destination of where you want to end up, then possibly have a good do you meditate?
It's something I want to start doing. I don't at the moment, no. I do yoga.
Yeah, no, see, vision board. See, I want to, but I don't know where to start. Okay. If you're not sure about meditations, then go on YouTube and get a guided meditation. Find someone whose voice you can resonate with, someone who has a very pleasant voice. I listen to Joe Treacy. He's very easy to listen to. And if you do guided meditations, then you learn to focus on the person's voice and you don't get so caught up in your own feelings. The other thing you can try, which is really good for getting your focus, is EFT or tapping. Very, very good for helping you to
EFT.
Beautiful, beautiful. So what I would suggest to you is work on those two first. Get yourself a vision board. Have some goals, because life will be so much more fulfilling. And I see so much change for you in the next 2 years. So all around you have change, and maybe that's why, because you're starting off by understanding the direction you want to go in. So there's changes to come in your career probably in the next 12 months. I do see some studies, so I don't know if you've been thinking of taking up some sort of college or university stuff, but I do see you aiming higher in your education, and I do see changes coming in your romance or your life in general. So lots of things to look forward to. It's sort of starting to understand what you want. And once you've got that in your head, then you can start to proceed.
Okay, thank you so much. All of it is so perfect. Everything you said is just so perfect. That's exactly where I am right now. There's a habit that I have, and I'm just got to this point where I know it's stopping me from going forward and stopping me from doing things I want. And today I have actually decided that I'm just going to change my habits. So
you have the most beautiful energy. Don't lose your energy, though. You have the most loveliest, lightest. It's almost like flowers. You have this beautiful energy, so don't lose that. But just find that part of you that you can work with rather than sort of getting scattered, because then you get a little bit irritated and frustrated that you're not going in the right direction. So keep focused. Try and find a couple of those things to do, to put in place, and you will bring in everything you want in the next 2 years.
Oh, brilliant. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome, Vanessa.
Exactly what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
No worries.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
No
What's your name again?
Bye-bye.
Sorry.
Yvonne.
Hello.
I'm the Aussie
Yvonne.
Goddess. Yeah,
okay,
my business is the Aussie Goddess. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Bye.
You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, so before we go today, I just want to, because somebody wants to know where I'm from, so I'll give you a little bit of a background and a few places you can find me. So in my day-to-day work, I work for the government. I work in disabilities. I've been working in disabilities for, I don't even know how long. I started off in youth homelessness, youth work. I moved. I kept trying to find what this thing was that I had, and I kept studying, and I got myself a bunch of degrees and a bunch of certificates, and I tried lots of different things, and all the time not realizing that my calling was around this type of work. So I got into life coaching. I also am a certified life coach. I have a stack of qualifications, but actually all I was doing was trying to find myself, and trying to understand this gift that I'd been given, that I'd had from a young child, and never really understood what it was about. I read the tarot as soon as I read cards. I read playing cards as soon as I could understand what I was hearing, seeing, and feeling these feelings about people, and these always having these ideas of coincidence, what I thought was coincidence, because I was manifesting and didn't realize it. So I spent a long journey coming around to this side of myself. So now I have my own business. I've been doing this professionally for about 5 years. The last 2 years I've really taken it seriously. So you can find me on YouTube. I do daily readings. I've been doing it about 1.5 years on YouTube. I do dailies, weeklies and monthlies. I do a lot more personal readings now, so I do readings from my home if you're in the Sydney area. I do readings by phone, Skype, Messenger and WhatsApp, and I go all over the world with those. So I speak to people in a lot of different countries. I do fairs. So I get to do, and last year I did way too many fairs and it was just ridiculous. So this year I'm cutting back the fairs a little bit and just probably doing some, maybe one a month over the year. But I love fairs, but a lot of traveling for me. As a mother of 3 very grown-up children and 7 beautiful grandchildren and 1 beautiful great-grandson, my home life is busy too. So just recently I decided I wanted to have a move, so I'm moving closer to be with my family now going forward. Now everybody's getting a bit bigger, and that I've still got 2 baby grandchildren. But anyway, if you want to find me, you can find me on YouTube. I have a Facebook page at The Aussie Goddess. TheAussieGoddess.com is my website. I'm also on Instagram, LinkedIn, Twitter, so all the social platforms. So please look out for me. Do come over and follow me on the Aussie Goddess Facebook page. I'm currently running a competition there, so if you'd like to have a chance at winning a half-an-hour reading, then you can come over and visit me there. Please say that you've seen me on Moonstruck Television, so I know who you are and I know where you're coming from. I answer all of my emails. I answer all of the communications I get in. So please share the journey with me, join the community, love every time like the first time, and much love to you all in your day-to-day life. Mwah.
depending whereabouts in the world you are. Here on the Gold Coast in Australia, it is hot, very hot. We've got like temperatures up to 40 degrees. Some parts of Australia, it is still burning with fires. And yeah, it's a bit hazy outside, it's a bit warm, but summer has hit, and so is the festive season leading up to Christmas. So I actually was only just realised as of today that I think for us, it's like, for all of us, it's like 19 days, 19 sleeps, maybe 20, depending whereabouts you are located, until the big jolly man arrives. So yes, it's like lots of excitement in the air. Lots of the shops are busy. Everyone is chaotic. Traffic on the road. The energy, everyone's energy is high. And I guess like what's really important this week is to really listen to your body. Coming into the weekend and as of next week, to really listen to your body. I know that it's for all of us. We're either finishing work or about to go on holidays leading up. But yeah, really listen to your body and, rest. And I think eating in moderations as well. So it's something that, I know my spirit remind me constantly that yes, we can have fun, but it's all in moderation, and to really look out for everyone else. So yeah, so that's, it's just excitement in the air. So my week has been huge. I have had lots of connections with spirit, connecting them with loved ones, and it's been amazing. It feels like my service with spirit has really stepped up high now that I've reached lots of goals recently, but I'm ready to I'm looking forward to next year. I think it's going to be an exciting year. And my spirit guides and my team that I work with are all very excited to connect. So yeah, so I think probably the most memorable, I guess, for me, readings this week, it would have been something personal to me. I do actually connect. I do see our pets when they pass over, and I had a cat of 17 years, no longer had lived with me, actually decided to live next door in my neighbour's house, and then I moved away, and this lovely neighbour of mine still looked after my cat. So last night in the kitchen, I had my own cat, Raffy, which some of you have met. He was up on the table, but I had another cat, jump out of nowhere onto the table, and my first thought that, it was my cat Passion that had passed away. I didn't know, but I definitely felt in my heart that it was him. He was letting me know that he has crossed over safely into the animal and connected with all my loved ones. So I think probably about 2 hours later, I received a text from my neighbour that my cat had passed away. So, not only do I connect loved ones, I also can connect you with your pets too. And I think it's, our pets are such an important part of our life. They are family to us, and we all share that special bond. Some people, I'm sure, would say they have a more connection with animals than they do with people, and that's okay too. So all my fur babies are all together, and it's just really nice to know that it's that he arrived safely. So so that was probably my highlight with all the other spirits that have been around me this week. But the connections with everyone has been beautiful, very healing. Brought a lot of beautiful messages, and especially coming up to Christmas, I know that I'm sure that some of you have lost, loved ones, and this time of the year, it's very important to hold everyone close and to really live in the moment of celebrating every day and enjoying everyone's company. So so that's my huge week. But I'm looking forward to just seeing if we have any connections yet, but we don't, so I might just keep on talking. So apart from all the loved ones in spirit. My goodness, I've just looking forward to, I guess, my own holiday. I've got them coming up in 2 weeks, but I still will be on like part of A1R Psychic Radio. So yes, I will still be doing my shows, but I'm having a holiday from my work, and it's going to be a great time to spend that with loved ones and friends as well, and just really just taking it easy. I hope that all my spirit guides, my whole spirit team actually go on holidays as well. But I doubt, I'm sure they will be around still bringing through messages for me to connect their loved ones to. So I'm just waiting to see. So apart from that, let me just see what else. I was drawing some cards, and it was interesting because I know I was talking about, really listening to your body around this busy festive season, and really looking out for one another during the community. But yeah, the one card I just wanted to show quickly was listen to your body. So it was very much, needed a message for everyone to really just take it easy over the next few weeks. Alrighty, so we're going to connect with Chelsea in India, USA. Hello, Chelsea. How are you?
I'm doing good, and you?
Very well, thank you. How can I help you tonight?
I just wanted to get a reading about my love life.
Yep. Okay. Wow. Okay. I have this image at the moment in front of me, and I have this image of your heart, around your heart chakra, and it looks like you've had it's been very emotional lately for you. It feels like in the last 6 months has been up and down for you, because what I'm seeing for you is that I've got your beautiful heart, but I can see the tears, I can see the tears falling away. But not only that, when I say that it's been an emotional roller coaster for you, it can be tears of joy as well, not just tears of sadness. So it just feels like it's been up and down in the last 6 months. Can you resonate with what I am seeing at the moment?
Yes.
Yeah, and that's what I'm feeling as well. And I also feel that, in the past you have been hurt dearly by someone very close to you. And I've also see that do you have 2 children? Because I keep seeing the number 2 around you.
I have 3.
3 children, okay. And does all 3 children live together? Because I'm just wondering why I've seen 2, but it doesn't matter. I don't always get it right. But I keep seeing, do they all live together under the one roof?
What was that?
Do all your children live together underneath the one roof?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so what I've got going on with you, with your love life around your children as well, I feel like you've, because I feel like this new relationship, I feel like the relationship that you're in now isn't all that old, but at the same time, I feel like you have been friends prior to that. Does that resonate?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And it's also, I feel that you're very protective of your children and who you let into their life as well as your own. And I can see that because you've been hurt in the past, that, you're very protective of your babies, and, want to make sure that, everything's, that what you're feeling is correct. Like, I feel the excitement around your heart, but I also feel that, there's, I guess, some unanswered questions. Are there some unanswered questions in your relationship at the moment? But it also feels like in regards to whether your partner at the moment, like whether he has kids to somebody else, does this resonate with you with what I'm seeing?
I was in a relationship for 11 years, and we just recently split up. And I was talking with someone else and kind of developed feelings for them, and still kind of in between, like which way to go.
Okay, yeah. And I guess and this happened very quickly for you. It really took you, took you quite by surprise, didn't it, meeting this gentleman at the moment? And but I also feel that, you know, the relationship of, was it 17 years with your last partner, it feels like emotionally you had disconnected, and it feels like it's, you know, for even maybe half the years, maybe, you know, like even the last 5 years that you have been earning for somebody to love you as much as, you know, the love that you had given to your husband at the time, your ex. So what I'm feeling and seeing for you is that, you know, all the excitement that you're feeling at the moment, you know, it can be quite nervous, but what I'm also seeing is that, you know, just to take one step at a time and really just see where this relationship is going to go without rushing into anything too seriously. But at the same time, you know within yourself if it's right. But I know that just what I keep hearing is that not to rush, not to rush.
Okay.
I also, and is there like driving distance? Because I keep saying whether the partner with you or with now, is there some driving distance? Or unless I'm seeing that he drives a bit to get to you, like, does he live far by is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, he lives an hour away.
Yeah, because that's why I see there's quite a distance as well. And I feel like that, you know, each day the heart is, you know, it's stronger for this other person in your life. I just see that taking things slowly, but I also see by the next 6 months, I also see a big shift coming into your life, and whether that, you know, that your current loved one moves closer to you.
The current one?
Yes, the new one.
Will move closer to me?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. There seems to be some kind of move, unless you make the move. There seems to be someone moving to live closer, but it feels like it's not going to happen until next year, at least from now until the next 6 months. Yeah. So it feels really exciting, but at the same time, it just, you know, it feels like the traveling can cause a lot of frustration as well.
Wow, that seems spot on.
Yeah, and I can feel that frustration as well. And I know that every morning that you wake up, it's like, you know, it's, you know, you get closer each day, but it sure makes the relationship stronger because of the distance that of how far your loved one is away.
Wow.
It's exciting times, and it's just to really just keep on. Everything seems to be moving forward with you. Yes, there's always going to be questions, but sometimes if we worry too much about the future, it can cause that anxiety as well. So to really just take each day, each week as gentle as possible with one another, and you know, you definitely, you know, it's definitely going to be worth the wait until that, you know, until the move is closer.
I'm excited about everything that you're saying because it's like what I've been feeling.
Yeah, and I can feel it. I can see it as well, and it feels really good. It's just, I'm really excited for what's to come for you, and it's lots of new beginnings for you both. But the best part is that you've got this solid, you know, beautiful relationship, so solid, and it's, you know, because you are so far away. So it's like, you know, you can't get through the day without thinking about him. He's always in the back of your mind, and vice versa, because I feel the love that he has for you is quite strong as well.
Wow. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
Will my ex ever move on?
Yes, of course, because what I see for him is that it's going to take a while for his heart to heal. But at the same time, it's going to be a time for him to find himself. And I feel that over the last 17 years, it feels like he's kind of lost himself a bit on who he is. And that sense of enjoyment that just seems to have disappeared. So when he finds himself, I see that he's going to, start embracing new changes and, happiness back into his life. But at the moment, it feels like even in the next, even next year is just going to be as hard as what it is. But at the same time, he knows that it was, the best decision was the breakup, because you've still got, your beautiful children.
Right.
I just see that for him, it's just going to take a lot longer. But I don't see him, I see him moving on, basically. So it's just going to be a matter of time. And, I keep seeing the 9-month mark, but a lot can happen in 9 months and a lot of change for him, which is great.
Good. I just want him happy.
Yeah, definitely. Know that he gets to see you happy, and, for both of us, for both of you, that's, is what we all want for one another, is to be happy and to be able to find their, their twin soul mate. So it's just a new chapter for everybody, and we're on our own personal journey, and he definitely will be okay. Okay, Chelsea, I'm going to have to end our reading together, and I thank you for our time and connecting with A1R Psychic Radio, and I wish you all the best with your new love and the new beginnings that are to begin, especially next year as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
That's okay, Chelsea. See you later.
All right, bye.
Bye. Okay, we have Tara from Whitman, USA. Sorry about that. Hi, Tara. How are you? Hello, Tara. Do we have her? Let's just see. We'll just wait a few seconds. We may have lost. Yeah, she's not too far away, but until Tara logs on, I keep seeing blue around her, so it'd be interesting to see what kind of communication issues that she has going on with somebody close to her. So this is always, it's everyone logs on, logs off, but I know this connection is still there. I can feel Tara, but I can't hear her yet, so let's just see. So for Tara, let me just see. I might as well just keep on talking in case she looks back at this, but I keep seeing communication is huge for you at the moment with somebody close to you. Whoa, okay, here we go. Tara, hello, how are you?
Hi.
How are you?
Hello.
Good.
I am doing great.
Yeah, you're good. When you're offline, I keep seeing the colour blue around you, and I feel like communication to somebody close to you is very important at the moment. Have you got some issues around someone in your life that has to do with some kind of communication problem that's happening at the moment?
Just a moment.
Did you say just a moment, or just, sorry, I didn't hear that.
Okay, I apologize about that. Sorry.
That's okay. Do you have somebody close to you that has some communication issues going on around you at the moment? Yes.
Hello?
Yes, you do have some communication problems with a loved one close to you at the moment. Okay. Let's see who else we have, because we have lost Tara. There definitely was a communication problem between my end. Okay. So yes, I definitely see lots of colours. Sometimes I see get lots of images before somebody logs on. At the moment, I keep seeing trees. So it'd be interesting to see someone that's very close to connecting with nature or has nature at their back step, at their back door. Let's see. Okay. Well, we get somebody online. I know that. Yeah. Yes, so yes, about that, let's just see what else we can talk about. Okay, so we've got the weekend coming up. I know that we have a new moon. No, not a new moon, full moon actually, next week on the 12th, if you're in Australia. Yes, the full moon is all about tying up loose ends that, tying up loose ends that we feel like you haven't achieved. There's things that you've been wanting to do. Depending on what that is, whether, to really look at whether starting it now is the right decision or until waiting for next year. But it's all about tying off loose ends and also letting go of things that are really weighing you down, especially health. I'm really drawn to the health around December. It just feels like I know that how chaotic and fast Christmas seems to come and go. Everyone seems to get sick, but because everyone's stressed out. So enjoy joy, look after your body. Okay, so we have Annette from Victoria,
Hello.
British Columbia, Canada. Hello, how are you, lovely?
Awesome, thank you.
Oh, good to see.
Thanks for having me.
It's good to see. It's good to speak to you. And I know that when we were trying to connect to you, at your back door, do you have lots of green around you, lots of trees? Are you close to nature?
Yeah, I do have lots of trees around my house. Yes.
Yeah, because when I was because I had no one online and I knew that you were connecting and I was already getting some images and I could see the beautiful nature at your back door. So basically you're surrounded by all these trees and green. So it feels really uplifting and it just feels so good to be able to bring nature indoors as well. And I feel that you're quite, you're more grounded. And, whether you either talk to your plants, but I know that your love for nature is big and it's something that you enjoy every day connecting with.
Oh, thank you. I'm just wondering, I had a son that passed away in 2014.
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering what he is doing up in the spirit world. Like, how is he doing and what is he doing?
Yep. So what I have at the moment coming through, I have this gentleman with me, but he's showing me something about his car. Was he into cars at all?
No.
Okay, was his accident anything to do with the motorcycle? Pardon?
No, he never had a vehicle.
Okay, and he didn't have any kind of trauma around the head at all?
Yes.
Okay, because that's what I'm getting through. He keeps showing me something about a car. And I keep seeing the driving wheel is what I keep seeing. So that's why I'd asked whether he had some kind of connection with cars. Oh. But what I keep seeing, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, yeah, I keep seeing cars around you, but what I keep seeing is that, the active life that he lived here on Earth with you is that it's quite active over there because whether he was into adrenaline, really he had high energy and what he's showing me is that he was not afraid to try new things.
Yes. He was exactly like that, yes.
Yeah, and that's what he's showing me. And so what he did on Earth, he still does over in the spirit world, and he still continues to have those, those adrenaline rush and, and to enjoy life. He lived life to the fullest, and he was quite young, I feel, when he passed because I can see him. But he's also I'm very drawn to him trying new things, and he was a risk taker, and to the point that, he had lots of friends around him. But what he keeps showing me is that he keeps bringing to my attention, do you have a bracelet or some kind of bracelet? It may have even been a bracelet of his, but he's really showing something in a jewelry box, but it feels like it goes on the wrist.
Oh, I do have one bracelet.
Yeah. And is there a connection with him regarding this bracelet?
Not really. No, I'm just wondering, like, I'm in the process of getting my grandson. I'm just wondering what he would tell me to do. Like, what would he want me to have his son live with me? Or would he, like, I'm in the process of not knowing where my grandson's going to be. If he's going to be with my father or if he's going to be with me.
Yeah, and everything seems to be up in the air, because I keep seeing stairs. Unless where he is, it feels like you have to go to great heights to be able to make that connection happen again. I also feel, are you in contact with him? I feel like more around Christmas time that you will have this connection with him.
Oh, that's what I was told. I was told around December, yes.
Yeah,
that we would be seeing our grandson again.
Yeah, and that's what I keep seeing around Christmas, that you're going to have this beautiful connection again it feels really soon, and it's just within just a matter of time. And I know that he's very close. You feel really close to him, but he's definitely got his dad. He's looking, over him.
Oh, that's so wonderful to hear. I always wonder, like, what my son's doing and what he's thinking and what does he want for his son. What does he want us to do? Like, does he want his son to live with me? Or does he want his son to live with his dad?
Yeah, it's also what I'm getting is that the connection's strong to join everyone up, and that's why I was showing the bracelet, because it's the shape of a circle to bring everyone together.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I've only got 30 seconds left. Just let me see how long I have with you. I just want to make sure that if I keep talking with you, I don't disconnect. But I know that, it's yours, definitely Christmas time is a celebration for everyone, and I also see that, there's lots of new beginnings next year for you. I'm very drawn to, I keep seeing lots of, whether your son, you've got lots of clothes to pass down as well.
Welcome to Divine Guidance with Angel. So just in case you do lose me tonight, I just noticed on the intro that I'm having a little lagging on my end on the internet, so please hold tight. Dave will get me back as soon as he can. All right, so you can get a hold of me at crystalclear101.com, or you can get a hold of me at Cosmic Earth Angel at outlook.com, or just tag me on Facebook, follow me on Twitter, follow me on TikTok, follow me on Switch, follow me on LinkedIn. I'm on a lot of those sites. So just Google me in, get in touch with me. So this week, I've had a lot of phone calls and messages regarding grief. Well, I guess the universe is telling me what I should be talking about. So the thing with grieving, okay, that's a loaded question because there's so many types for grief. We can have a loved one that we've lost. We can lose an important item that was given to somebody that we loved or a family member. It can be a divorce. It can be a family pet, and so on and so on. So on. Depression is also a type of grief or a loss of oneself. Health issues are also stuff that we can be grieving over. So just know that there's many different types. Everything in the world is a yin and a yang, and with happiness comes grief, comes loss. With finding comes losing. It's a balance, okay? And there's no right or wrong way to grieve. There's no set time to grieve. Just know that I'll use an example. If you lose a loved one, just know that there's more than one person in the family that's also lost a loved one. And everybody grieves at different stages. So don't hold things or grudges against at different levels, okay? It's the same thing with diseases and health issues. If one person in the family is, say, diagnosed with cancer, and the next, like your partner, is reacting differently than you are regarding the diagnosis, just realize that you're both grieving just at different levels, but you're grieving different things, all right? Just, it's compassion and understanding when you deal with the loss, okay? When we get into the holidays, these are the toughest times for a lot of people, and a lot of people grieve, and a lot of people get depressed. But the best part about the Christmas holidays is it's a time for miracles in all shapes and sizes. Christmas is about reflection on the past year, the good and the bad, changing what we wish to do and doing for others unconditionally. Like everybody, I don't know how to put it other than Christmas, in my opinion, has become materialistic. It's about what size of gift and how much you spent. And to me, the true meaning of Christmas has been lost because it's about unconditional love. It's about doing for others and not expecting anything back. So people at Christmas are lonely. They don't have any family. Their friends are all gone to their sides of the family. So show some kindness and show some generosity and go in a direction of just making a phone call, saying Merry Christmas or Happy Holidays, or showing up on somebody's doorstep that you know that's home alone at Christmas time and just sit there and visit with them. It goes a long way because you're gifting from your heart, from your soul, and you will feel better and it'll be easier to get the Christmas joy coming in because you go from the heart, which basically comes into the card for everybody that's watching, which is sacred self, okay? And that's expressing your gifts. That's dancing. That's doing unto others as you wish done unto you. Spreading the joy. I mean, to you, you may take for granted that you have a roof over your head and this big Christmas meal on your kitchen table at holidays. But there's some people who don't have that, who are on the streets, who have nothing. And just having a meal delivered to them is a miracle for them. It doesn't seem like it to us, but to them, that's a miracle because they didn't have it. They haven't had it. It's a grief. It's a loss for them. And for somebody to unconditionally go and deliver this and spend time with them and wish them happy holidays or a Merry Christmas just makes their world so much happier. All right. So just tag me, text me, email me. Tell me what you love to do for your Christmas holidays and what do you do to lift your Christmas spirit show. All right, so I see we have our caller, Roman in Montreal.
Yes.
Hi, how are you?
Good, and you?
Okay, I'm actually doing quite good, and I was just in Montreal over September that night. I already miss it. So I would love to see what the Christmas lights are over there. Because you guys celebrate with all the good food, the potato pie, the sugar pie.
People are starting to lighten up and everything.
So do you
Can you just give me a second? I'm also working at the moment. Just going to advise my customer.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Can you hear me? Okay, so let's just keep talking about the grieving and the Christmas joy and the decorating until she's able to come back. So, like I was saying, text me, email me, let me know what you do. I love hearing Christmas stories and I love hearing the miracles that happen on Christmas Day and Christmas Eve. The things that we do for other people and things that other people do for us always brings joy. When we're not doing unto others, we seem to lose a part of ourselves and we seem to get lower in our energy, which then opens us up to be getting sick. So whether it's a cold, whether it's a flu, we just attract it. If we can keep our energy and our spirits up, we are way healthier in the long run. So everyone, just give from your heart. Don't worry about the money. Don't worry about the big gifts. Worry about the memories, the good memories, the laughing, the giggling.
Angel, can you hear me? I'm back.
Hi. Okay. So I have your card. I will just kind of put it up here. And you've got the Heart Awakening. So that tells me that your giving and receiving is in balance. Okay. Your of self-love. Does that make sense for you?
Sorry?
Does that make sense to you?
You're cutting off. I can't hear you. Oh, I finally have my customer. Just one moment, please. I apologize.
Okay. Okay. Am I cutting out? Can everybody hear me? Okay. So I'm just going to keep going. She can catch up by watching. So that's more her accepting her divine self. That's her giving a balance in the giving and receiving areas. She is a woman, when I'm picking up on the energy, she is a woman who does a lot for others and puts herself on hold. So knowing this, she needs to start balancing. All right. So this will give her the opportunity to look within and look at what she can change to manage herself in the giving and receiving end so that it's a little more balanced. She's pretty good at it, but it is the holiday season and she's more in the giving than the receiving at the moment. So she'll have to do a little bit of work. I'm just getting kind of a download here. I gotta get a little clarity on it. Okay. Oh, I wish she was on and she could answer. Oh. Okay. I'm getting more in the aspect that she's going to have a lot of changes coming in 2020 in the area of finances and family. So when you get to see this video, if you still need to get a hold of me, you can just email me at cosmicearthangel@outlook.com, or you can go to my Facebook page, which is Crystal Clear 101 Holistic Healing and Products, and you can message me in depth on it. Considering the time and the clock that we have, I'm just going to move on to my next caller, who is Jenny in Houston.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing good. Am I cutting out? Can you hear me okay?
I could hear you, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I've got your card, which is the call to action card. Okay. So this is a take charge and lead by example. So it's a walk the talk type of card. This tells me that you've had I'd say a colorful life, but you've had a lot of life experience, and you can help a lot of people because you're able to walk the talk because you've been there, done that. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. Is there anything in particular, or
I would like to know about working.
Okay. Well, there's definitely something in the pipeline. If you're not working right now, there is an opportunity coming. If you are working at the moment, you have an opportunity to move up, if that makes sense to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you been thinking? They're showing me books, so that can be either you're thinking of going back to school, or the job position that you're going to be dealing with a lot of paperwork. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
It does, okay. You're giggling, so I must be kind of dead on.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, are you considering moving?
I just moved. Yes, ma'am.
You just moved from an apartment to a house. They're showing me that it's sort of like you have less chores to do.
Okay, I'm moving from an apartment to a house. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that means you'll have more chores to do. You'll have lawn care. Okay, in the front of your house, you need to plant some roses. And it's almost like they're showing me that there needs to be a rose, if that's possible.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So does the front do you kind of have the walkway up, and then there's kind of pillars with the veranda before you enter the house?
Uh-huh. I haven't moved yet. We've been looking.
Okay. So this house that I'm seeing has the 2 pillars with a veranda in front of the door. And there in the front, you can put flower beds. And you should have a rose bush on either side of the stairway going up. Okay. And then they're showing me that you need to put colorful flowers in there. All right.
Okay.
And go with what feel like the other flowers, go what feels good. All right. Now, rose bush kind of is a plant that absorbs the negative ley lines. And so any plant that has thorns is really good for that. Okay. So keep that in mind because I see that coming for you. And this place is going to be closer for you to travel to and from work.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So don't give up because it is coming. Okay. Now that financial problem that you guys have been wondering about, it's going to work itself out. They're showing me it's just you just need is going to fall right into place and everything's just going to be like a domino effect. And come 2020, it's going to be like your life just exploded and you're going to be starting a new job. You're going to be moving. It's going to be just one snowball after another and you're going to be like, but that's okay because you've had this in the vortex for a while and it's all going to just kind of flow together for you. Are you married?
No, ma'am.
Well, you're going to be soon. They're showing me a commitment. So whether it's actually in a church or in front of whomever to say I do, or there will be a commitment where you're living together, but there is going to be a solid consistency for you in that area of your life. Do you have a boyfriend right now?
Yes, ma'am. Well, it's kind of like the beginning of a boyfriend.
Kind of. Okay, so is he kind of like 5'8", 5'9", and he has silvery hair?
I haven't met him in person. I worked with him, but I haven't been on a date with him. But we've had a lot of communication on the phone.
Okay, so this is what they're showing me. So he's going to be around 5'8", 5'9", with silvery hair. And this is going to be the guy that will be coming into your life that you're going to kind of have a commitment with. Okay, you just need to kind of honed in, grounded, meditate, and picturing what is it that you truly want. Okay, because they're kind of showing me in an aspect of you have a lot of things out in the universe, the vortex, whatever you wish to call it, that you've asked for, and they're kind of wanting to know what do you want them to hone in on. What do you truly want? Does that make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
That goes the same with work. You've got to get a little more specific in the area. It's coming. They show me. They're not going into the in-depth of what it is. So you need to get a little more centered on what is it that you truly, truly want. Okay? Now, did somebody in your family hurt their lower back? Lower back, kind of right hip?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
My mother.
Did she have a fall?
It's been a while, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Well.
Oh, my grandmother, she just fell. That's who it is. My grandmother, she just fell and got a shiner on her eye.
I was going to say, Well, she may want to go back to the that long, like the pain is really strong. So if this would be then your grandmother, and have they x-rayed her hip? Did they find a hairline?
No, ma'am.
Oh, I'd love to say to go back for a second opinion, because I'm feeling the pain in my hip, but they're also showing me like a crack. So if it didn't show up in the crack, which is why she's in so much pain, and she's going to have one nasty bruise, because she also got her tailbone pretty good when she went down. Now, does she?
Yes, ma'am.
Does she have heart issues?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yeah, that's almost making me feel like she had the heart issue is what created her to have the fall.
Okay.
Yeah. I would keep an eye on her. Is she in a home or is she by herself?
She's by herself, but my aunt goes and checks on her all the time.
Yeah, I think they may want to start looking that she may need a little more help, especially right now with her hip. She's going to need help in getting her chores done, her laundry, her dishes, her meals, because it is like, I only feel a percentage of,
yes, ma'am,
and I am in pain. Okay, like it is shooting up. It's coming up, like the pain is coming up under my right eye. Like it's just shooting right up the right side of me, and it's kind of coming in and around the front. So that's telling me that she's in a lot of pain. So you guys may want to check in on her a little more and give her a little more help. Now,
yes, ma'am.
Is your grandfather on the other side?
Yes, ma'am.
So your grandfather on the other side?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
He is.
Yeah, he's kind of he's a chatter. He loves to talk.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So he's like giving me a list of to tell you guys that you need to do for Grandma. So it's basically like he can see what she needs done, and he's very concerned, loves her to the moon and back, if that makes sense. He's telling me to say I love her to the moon and back. So as long as that makes sense to her, to you, and he wants her to have more care. Like she needs more help. And he's very like on it, because this isn't the first time. She's had a few little incidents that she's never really told you guys about. Okay? So now he does she have stairs in her house? Because he's making me feel like she almost fell down the stairs.
She used to. Well, she has like a couple steps in her front yard, to come out of her back door and to come in her front door. So yes.
He's making me feel like she almost fell down the stairs. That she became very lightheaded, and that she almost went like fell down. So he's really okay. And as for you, my girl, do you have, he's making me feel like you have high blood pressure. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
It does?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So he can see everything, and he needs you to take care of that. It's not something that you can push off, because that will lead to heart issues, and he's making me feel like the heart issues run in the family.
Yes, sir. That's, yes.
Homicide. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, who has the trouble breathing? Because right now my chest is just closing up, so it's almost like emphysema, asthma. It's trouble breathing. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, my dad.
Your dad. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he needs to get that checked out. Okay? Because I know I'm not a doctor, but it's making me almost feel like it's a bronchitis more than a pneumonia, but it can turn into pneumonia. So he needs to get that, especially the cough, checked out. Okay?
Okay.
So do you have any other questions? Because I nailed you with a lot of stuff.
That is great. You answered a lot. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Big hug for me. Yeah. You give Grandma a great big hug from Grandpa for me, because he wants me to just give a great big hug. And make sure to tell her he loves her from the moon and to the moon and back. I have to say that right.
Yes, ma'am.
He loves her to the moon and back. Okay? So just pass that on to her. All right? And then you guys maybe might have to do a little planning on how you guys can give her a little more help.
Hi, I'm Dean, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hi everyone. Hello, thank you once again for tuning in. It's always a pleasure to be here. Hopefully you've all enjoyed and recovered from your Thanksgiving, which I have been assured from my American friends was an absolute hoot of a time. So hopefully you're all back into the swing of your daily routines again, and still enjoying life and still giving gratitude and thanks for everything that we have in our lives. There's a few things going on for me this week. The weather has been absolutely terrible in Sydney. We've had, if it's not bushfires, it's a lot of smoke. It's and breathing difficulties for a lot of people here at the moment. So most of us are cooped up inside. So hopefully in the Northern Hemisphere and wherever you are tuning in throughout the world, your weather is a lot more forgiving than ours is right now. So, yeah. I've got a few crystals with me today. I've got some cards out. I've got my cog chart, so we're ready to get into it and see what life brings about for us this time. Have had numerous readings this week all about changes in energy levels. So we've come from a very chaotic time around that October, November, and now we're starting to feel a lot more calm, I suppose, even though we're going into the silly season or the crazy season that Christmas can sometimes bring about. There's a sense of calmness around the energies. So it could be something to do with Jupiter going into Capricorn as far as transits are concerned. So that's quite a nice placement for a lot of people to have. It's certainly a lovely placement for me to have because it means that my luck will change in my career and what I'm doing in my life as far as 10th house or career and jobs and what we do for our how we make a living has been looked upon favourably. So all my lights are lining up, all the stars are in alignment for me at the moment. So it's a really very pleasant time. So hopefully that you're all tapping into that lovely energy and enjoying the stars aligning for you as well. So so we're going to take some callers in a moment, which I'm looking forward to. It's fast becoming less nerve-wracking for me and much more exciting now. So I have had some listeners reach out during the week to me, so I'd like to have a big shout out to a lady called Leah. Thank you very much for your lovely, kind message. Hope you don't mind me shouting out to you, but I just... your lovely message was very nice. It was really nice to receive, so I thought I'd... let you know that as well. So and of course Molly, who always tunes in, so thank you very much for doing that as well, Molly. So it's very nice to have a following all the way over in the States. So I'll have to put this on my roadshow places to visit, I think. It's certainly growing. My roadshow is definitely growing. So far, I've only got nationwide in Australia, looking to go to New Zealand, but obviously the States is a runner-up, really fast runner-up that I didn't see coming. So that's really, it's a lovely blessing. So thank you all very much for doing that and participating in that as well. So very cool, very cool. So last week, I think I unveiled my black quartz. Still have her with me today. I pulled her out quite a number of times this week to have a little play with her and see what she's capable of and what she's doing. It's actually a really nice energy. I loved her when I first met her, but I'm super head over heels in love with her now as well. So she's just, yeah. If you are into crystals or you like them or you're just not sure where to start, there's so much information online. There's some stuff on my website as well. I've got a workshop on crystals and how to tap into crystals. I'm not even going to pretend that I'm an encyclopedia of crystal information. Most of them are really pretty, and then I go, oh, that's so pretty, and then I work out what it is and what a healing properties are from there. But there's so much information out there. I would highly recommend that you choose your crystals intuitively rather than going out there and trying to find the crystal that you think is the right fit for you. It actually might be something better out there for you. So if you walk into a crystal store and pick up the one that resonates the most, the one that's the prettiest, the one that you find that you just don't want to put back down, that's the crystal for you. Then work out what the healing properties are. So yeah. All right, we have a caller. We're going to slip straight into it. Excellent. Love it. I'm so fast, and sometimes I have to slow things down, and I like going super fast. Got so much to say. So we're going to shoot across to Kelly in Somerville. Kelly, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, thank you. What can I do for you?
Well, I just want to know if I have any loved ones that are trying to connect with me, and also maybe some relationship advice.
Sure. Are you seeing somebody? What's your current relationship status?
I am engaged.
Yeah. Okay. I think what the issue is here for you, I think some of the people that you're perhaps attracting into your life are not emotionally available. I'm kind of getting, when you said about relationship advice and a little bit of guidance around that, I saw a man walking towards you, but then he turned his back and walked away from you. And I kind of get the feeling that is a commitment issue, or it's I'm not entirely sure whether I want to be with this person or not. And what we're really looking for is a man that walks straight up to you and puts his arms around you, as opposed to turns his back and goes, oh, I'm not sure. So I'm not, I know that you've been deeply hurt in the past, and there are some little emotional walls around protecting yourself so that doesn't happen again. And we all do that. That's human nature, you know, that just, I had them for a number of years, so I can relate to you. The thing is, though, that when we have those walls and we look at them as a means for preserving ourselves and preserving our energy, and so we don't get hurt, sometimes it stops people from being able to see through those walls, because it looks like we might have something to hide, or we're not being our authentic selves. And we're not really being our authentic selves because we're so worried about getting hurt again that we're kind of keeping some of our stuff in reserves. So we've got, you know, something to cling to. We're not just going in head first this time into the next relationship.
Right.
There's a nice man coming in for you. I want to say his name's Tony, Anthony, Tone, something along those lines. He's just got a really masculine feel about him, but not, can we say caveman? He's a proper masculine man. He's just not a beating chest man, okay? he's kind of nice. He's a bit more quieter. He'd rather probably, he's not that party animal that wants to go out all the time. He likes to balance going out with staying home. Bit like yourself and your own energy. You know, people are great, but you need some time out too. And he's just a nice person. He does like animals, so hopefully that works with you as well. And look, I'm thinking he's not that far away. I can kind of feel him. He's a bit taller, around that 6'1" mark. You do feet and inches over there, don't you? Hopefully. Don't make me convert it. I think he's around 185, 186 centimetres, if you do centimetres. Yeah, I'm a medium. I'm not a mathematician, so forgive me if that's wrong. But he's just nice. He's a nice man. It's not going to be one of those power moments when you meet him, okay? Because it's a more mature relationship than what you received from others in the past. Does that make sense?
Yes. My fiance, his middle name is Anthony.
Ah, right. Okay. And where does he fit in all this?
I don't know. I mean, you say mature. He's older than me, so.
Okay. I wonder if it's a new one coming in, or he just sees the light and makes some drastic changes. Is he the flighty man? Was he a bit, can't sit still? Was that him?
Is he what? I'm sorry.
Was Anthony the man that couldn't sit still? He liked to run around and do things and be involved in everything. Was that him?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it's the same person, because he would have to do like a 180-degree turn to, he would have to change in a lot of ways. And I just don't think that his path is in alignment with your path.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you've probably in the last 3.5, they're saying 3 years and 8 months. They're being cheeky buggers now. The last 3 and a bit years, you've looked at things differently. You've changed the way you look at things. You changed the way just the way you talk to yourself. Your observations have been, you've been paying a bit more attention to little things that may not have necessarily you've noticed in the past. So it's been a big spiritual journey for you these last few years. 3 years and 8 months. They keep saying 3 years and 8 months, so I don't know what that is. You might want to work out what happened 3 years and 8 months ago. But it's for you, it's a nice, you're sort of coming out of attracting those style of people that are not in alignment with you. So it's really important for you now, and in your own mind as well, not just me chatting with you, but that you have that person that is working towards that common goal with you, and that's working towards that common journey, enjoying the path together, as opposed to being two very individual people and having a bit of a tug of war over which path is going to be followed. So it's really nice that you've reached that point in your life. It's just really cool. I like it. How are you feeling about that all?
I feel good. I feel right now I've kind of went through a little rough patch, but I feel like everything's kind of starting to come back up a little bit.
Yeah. And I think that's part of the grieving process too. And even though, when relationships expire and we go our separate ways, there's still a grieving process, I think, that we all need to go through. And some of those memories, just like when you lose a puppy, or you lose your favorite animal, or you lose a loved one, those little triggers come up every now and then, and stuff surfaces and we work through it, and it's just, I still think that that's part of the grieving process, and I don't think it's got anything to do with the level of love or whether it's a really nurturing relationship. I think it's just the gravity of the lessons that we learnt during that relationship or that friendship or whatever that interaction was that we had with that person. So the fact that what I'm really happy with is that you're able to identify that that's, that was part of the process, and that you're able to work through that and come out the other side. So that's a huge testament to you being able to do your spiritual work on yourself and get yourself in that right place.
Yeah.
Yeah. A very, very nice place for you to be in. You can look forward to 2020 being less taxing on you, less draining on you, okay? It's just nicer things are about to come into play for you because you've done a lot of soul-searching, and that's about to pay dividends for you, okay?
Oh, good.
Lovely. Excellent. Thank you so much for your call, Kelly. You take care.
Thank you. You too.
See you later.
All right. Thank you.
What a lovely lady. It's so cool when we do this sort of work that we're able to see people and tune into their frequency of where they've come from and how many things they've worked through and their layers to get where they are right now. And because I'm so in love with our self-growth and the whole evolution of ourselves, that when I see it like that as clearly as I just did with Kelly, it's such a buzz for me, because the ultimate best gift you can give yourself is nurturing and self-development and growth, and it's just amazing. One day I'll tell you my story on Moonstruck, and then you can see why I'm so passionate about really being our favourite subjects and learning about ourselves as much as possible, so we can uncover and take all those layers away and look for, our higher self and do things towards our highest good. It's really cool. It's very, very cool. I love it. So if you haven't already noticed, okay, let's have a look. We've got a lady called Chantel from Baytown in Texas. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good, thank you. I have to say that each person that I speak to in the States have got such a different accent. It's really kind of cool to hear so many different accents, all from what you perceive as a one country. It's amazing. Very cool.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm from Alabama. I'm just here in Texas.
Ah, okay. So that's different again, isn't it? It's a different accent again.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, wow. Wow. I think us Aussies all speak the same. I'm not convinced that we're quite as different as the Americans, that's for sure. What can I do for you?
I have been experienced, I don't know if you deal with my situation, but I have been dealing with spirits in my home, and I just, how do I explain it? I don't know if it's a good energy or a bad energy or what's going on. My daughter, I have a 2-year-old daughter, I'm sorry. Sometimes she's scared of it, and sometimes she plays with it. My son, he plays with it. My stepson, he's here off and on, and he's scared of it. And one night he was like, Mommy, he calls me Mommy. He's like, Mommy, she scared me. And I asked who. He pointed in my guest room, which, nothing was there. And I let him sleep with me, and he was like, Mommy, she wants you. And he was pointing to something, and I couldn't see it, but I'm a very spiritual person, and I could feel something there, but I can't, I think my children can see it.
Yeah.
But I'm just trying to see,
That's the thing with kids, isn't it? They're so receptive to, they don't have all those environmental changes, and it's not they're not talked out of, anything that they might, or it's not dismissed as in children. Like, they come through seeing things so clearly. And you're definitely seeing something. There's actually two spirits there, okay? So there's one that's a little bit cheekier, which is the one that can be a little bit intimidating. The other one, though, is quite a friendly sort of soul. They're both human-based entities, okay? So there's nothing too weird going on aside from dead people in your house. They actually passed away not that far away from you, okay? And I'm going to say that one of them is a little child. I kind of feel it's the female energy that is the smaller child, okay? That's the friendlier one. The other one gets a little bit stroppy every now and then, but I think it's just because frustration more than a meaning of intimidating or frightening or anything like that. I think it's more frustration that they're not getting heard. Has stuff been moved around your house yet? Like if you come home and you put your car keys somewhere and then the car keys are not there when you go to get them shortly after? Has that sort of stuff started happening yet?
No, not yet.
Okay, all right. We'll give that a little bit of time. When did you move into the house?
Actually, I've been living here a year now.
Okay, cool. All right. So if they're not moving your stuff yet, give it a little bit more time because they do want to talk to you. You're clairsentient, okay? So that means that you can clearly feel them, which is what you said before, but I can confirm you're definitely clairsentient. You're empathic as well, and you've passed on those beautiful qualities to your children, which is why they can see and hear these people so clearly. You can put boundaries in place with them, okay, by saying that they're not allowed to come in the bedrooms at night time when your children are trying to sleep. You can do other things like, you need to find somewhere else to hang out after 5 p.m. at night time. This is my family time. You can do things like that. You are in charge. I know that some people think that that's just crazy, but I have a lot of spirit dropping into our home and I always have boundaries with them. They're not allowed to come with me to the toilet, for example, because that's my time. And they do listen to those boundaries, okay? They're not, the two that you've got in particular are not meaning to, they just want to be heard. They want to be recognised and acknowledged that they're there, okay? And your kids are doing that. So they're sort of kind of hanging around because they're being acknowledged and they're liking them. You've actually got really cute little kids too. So they're well-grounded, nice kids. I know that they're kids, so they're going to have their moments, but yours are they're cute little kids, okay? So, if they start talking to you a little bit more about, which is not going to happen, but if they start thinking that or blaming the spirits for if they're doing something naughty, you might need to redirect their own behaviour in that way, okay? Because sometimes kids can try to blame spirit on things. I know my cousin certainly did that, and that wasn't the case at all. So if your kids are doing that, just redirect them and distract them and get them thinking about something else, or assure them that the ghost did not tell them to do that naughty thing, okay? Because your two are not like that at all. They just want to be acknowledged. So if you do have little things that are being moved around the house, don't pay too much attention to it. Don't buy into it. Say you need to leave my things where I leave them, thank you, and be firm with that, and that will bring them back into line. There's no reason for you to move at all. They actually do enjoy you being in that house. Have you still got some stuff that you haven't unpacked yet?
I think so.
Yeah. Are they memories or something? Have you got photo albums or pictures of the kids or paintings that the kids did when they were younger? They kind of feels like memories are in these boxes or 2 boxes that you need to bring out.
I had a son that passed away when he was 7 weeks old, and I had a son that passed away like 5 years ago. So I have memories of him. I have photos of my grandmother that passed last year. I have, memories from Alabama and in a boxes and stuff. It's not that I unpack them; I just leave them there. So I don't unpack them.
Yeah, keep them safe. Can you perhaps take the lid off every now and then and just have a chat or let them know, or even speak to, recall some of those memories verbally, or you do talk to your grandma, okay, and just give them a little bit of acknowledgement as well. I think some of it could be a little bit of you being a little bit lonely as well, where you are. I know that you've got your kids around you and some other people around you as well, but sometimes there's a little bit of a loneliness thing going on in the back of your mind for you that could be like home related, bit of homesickness or something. I'm not quite sure what it is, but the boxes are the key to that. So it could be a bit of a healing process for you in those boxes to just take the lid off just for a little while and go through them and hold those memories in your heart and then pack them up again, perhaps. It's a nice house though. Do you have are you wanting to put shrubs in your backyard or little trees or something in your backyard or your front yard, or are they already there?
Yeah, there are trees there that when I moved here, the tree like in front of my house. Well, it's some apartment homes. They look like, but it's trees in the front.
Okay, cool. Yeah, all right. So make sure you water and nurture those because they keep the energy free in the house as well, okay? You can see that from your front door. Yeah. So really nurture those shrubs and those little trees, okay? That'll keep everything nice and grounded and the beautiful energy going through the home for you. Yeah. Excellent.
Yes.
All right, my darling, do you have any more questions for me?
You said that you were speaking on my gifts or whatnot. I was trying. What do I do to make my gifts stronger? Because I know it's been passed down from generation to generation, and I'm just trying to. My family. Oh, you can go ahead. I'm sorry.
With your clairsentient, if you touch things, because you'll tap into psychometry, okay? So that's the way for you forward. So when you touch things, like I'm touching my little selenite, so I can tell you apart from your previous caller, then you touch things and then you'll be able to tap into your clairsentient. So you'll use psychometry, okay? So look that up or drop me a line through my website and I'll be able to give you a hand with that. But that's how you do it. There'll be a touchy-feely thing for you to engage it.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. All right. I've been given the hurry up, my darling.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
It? All right, darling. You take care of yourself. Thank you very much for calling in.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. And that's it for Moonstruck at A1R Radio for another week. It goes so fast. This is an absolute joy bringing this to you. Thank you very much. If you'd like to book in for a private channel reading with me, please do on www.insightbyjanita.com. I'm on Facebook as well. I have lots of lives and giveaways and all sorts of things. And of course, if you are a Moonstruck caller, you get a discount on 30 minutes reading, and I will give you an hour instead. All the details are on my website. Please do find me there. And I will see you same time next week in the same beautiful location. I look forward to your time and your energy. Thank you very much.
to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. I am happy to be here on the A1R radio network and Moonstruck TV. If you have never met me before, I am Lisa. I am based out of Kansas City in the middle of the United States. Right now it's about 12 degrees, so it's a little bit chilly here, but pretty typical for the Midwest. No snow today, so I'm grateful for that. I am a healer. I am a psychic. I am a medium, and I love to teach about all things spirit. So let me just talk to you a little bit today about something that I do every single day that helps me to get through my day without any stress, without any anxiety. And when I do this, I know things are going to flow. And that's really important, getting into the flow of life. So the first thing I do when I wake up in the morning is I set my intentions. And what I mean by that is I get to decide how my day is going to go. And when I decide that, that means all of the universe is going to support me in that decision. And I decide something like this: my day flows in divine harmony and all is well. Isn't that a lovely intention to set for yourself? It is for me. I love to set intentions. Some people wake up in the morning and think about everything that can go wrong, think about all the people they're going to have to deal with that day, and maybe think about how hard those people are to get along with. You really want to shift your thinking there and decide how your day is going to get to go for you, because you know what? You have that power. Start claiming it. So I set my intentions. Second, when I get out of bed, I step into an imaginary bubble. And this imaginary bubble is surrounding me from the bottoms of my feet all the way up to over my head. And I visualize it. And you can even draw it like I just did in the air. If you have a hard time imagining, draw that imaginary bubble and fill it with white light. And intend, like you just did earlier, intend that this bubble is going to protect you from other people's energy. And it's going to bounce, their energy is going to bounce off of it and not going to be able to penetrate. You'll be able to hear them. You'll be able to have compassion for them and hear and listen with your feelings as well. But you're going to be protected because people's energy just kind of pushes out of them and goes in different directions. And if you're all open and not protected, guess what? You're going to absorb that energy and it's going to just sort of sink into you, and you're going to start feeling some things, maybe some of their anxiety, maybe some of their stress. If they're angry, maybe some of that. You know how I know this? Because it happens to me. If I don't protect myself, I'm like a walking sponge. I pick up on other people's energy so easily that I understood at an early age that I needed to protect myself. And once I do that, I don't have that issue anymore. So the next thing I do, so my day flows smoothly, is I cleanse my energy. So when I'm in the shower, or if you want to just do it before you start your day, you don't have to actually be in the shower. Just visualize white light coming in above your head, and just visualize it coming in and flowing in and cleansing everything in your body from the top of your head all the way through your body and out the bottoms of your feet. And what that's doing is it's taking all of that dirty energy, the dust, dirt, and negativity that you may have collected from other people, or you may have actually thought of yourself, because sometimes our thoughts are negative. We want to cleanse all that out. So once you cleanse that out, that means it's going to drain through your body. That cleansing light is going to wash it all away, and it's going to go out the bottoms of your feet down the drain. And so it's really like taking a shower, but an energetic shower. Okay, so those are the first three things. The other thing I do every single day, no matter what, is I ground myself. And what does that mean exactly? Well, visualize yourself as a tree, okay? And if you can visualize yourself as your head sort of up here where the branches are, and your feet and legs are going to be down where the roots are. So visualize your feet or legs as being the roots. And you need to really balance yourself every single day. If you're in your head a lot, if you think about things over and over and over again, you're going to be sort of unbalanced. And there's a way to do a counterbalance, a way to root yourself. And let me tell you, there's a couple ways. First way is you can just take a walk. Just go outside, get some exercise, allow nature to remove any of that excess energy and naturally ground you with the earth. If you can walk barefoot on the grass, even better. It's the other way you can do it, and there are many, but this is the other way I do. If it's raining or cold, like today, it's really cold, you could sit in a chair, visualize energy growing from the base of your spine all the way down through your legs and out the bottom of your feet, deep into the earth. And you want to visualize that energy connecting you to the center of the earth. And when you visualize those roots growing through the bottoms of your feet, you're going to see them grow all the way down into the very core of the earth and anchor there. And you know what an anchor does? It holds that boat in place. The boat may move around a little bit, but you're still going to be secured, meaning you're not going to float off into the ethers and not have a grounded sort of base for yourself. So those are the 4 things I do every single day to help myself get through my day in a very natural, easy way, connected to spirit and allowing flow. First thing, just to review, I set my intentions, how my day gets to go. Second thing, I protect myself, step into my protective bubble of light. Third thing, I cleanse myself in my white light shower, taking all the negativity out through my body, out the bottoms of my feet, down the drain. And the fourth thing I do is ground myself, either in a chair, seated, or taking a walk. Now, these things I suggested do not have to take hours and hours, okay? Everything I suggest can take 10 or 20 seconds, literally. If you want to do the grounding and you walk outside, obviously that would take a little longer, but you could do 15-minute walk. You know, if you can only do it at lunchtime on your break, do it then. It's really important to have all 4 of these things in place to offer relief from anxiety, from stress, from anything that's on your mind. It will lower the stress level of your body. It will connect you with your higher self, and it will allow you to step into the flow of life. So I hope these tips are helpful for you. So I'm going to take a few callers today, and the first person I'm going to speak with today is Alyssa in Sacramento, Kentucky. Alyssa, hi.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Good, I guess.
Good? Okay. Well, good. Welcome to my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. Alyssa, what can I help you with today? What's your question?
I'm just wondering if my husband will take me back, let me come back home, either now or for Christmas.
So, Alyssa, have you been in conversation with him? Have you talked to him?
Yeah, he calls me babe every now and then, still tells me he loves me every now and then, asks me what I want for Christmas, stuff like that, but he doesn't give me a definite answer on when I get to come back home, and I just want to know when he's going to or if he is.
And are you feeling guilty about something, Alyssa?
I've hung out with a few men, but I've felt guilty about it, but
Okay, so the separation for you has been over 6 months?
It's been since August, the middle of August this year.
August, September, October, November, December, so 4 months, so about 6 months. And Okay, so what I need you to do, Alyssa, is you need to decide right now that if this is what you want to do, you get to do it, okay? And you're putting all your power and all of your decision making into the hands of somebody else, okay? Now, your husband and you may have had a disagreement about something, and that does happen. However, you are married, right? This is a marriage. Yes. So this marriage means you have, need to have balance in your relationship, which means you need to talk about what you are feeling, okay, and where you want to be. Have you told him you want to be back home?
Yes, many times.
Okay, many times. Okay, good. And his response is sort of iffy to you, like he says yes, no, okay. So what I need you to do then is set a date where you're going to know either way if you're going to go back home or not. So have you set a date where you said to him, I need to be back home by December 25th, for example, Christmas? Have you said that to him?
No, I have not said that to him because he doesn't do ultimatums. He would get very angry with me.
Angry with you. Okay. Well, this anger to me feels like there's something unresolved between the two of you, and that's not discussed, that hasn't been talked about, that needs to be brought up. It also sounds like you could actually use someone, like a third party, like someone who's not someone you know, who might be able to be objective about it, to sit down and talk to you too. It doesn't have to be a counselor, but it would be nice if you could have someone who you both respect sit down and sort of be a mediator between the two of you. Is that possible to find someone like that?
It's possible, but my husband doesn't like to bring our relationship up to other people. So that's kind of out of the question most times.
I see. So what I'm hearing you say is that he has all the control.
Basically.
And so with this, have you looked at this separation as an opportunity or as something that is negative? Negative. Okay. So if it's negative and that's all you see it as, you're going to keep getting more negative things in your life from him. Did you think, or have you thought about looking at it from a different view? Looking at it is, this is an opportunity for you to release what doesn't serve you. Right now, it looks like you'd be going back into an angry person's home who doesn't really support you and give you the love that you deserve. Does that sound right? Do you want to go back to an angry person's home? Why do you feel?
I want it to be better.
Well, yeah, you want it to be better. Do you feel like he's suddenly going to change overnight?
I have no idea. I don't know. I don't know with him.
Right. There's a lot of unpredictability with him. And because he's so unpredictable, he keeps you on the fence. And that's where he wants to keep you. It feels like he's not willing to allow you back into your home with him. If that's the case, if someone doesn't want you, do you really want to be with them? Ask yourself that hard question. I know it's not something that you really want to hear, but sometimes we have to really decide who to let into our life. Now, if you allow him to continue to treat this way, I don't feel like my guides are saying he's not going to change. He's not going to change how he's treating you. He's going to keep you on the fence because that's where he wants you. Do you understand that? He wants you on the fence. He's not
going to let me back home, is he?
It doesn't feel like that way to me. It feels like he wants to keep you on the fence. He wants to keep you under his control, but still not completely free you. Do you understand that? He doesn't want to completely let you go. And that is you letting him have power over you. Okay? And maybe he did have power over you while you've been married, and maybe that's been the circumstance, but it doesn't have to be that way forever. Okay? So you get to decide if you're going to change and go your own way, or you're going to continue this power struggle with him. Because honestly, Alyssa, I don't see it changing for him and how he treats you and allowing you back into your home. And I'm so sorry to tell you that, but it feels very, there's a lot of pushback from him. There's a lot of resistance from him. And you're not honoring yourself. Love yourself enough to recognize that you need to set a date when you're going to decide it's him or someone else, okay? It's him or you giving yourself the honor and the path out, okay? I'm so sorry to tell you that, but I really don't see this changing, okay?
So
Alyssa,
if I go back home, he's still going to be the same.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
do you see him even let me come back home at all?
I feel like it would only be temporary. I don't feel like it would be a permanent situation. I feel like there's a possibility in the springtime that he would allow you back in, but I don't feel like it's going to go back to the same way you had before, which I know is sad because we don't like to let go of things that have been sort of comfortable. But sometimes we have to in order to grow, right? And sometimes we have to do that for the benefit of not just us, but our children, our family, etc. So I'm not seeing this happen, and I'm very sorry to tell you. Okay?
All right.
I'm so sorry. All right? Please know that you deserve the best. And if he's not going to give it to you, you will find someone who can. Okay? Consider that there's someone else out there for you, and it's not him. All right? Look at him as giving you an opportunity to find that person. All right, Alyssa?
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Sure. Thank you, Alyssa. Have a good day. Bye-bye. Okay, Tiffany in Delavan, Illinois. Hi.
Hi.
How are you today?
I've seen better days.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Tiffany, tell me what's going on.
I'm going through a financial situation right now. Also, too, I've been dealing with somebody off and on for 14 years, and I really don't know where it's heading, and I would like if something in the future can let me know if I need to keep going or let that go.
Okay. And
it's been going on for too long, too.
Okay. So, all right. So repeat to me what's been happening for 14 years. What were you letting go or deciding?
I need to know if I need to decide to let it go or not. It's a relationship that I had for 14 years.
Your relationship, but it's also financially connected. Is that what you're telling me?
No, I haven't. Separate from that, I have financial problems right now.
Okay. All right. So let me see. I feel like, first of all, I feel like you have an inner voice that you're not paying attention to. I feel like you're pretty intuitive, actually. Would you understand that?
Explain a little bit to me.
Yeah, it feels like you're intuitive and you're not really allowing that intuitive information, which is our higher guidance, to come through and to guide you. And so when that higher guidance is not in place, we kind of react to our circumstances versus moving forward with intent and purpose. Okay? I feel like there is... With your relationship, it feels like there's a large imbalance there. And it feels like you really need to decide and get off the fence. Because what you're doing is, I feel like you've been debating this for quite some time. Like in your heart, you know there's something not quite right for yourself, or how you get to move through life, what makes you happy. It feels like you've been debating this and been on this fence for a long time. I feel like when you reach 16 years, okay, and I know this is going out a couple years, but I feel like at 16 years, that's when it's going to be completed. That's what I feel. There will be completion in 16 years. Now, to me, that means there's going to be this decision you can make at that time where all of the energy, all of the power, everything you put into this will either just dissolve and you'll go your separate ways, or you will decide to put up with it and leave it and stay with it. All right? I don't know what's going on in 16 years total. That would be 2 more years from now. But I feel like at 16 years, that's where it's going to go away. It will be a point in your life where it's like we have these points in our life where there are milestones where we can, on our soul path, we can walk on our soul path, and like it's like a highway, and we get off at exits, okay, and take another turn. Or we can decide, because we have free will, to stay on that same highway and keep doing things the old way. In 2 more years,
it's like I always feel like a rebound, and everything I wanted always was given to other females.
Right.
And
it's like
some things that he has taken from me that had made me feel less of a woman to myself.
Yeah. You know what I think also in 2 more years from now, it's going to be so painful and it's going to be so apparent that you need to stop what you're doing. You need to change directions. And, I don't know how that's going to look at that time, but it's going to be very obvious to you that that's the direction you need to go to move on. Now, knowing this allows you to get your house in order, meaning decide, get your ducks in a row. If you were to leave at that time, in 2 years, if you were to leave, then you could prepare and decide how to take care of yourself the best, financially, physically, emotionally, spiritually, in all those ways, okay? So if you're going to decide that, you need to act on it. You need to see into the future how you want your life to look. All right? What's it going to look like?
Because my biggest thing is to move away from here. That's funny you said that.
You need to definitely see how that will look. This is the thing. So many people feel like we don't have our own power, like we have no control over the circumstance or the situation, but we really do. It's a lot of times we are picking up on other people's energy and they kind of manipulate us. They manipulate us into believing this and believing one way when in your heart it's really not, but you allow that. And it's not a bad thing, and it's not anything that you should beat yourself up over. But it's also deciding where you draw the line. What do you put up with? Where are you going to stop? Where are you going to stop for yourself? Where are you going to give yourself the love and support that you deserve? If you move on, I'm telling you there's someone else for you. and it's not doing you any favors to stay. All right? It's decide, you're talking about moving away, decide how that's going to look. Visualize how you would see yourself in a year or 2 years. It may come faster if you work on it now. So understand that if you decide that you want to see yourself in a loving, mutually beneficial, supportive relationship, put it out there that that's how it's going to be for you. And start seeing yourself. And how do you feel when you're in that relationship? How does it look? How does it feel? Do the same thing for your finances. If you're feeling like your finances and your money situation and your job, or however that's all connected, is not supporting you, how does it get to be for you? Start setting intentions. Start deciding how it's going to get to go for you. You have more power than you realize. I feel like you sell yourself short. Does that sound right? Because start deciding how things are going to get to go for you, because my dear, you have the power. Okay? I really, really do wish you all the best. I'm sorry I don't have any more time right now, but I do want to let you know, if you have any questions, message me on my Facebook page at Pure Love Energy. I am going to be starting up a Facebook group in 2020, helping people with situations like this. Okay? Stephanie, thank you so much. I wish you all the best.
You're welcome.
Stay. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
So we had a couple questions today about relationships, and you know what I heard is that I hear people who aren't claiming their power. And that's nothing to be ashamed about, and I'm not beating anyone up for it, because I've been there, I've done that, not claim my own power. But I will tell you this, you can do it, and I will teach you how, and I'm going to start doing that in 2020. So pay attention and listen for details surrounding that opportunity for everybody, okay? Thank you so much for joining me today on my show, Angel Guidance by Lisa. I hope everyone has a great day. Bye-bye.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Your Time to Shine, a radio show designed to help you explore your own divine gifts. How are you, everyone? I have been on a little bit of a hiatus for the last 6 weeks, trying to recover from a pretty nasty illness and juggling some family turmoil and issues on top of that. So it's been a really interesting few weeks, but I am back and I am ready to talk with you and hear what you all have to say. So we just came off of Thanksgiving week here in the U.S. and, Thanksgiving, all about being thankful, being with friends and family, and all the great things that go along with that. And, that brought me to kind of not only what I've been dealing with in my personal life, but then Thanksgiving on top of that made just this great topic to talk about tonight. So as we go through life, we're going to hit bumps and hiccups along the way. Some of them are going to be a little more extreme than others. And some of them we're tearing our hair out. Some of them we slide right through, no big deal. But it's those times when things pile up. It's like, it seems to be like one thing after another, after another, after another. And pretty soon you feel like you have the weight of the world on your shoulders and you don't know how to crawl out from all of this, what seems to be
bad luck and negativity. And I personally pride myself on being a very positive person in life. And it takes a lot to get me down. And so when I get to that point, it makes me stop and think about how I need to find more things to be grateful in life. Now that, when you're that kind of far down, is so much easier said than done. I will be the first one to tell you, so much easier said than done. So what do you do when you find yourself in that spot? Because sometime during that peak of your life, you're going to find that. There's just going to be things that go on. How do you cope with that? How do you find the gratitude? How do you come back to that space? And I have to tell you, I had to dig really, really, really deep, probably deeper than I have ever had to dig in my life. And so it really made me aware of some of the things that helped me get through that. Now, what are some of those things, you ask? So, I did a lot of meditation when I could. Now, granted, I was sick a good portion of that time. So trying to meditate was not my thing. But once I kind of got out of that and I was feeling a little bit better, meditation really helped, really helped me get to a different level. Leaning on my friends and family and those trusted ones around us. We all have those people. We all have those trusted people that we would just hold so close and know that they are with us through thick and thin. So lean on those people. And, maybe you don't need anybody to give you any answers. You're just looking for someone to hear you out, just to let it all out so that it's not in you anymore. It's not in your body. You're releasing it and letting that go. And so I relied a lot on my friends, my very close friends, to help me get through that. And I also tried to do what I call, and I've talked a little bit about this on some past shows, ramblings of gratitude. And what is that? So ramblings of gratitude are picking either one thing or a multitude of things that you're thankful and grateful for. They could be as simple as the shoes on your feet. So it can be super simple. You could go into something and you just have to carry the thought for 17 seconds. And if you carry that thought for 17 seconds, you kind of feel a little bit of a lift. If you can carry that thought, or even if you can carry that through your voice and continue to talk about it for a minute, you raise even higher in your vibration. If you can talk about it or think about it and visualize it for 3 minutes, that's when all the manifestation, all the good things that come to you, that's where all that yummy juiciness comes from. So what does this look like? So I'm going to take the example of my car. And you just start by saying, I love my car. I am so happy and grateful for my car. I know when I get in my car, it's going to take me from point A to point B because it's so reliable. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. I get in it and it's nice and toasty warm after it's been running. And I know that I'm safe and I'm warm and I'm going to get from point A to point B. And I'm so happy and grateful and thankful for my car. I love my car. I love the way the seats feel when you get inside of it and you sit down and you start going down the road. It's so comfortable. It's so plush. I absolutely love my car. I love how I can go put gas in it and it runs just perfectly. I am so grateful and so thankful for my car. I'm so grateful for what it can do. In the summer, when it's hot, I can stay cool. In the winter, when it's warm or cold, I can stay warm. I'm so grateful and thankful for my car. So that's just an example. You always want to start off with, I am so thankful for, You always want to end with, I am so thankful for. Now, some of you are really great visualizers, so you can visualize things in your head. You can see yourself sitting in the car. You can see how it feels. You can see it going down the road. You can see it driving from your house to your office. And that works great. For those of you who don't have that great of, the imagination, that's a hard one for you. You can talk it out just like I did. You can talk it out silently, or you can talk it out aloud. Now, voice projection is going to be way more powerful in the universe than just saying it inside and keeping it inside. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't work the same way. You can even write it out. You could write it out on a piece of paper, why you're so grateful and thankful for something. Now, again, I just focused on my car. You don't have to do that. You can be thankful for the shoes on your feet. You can be thankful for your car. You can be thankful for your job. And you can just keep going and going and going. Whatever makes the most sense for you, whatever it takes to raise your vibration and get you out of that space that is not good for you and no fun, because you don't want to stay there for very long. You want to bounce right back out of that. So try that, the ramblings of gratitude. See how long you can keep it going, because as you work with it and as you practice it, 3 minutes, believe me, 3 minutes will go just like that, and you'll see how easy it really is. So if you have any questions about the ramblings of gratitude, how to do it, what it looks like, feel free to reach out to me on Facebook at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or you can catch me over on, my other Facebook page is Your Time to Shine, or my website is www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com, and I'd be happy to help you get through that process. So now we are going to head to the phone lines. We have Kura in New Wales, Australia. Oh, Lynn, pardon me, I read that wrong. Lynn, good evening and welcome to Your Time to Shine.
Good evening.
How are you?
Yes, I'm good, thank you.
Excellent. So what can we do for you this evening?
I would just like to know what's ahead in the next 6 months, please.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part again?
I would just like to know what's ahead for me in the next 6 months, please.
Okay. Perfect. So let me just tune into your guides and see what they have for you. There's going to be a little bit of silence while I tune in here, but be assured that I haven't gone anywhere and I'll be right back with you, okay?
Thank you.
Wow. So immediately my guides are showing me that you are going through a huge transition. It's a very big transition. Hang on, let me see if they can show me exactly what that transition is. They're showing me a crossroad. Do you feel like a split in the road? Are you feeling like you've come to this crossroad and you don't know where you're headed?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. So what they're telling me is that either direction you take at this crossroad is going to be okay. They said what you need to decide is you really need to drop down into your heart and think about what it is that's really going to fulfill you in that journey. Because they're showing me that no matter which way you go, it will be okay. One is probably going to be a little bit more fulfilling for you than going the other direction. So I'm getting the feeling. I'm getting the feeling that it might be a job-related transition.
Oh, okay.
That there is, have you been thinking about changing jobs, or has that been kind of swirling around, or has something been catching your attention and making you stop and think, and you think, I wonder?
Not with work, no.
Okay. Well, they're showing me that there is some kind of a transition coming up. Whether that is a transition within the same company, within the same, like maybe there's they're showing me it's like what you're doing right now, there's like another direction or another offshoot that you can take. And it's very possible that it's still within the company you're with. It's just a little bit different direction than what you're going right now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that.
Yeah, you're welcome. I'm just looking to see if there's anything else that they want to show me here. So one moment. They're showing me that you have a healing side to you. Do you practice like Reiki or some type of healing modality right now? Or have you been thinking about that?
Yes, I do Reiki.
You do Reiki. Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me that you need to do a lot more with your Reiki business. Are you doing it as a business, or are you just kind of just playing around with it? You know, doing
I'm just doing family and friends now.
Okay, because so they're kind of showing me. So, do you have another job besides Reiki as well?
I'm not working at the moment, but I usually do pet work, making pets for hospital.
Okay. Because what they're showing me is that you can take your Reiki to there's like a whole nother level that it's almost like you're holding back a little bit on your Reiki. And they're saying that you need to get out there. People need you. People are waiting for you to come. But you need to be able to get out there and put yourself out there. They're showing me that you've been a little bit hesitant to put yourself out there and be that vulnerable person with your business and with Reiki.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
they said that.
Right.
Okay. They're just showing me that you can be so much more with that than what you're allowing yourself to be.
Yes, I work with animals.
Okay. Okay. They're showing me like you and connecting to different people around your community. They're showing me that it's almost like you need to get like a networking group, or you need to find common people who can work with you and kind of pass your name out there. I'm also being shown that your guides are saying, ask for help. Don't do this on your own. Ask for help. Write down what it is that you want your business to look like. And then give it to your guides. Give it to your guides and say, here's my outline for my business. Show me and help me get through this. Because they say you're trying to take this on your own, and they could help you with this.
Right, okay, thank you.
They're showing me you have a very, very bright future. I mean, like when I first connected with your guides, it was like this huge explosion. And it wasn't an explosion that's like a devastating explosion. It was like an explosion of bursting out, of, you know, connecting and getting out there. 2020 is going to be a really powerful year. And so I'm seeing that, I'm kind of seeing that with you and what's transpiring. And it's like right now, this month, and probably into January, they're showing me is when you need to start looking at your business, start creating what that looks like. You know, write down how many people am I going to see during the week, and actually start putting them down like on a calendar, like you have those people there signed up, and you say on Saturday from 12 to 1, I'm going to be seeing a customer. I'm going to be seeing a client. And from 3 to 4, I'm going to see another client. So get like a calendar and a schedule and just have fun with it, play with it. Say, this is where I want my people to come. This is where I want my customers.
Yes, okay, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's very high, powerful, exciting energy around you and around the Reiki. And I can see how the animals really, really, they just take to you. I mean, it's like they're butter in your hands. I mean, they just melt. So it's a fantastic, beautiful, beautiful thing. So work with that. Really, really outline what it is you want to see this become. And then call in your guides and your angels and say, here it is on paper. Help me with this. Show me.
Yeah, a little bit like manifesting.
Exactly like manifesting. Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, could I ask which guides you spoke with, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Could I ask which guides you spoke with, please?
Ask which
guide you spoke with or connected to.
Oh, which side?
Which guide?
Oh, which guide?
Yes.
You have many of them. Archangel Michael comes really heavily into the forefront.
Yes.
He is really out in the forefront for you. I see other angels around you as well. And I see Archangel Azrael around you as well. So, you know, you can call on them, or if there's somebody else, if there's another guide, if there's a loved one that you know of, you know, feel free to call on them. It doesn't have to be Archangel Michael or, you know, anyone like that. But I can feel their presence around you very much.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Is there anything else that I can help you with tonight?
Oh, yes, there is actually. I've applying for a housing allocation. Just wondering how will that go?
So for a new place to live, okay.
For a permanent housing.
So is this a place that you've been looking at for quite some time, or that you've been going back and forth with it for a while?
I've been going back and forth with the application. They just keep sending more and more details that they need.
Okay.
Yes.
They're showing me you haven't found it yet. There's one coming up.
Coming up, though, is there a length of time, or long or short, or?
So they're showing me that it's coming up soon.
Okay.
Yeah, they're showing me that it's going to be sooner rather than later. The one little caveat that we'll put on that is that their time frame and our human time frame don't always coincide. But I'm feeling like that it's probably within the next 6 months that something is going to come up. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you are very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with tonight?
No, I think that was all I wanted to know. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'm really being shown that a lot is going to be happening in the next 6 months for you. So it feels very, very exciting. So do a lot of manifesting, a lot of reflection, a lot of writing, and of course, ask your guides for help.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, well, thank you so much.
You're so welcome, Lynn. Have a wonderful evening.
Yes, you too. Thank you again. Okay, bye-bye.
Bye. Well, that almost wraps it up here for us tonight. Again, if you want to get a hold of me, you can reach me over at my website at www.wingsofsoulswithjulie.com. I can also be reached on my Facebook page at Julie Yeager Walker Medium, or Your Time to Shine. And I have been very lackadaisical about posting any new and exciting things coming up, but I will have some new upcoming classes coming up in the first of the year. And so be on the lookout for that. I'm going to be changing things up a little bit for all of you who have been following me so diligently. And I want to just put a shout out there to those who have reached out to me during these last 6 weeks with encouragement and prayers and all the wonderful, wonderful things that you have all done to support me during this time. And remember, ramblings of gratitude, huge, huge. And don't be afraid to sit down and work with it. And sit down with a friend or a partner and do it, because it's very, very powerful when you do it with somebody else, when you sit down and you have to look them in the eye and talk about these ramblings of gratitude. It can be very, very powerful. So don't be afraid to get out there, raise your vibration, explore all the great things that you are so grateful and thankful for. And as we're going into the holiday season, things are going to get crazy and people could be cranky. But just remember, we're all made of the same fabric. We're all going through something. Be patient with each other, love each other through it, and remember your gratitude, and remember your I can't even say it, ramblings of gratitude. So that is all for me this evening, everyone. Have a wonderful evening, and we will see you again next Thursday night.
Hi, I'm Faye, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello, everybody. I'm Amber Price from Sapphire Souls here on Moonstruck TV and A1R Radio. I'm so happy to be back this week and ready to go. I hope everybody had a refreshing week full of mindfulness and maybe time to reset. And so today we're going to be talking about some interesting things about the energy in the universe today. This week has been absolutely crazy for the energy that's been just kind of boiling around everybody. And so as I'm doing my light work and I'm seeing clients this week and I'm navigating through my own personal life and all of the things that are going along with it, it is just more obvious that we're in a shift. So last time we met, we talked about how the fall changes things and how we, the trees remind us that as the leaves lose, oh my goodness, the trees lose their leaves, that we have a time for change. And so basically, this is reminding us that we have to really start to let go of some things. And so when we do let go of these things, what happens? Well, it creates more openness and more opportunity to feel lost or disconnected. And that's necessary. You have to be able to feel something. And what we want to remember is that when we do feel something that might sound negative, it doesn't mean that it's bad or that you shouldn't be actually feeling those ways. And so when you feel disconnected, it really just does remind us to be able to make room for something, see what it is that's knocking on our door, and allow it to come on in. And so when we talk about the spiritual energy of this week's universal energies, there seems to have brought a lot of anxiety for people, a lot of tension, a lot of feelings down. And so when we talk about how we're supposed to navigate through that and really feel like you can still get up and go every single day, it's really just time to self-reflect. And when we are able to reflect, we're able to kind of get a little bit more of a grasp on what it is that the universe is trying to say to us. So today, we're going to talk about our higher self. And our higher self is really just that inner voice that gives you that gut feeling that, oh, I knew I shouldn't have done that, or I was right. And that's kind of the idea that, you follow your gut instinct. It's like when, you were in school, maybe some of you are still in school, which is amazing. It's always great to be a lifetime learner. And your teacher always said, don't change your answer. If you have multiple choice, you pick and go with your first gut instinct. And so this is what we're guided by. Our spiritual higher self is giving us that, compass to guide us. And so when you have time to actually sit in silence or to allow yourself to really spend time doing something that you really like to do, it gives you that time to really reflect on what it is that you might be lacking in your life or what you want more of, and to really set the goals and really achieve them. And so this week we found that the energies were really talking about self-doubt. And so the ego or the mind is really supposed to create a very safe environment for ourselves. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do, and the ego is doing what it's supposed to do. It's supposed to say, wait a minute, this is way too risky and I don't want to get hurt. I don't want to put myself out there. And so the brain is doing what it's supposed to do. But through that energy, the dense energy of our mind and of our ego, you have the spiritual soul, the higher self, that's really trying to get through. And it actually isn't that difficult to hear it. We just have to choose to hear it. And so when we do, we are often faced with more doors that are opening, or windows that are opening you get to crawl through. The more you say yes to opportunities, the more opportunities that you're going to get. So the more that you're open to abundance, the more abundance you're going to get. And so it really is a choice. And that choice is really important because you can choose a whole bunch of different things that your life is going to be made up of. And so it may be a mix of choosing to deny yourself of something that you really do deserve. And so how I'm seeing it, and the universe is kind of reminding this week that the only way you're going to achieve the goals that your higher self needs to achieve here in the physical world, in this human experience, is if you actually take the time to be able to adjust your plan and say, I am no longer going to fear taking a risk, because every single person here on this planet is here doing the exact same thing. And so what happens is, other people might be in our ear and saying like, oh, you shouldn't do that, or, you can't make a living out of something like that. I was speaking to a few people this week in my life coaching, and it's an often said thing to people that, oh, you can't make a living being an artist. You can't do photography. Oh my goodness, what are you thinking? You can't switch your career halfway through your work life. And so basically, challenge yourself to say, why can't I? What's the biggest thing that I'm going to lose in trying? Because I guarantee the only thing that you're going to lose is that dread every day of going through the same cycle, the same routine, the same everything. And so when you actually take a leap of faith and put your whole heart and soul into something, you can never lose because your soul is guiding you. But you can hear that self-doubt, right? So you've got, well, you know what? I make enough money, so I should just be happy with what I have. At least I have a job, or at least my relationship is not that bad, and I should just be grateful for, what I have. So it doesn't matter what it is in your life you're trying to change. If it's deciding to go back to school, you can talk yourself out of it. If it's deciding to change careers, you can talk yourself out of that too. But I can tell you something, and this is from our spiritual team, so our guides, our angels, those that are wise and trying to share this information with us. It is as easy to talk yourself into it and to really follow your life's purpose and your plan. So really try to manifest what it is that you want to achieve. Now, when we're talking about how does our higher self help us? So Amber, how does it help me to understand how I'm supposed to connect to my loved ones more by just deciding to change my job or to make a change in my life in any capacity? And the answer has been given to me. And so after asking the same question, because of course, I've always had these same questions that you guys will have. The answer is, if your energy is consumed with a negative vibe, whether it's worry or fear or concern, any of those things cause a very, very dense energy. And so you can't communicate with your higher self. You can't hear from your angels and guides. You can't hear from your loved ones in spirit as easily and as fluidly if you were to actually be living on your authentic path. And so this is getting the fulfillment, the satisfaction, being an inspiration and a leader, and really taking control of your life. And so it's really reminding us this week that if you're feeling uncomfortable in any area of your life, you need to make a change. And so this is just kind of like putting those voices in your head aside. Maybe it's not, just the voices in your head. Maybe it's actually friends and family or other people that you've talked to about your goals that they're just like, this is maybe scary or risky. And so the only way that you're going to figure this out is if you actually give it a shot. So we've got today, fall is reminding us to change. So how we would understand if we're supposed to be changing right now is if we're feeling uncomfortable, if we're really, really getting anxious feelings or sadness or feeling of disconnect. And so more and more, we're feeling like this is something that I have to choose to live with. And that is not necessarily the case either. And so when you actually look at what it is that you want to change, then it's easy. You've got, what is my timeline? How do I get there? And you're not alone, because you shouldn't ever feel like you need to do something alone. Whether you can depend on someone that is already in your life, or whether you find a mentor in your area that you're actually able to depend upon to see how they did it, and to join forces with other like-minded people that are able to kind of build this up for you. And then you've got the action. So you've got your timelines, you've got your mentor, you've got your like-minded people, and now you actually need a plan of action. And so what steps are you taking, your personal accountability, in order to make those changes? Because when you're coming for a psychic reading or a medium reading and you're looking for your loved ones or your spirit guides to give you guidance, they're only going to be able to give you insight into certain things, and all of it resolves around if you're able to make the commitment or take that first step. So they cannot deliver things to you that you're not willing to accept or you're ready to take on. So don't forget that when we're talking about what can you tell me about the future, and how can my family and friends or my spirit guides help me? Well, they can definitely show you different paths. They can light up different ways for you to kind of see things from a different perspective and maybe have some great ideas and insight into this. But it's up to you in your human experience to take those actions. And so the other thing about action is that you really need to change your action in order to actually change how you're feeling. And so when we do get stuck in these ruts, and I'm talking about like getting into the monotonous, like, oh, I've got to go to my job every single day, or I wake up and I do the same thing and it's over and over and over, and I really just can't crack this. And, something must be wrong with me because it's just the same thing over and over, and everything is happening to me, and how come it's all about me, and I must have done something wrong in a previous life, or I'm being punished for something. Those are all ways that your ego is validating your feeling of safety in this rut, or in this safe zone that you've created for yourself, because you already know what that feels like. So we already know that it's comfortable here. We may not like it, but we already know what it does to us, and so we stay there. And so what happens is, if it looks like we have to change something, we might actually feel like it could be better for us, but what happens is we've never been there before. So our ego will say, whoa, I don't know how that's going to make me feel, and I already know that this is comfy, so I'm going to stay right here. So the only way to get through that, though, is to make the leap and to actually get yourself out of that situation and into a new situation in order to feel that feeling. And so it's going to take some time to reprogram yourselves, right? Because you've got already maybe days or weeks or years or decades of really having that same role in your life that this thing has provided you. So whether it is the job, or it's the relationship, or it's caring for sick family members, you already know what that role provides for you. And so now you need to trust, what does my life look like without having that in my life? Like, who am I now? And so it's not as simple as, your friends like, oh, well, quit your job. It's okay. Go ahead. You're going to have fun. It's going to be great. Just try. But the other aspects include, really, it's a new routine for you. It's new people. It's a new community, which brings new energy, which you have to adjust to. You have to learn, which takes energy and is very tiring, as you know. And so when you're adjusting or changing your plan and making your goals, make sure you allow time in order to really be able to adjust to all of those things. Because if you're not, you're setting yourself up to kind of get back into that comfort zone, and you might want to bail out and kind of be like, that sucked. I didn't have a good experience, and I really, really feel disappointed because, you know what, everybody was right. I didn't make it work, and so here I am again in the same thing, and nothing ever works for me. And so your spirit guides and your angels and your whole spiritual team are here today to remind you that this week in particular in the universe, it is really, really challenging you to take that leap into something new, or at least to start making the decisions that and you're self-aware of what is it that you're actually benefiting from in your current life, and what could you be doing to benefit even more. And so you could have everything already sorted out. You have already taken all these leaps and you're really into it. And you're like, Amber, I've had my goals. I've set my timelines. I've got my action. I'm in it. I'm doing it. I love it. But I don't know what now because I've been doing this. And now I'm like, I feel like something's lacking still. And so that's how you're ascending, because you can't stay in one thing for too long. So recently doing a meditation, I had asked, because one of the things that I find interesting is, here in Canada, in Ontario, some kids are about 17, 18 years old when they graduate grade 12 high school. And at that point, they're really supposed to know what it is that they want to do with the rest of their life career-wise. And in most cases, by grade 9 or 10, they're supposed to be at 14, 15 years old, really setting up what classes they're even taking in order to get to that goal in grade 12, to be able to be connected to post-secondary education to get to that goal. So if you're thinking about the fact that you don't even really know who you are at that point, and who you are at 17, 18, 19 years old is going to be very different than who you are at 27, 28, 29 years old. And so when this happens, you can't expect that you're going to be okay with the one career choice for the rest of your life. So this is something that during my meditation, they really helped enlighten, because what I've noticed in my career as a life coach and a psychic and a medium is that most people are not fulfilled with the job that they're doing because it's not what their soul's purpose is. And so if I know what my soul's purpose is, then I have fulfillment, which equals success. And so when I have a successful life, it doesn't matter how much money you're earning. It doesn't matter how many kids you have or how many cars you have parked in your driveway. You have the energy that's radiating out of you, and it screams satisfaction, fulfillment. It's just radiating like the sun from your energy. So it's really just deciding to know. You can pick your career out of high school, and you can do it for 5 to 10 years. And in 5 to 10 years, if you're starting to feel the itch and you really need to make the changes, you might just have to tweak your area that you're actually in. So if you're already in healthcare, maybe you're going from, one level of nursing to another. Or if you're in law, maybe you're going from, legal assistant to lawyer. It doesn't matter. You could completely switch. You could be a lawyer and then all of a sudden want to open a restaurant and completely abandon law and just completely go into a different field altogether. And this is okay. And so we really have to get rid of that notion that the disappointment is coming along with those changes. People feel like if I make a change in my career and I don't know what I'm doing, or I've been flip-flopping between careers or jobs, that it kind of puts off an energy that, I'm flighty or I'm indecisive or I really don't know what I'm doing. And there's a lot of time and energy and potentially resources that are wasted in going through these ventures. But what actually is being told and taught to us by this is that your soul is challenging you to put yourself first and to put your needs first. And when you do that, you can serve the community, the world, humans around you with much more intensity and like fulfillment and purpose. And so the meaningfulness behind the work that you're doing goes from here to way up here. And so when that happens, you become successful, because if you can get your role in life and really have the passion behind it, that's what gets you success. That's what gets you fulfillment. And so from there, that's when you get to navigate the map of your next part of your life, and it takes you in whatever direction that you want. And so right now is the time to really start crafting up a plan to decide. And I really feel that there are too many people right now that are really deciding to just play it safe and stay where they are and really not rock the boat and really put themselves out there because it's uncomfortable. And so what I say is, it's short-term discomfort. And so if I'm looking at, changing my job, I'm just using careers because this is actually the week in which people are being tested for this. So if I change my job, I might have 3 to 6 months of discomfort. But if I stay where I am guaranteed to have 15, 25, 35 years of discomfort. And so really just kind of weigh it out, because if it's really just a short-term commitment, you're going to get somewhere in the long run. The other thing is that when you want to communicate to figure out what it is that your life purpose is, you don't just have one. Like, people think that it's just one life purpose that you're here to achieve. And sometimes that is true for some souls, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes you might have multiple purposes. And so, for instance, I knew that from a very young age, probably 3 years old, I was meant to be a mom. And so that was just something that I knew. If I could have had 12 children, I probably would have. And so, I joke about that all the time, and I just say I would have just kept going. And so, I also know that I'm supposed to be a light worker. And so this did take me some time to figure out along my career. And so when this comes up, it's not a choice. I don't have to choose to be a mom or a light worker. And I don't have to choose between those things. It's a mesh. It's what I'm supposed to be achieving. And so, so all of you might have this same situation in which you're like, I really love doing this, but I really love doing this, and I can't choose between the two. And your soul is not asking you to. It's not asking you to choose. It's asking you to make room for everything. So, how do you know what your life's purpose is? How do you hear it? How do you get to the point where you feel like you even know that what you're doing, even if you have passion for it, is true? And so this is a few pointers. If you can actually reflect on what makes you happy when you're not being paid, that's your number one purpose in life. So if you absolutely love to garden and you get joy and fulfillment out of it, and you're like, I could work outside every single day of my life. Maybe you're really meant to be in horticulture, landscaping, design, architecture. And so this is something that you kind of have to decide. It might not be the traditional sense of it. You might not be able to think that, maybe I physically can't handle doing this job every single day. Well, why are you thinking it has to be the same as what you're doing? All you have to get to is that industry, to that passion that you have, and create what makes you sing and what makes your soul sing. And so a lot of times the most successful people are the ones that are really taking something they enjoy doing or are very intuitively drawn to do to help other people, and they just started doing it, and it became their career, it became their passion and their life's purpose. And so you don't have to stick with tradition, is what I'm saying. You don't have to be a teacher, a lawyer, a veterinarian, a doctor, a financial advisor. All of those ones are the ones that, even when you do career counseling, those are the ones that keep popping up. There's not usually things outside of that. And when they are, there's a big gap between what it is. You've got the high professional levels of education, and then you might go right down to the very technical levels or lower. And so what we're missing is what's in between all of that, and what can I do to change the way that people see how work in the community is valuable. And so that's a lot of times where people have worked their whole entire life, and they've decided that all of a sudden, what actually makes me proud and fulfilled is by helping others in a very not profitable way. And so sometimes people will dedicate the rest of their retired life to volunteering, fundraising, and working with not-for-profits. And so this is what makes them sing, and they take that and they run with it, and they become very successful for that cause. Okay, so you've got to look at what it is that you enjoy doing when you're not being paid. Number one. Number two, give yourself time. There's no rush. You've already been doing this for X number of days, weeks, years, months. And so there's no rush to get moving in order to jump off a cliff that you don't know there's a net at the bottom. So you always should have a plan. And by saying this, you don't just make quick decisions. You have a plan, you make a choice, you do the thing and execute it successfully. And so when you're looking at this and you're making the plan and you're taking the time to do it, you also need the time to understand what it incorporates. And so you might have to do meditation, going for walks, quieting your brain. Some people love doing dishes or, having a bath. And those things will actually allow you to really successfully hear your higher self. Because when you're talking, you're not listening. And when you're not listening, you're missing cues that are extremely important. They might be giving you information like, okay, don't take this job, even though you're being offered it doesn't feel right. And the panic sets in. Oh man, I need any job, so I'm just going to take this, even though you knew right away, your soul was saying, this does not feel good to me. So number 3, feel what you feel. Trust your instincts, trust your gut, go back to that, listen to yourself, listen to your higher self, because it knows exactly where you're supposed to be. And then you might have those feelings of deja vu. So all of a sudden you're sitting in this job you absolutely love and you took it and you're so happy, and you're maybe in a board meeting or something and you're like, whoa, I've had this happen before. This is deja vu. This is your soul's way of saying, you did it, you're on the right path, you got here, you did it. But not at all does it mean that in 6 months, you're actually not going to change this, that this is something that you're stuck in. You're always evolving, you're always changing, you're always moving. And you can attest to that because technology is always changing and moving and grooving, and we're always keeping up with technology. So trust yourself, trust the plan, really just think of yourself as, what is my higher self doing? Is it programmed like, a computer technology piece? And so so often we need to update this, and we need to really just kind of allow a download and an update. And so when you're doing all of these things, I want you just to trust in the process. Work with hearing your higher self this week. And so when you do that, you're going to be able to really hone in on what it is that your soul desires. And that's what life is. It's fulfillment and finding what you can do to contribute to the community. I am so excited to be able to bring this message to you. Thank you to Moonstruck TV. See you next week.
trying out this new comfy cozy blanket. We're trying that out today. So glad you're here. As we all know, sometimes there are little blips in our day. I had to go emergency babysit, and it's fine, a toddler, a male toddler today. So I got here about 5 minutes before the show, unusual for me. And then I reached into my purse, and here are my headphones. Somebody very charmingly did kind of a 1960s pop art site-specific arrangement with these. But what was also, and I think this is so sweet, he also gave me a lovely parting gift, and I'd like to share it. I think he thought I needed a makeover, so this would be, yeah. Okay. I think I'm going to be pretty much doing this throughout the show, and singing "I'm My Own Grandpa." Anyway, that was fun. So you'll be able to hear me a little better in a minute. I should have had an OCD friend come over and do this for me. Have you ever noticed that your friends are really like obsessive compulsive? If they will sit there and they'll take your headphones away from you and they will do this with them. I don't know why. So hi, welcome. Big astrological news, which is that Jupiter, that big, happy, benevolent, what do they call them? Big round things. Sumo wrestlers. Planets. Okay. That big, happy planet moved into Capricorn, or it's just about to. Now, when Jupiter moves into, for instance, a sign, so when Jupiter, it makes that sign sort of doing things that are associated with that sign kind of happy and lucky. If you have that sign in your chart, it sort of lights that part up for you. Jupiter in Capricorn is going to be very good for Capricorns so it will make people perceive them as, and I mean this lovingly to all my Capricorn friends, less annoying and more kind of useful and attractive. I love Capricorns. It's the most misunderstood astrological sign because they come across sometimes they can come across very kind of reserved, status conscious, or have a need to be in control on the outside. Underneath, they are dancing around in plaid undershorts wearing like moose antlers in their head. I mean, in a metaphysical and interior way. Anyway, so if you like astrology at all, you can go look your chart up and see where Capricorn falls in your chart, because wherever that is, that's going to be what lights up and is an area where you have very good luck. And hopefully one that doesn't involve toddlers. The other thing that happened, we had a nice new moon recently. A new moon is a good time for starting things. I've been recommending this wonderful woman, Sarah Prout, has something called the Ancient Manifesting Ritual. And she sells it online. Her name is Sarah, Prout. And what she does is you just get these exercises and you do them. I mean, not like this kind, because I wouldn't be talking about it because I don't do that. But you print out this really cool sort of series of exercises to have you look at yourself and what you really want as opposed to what you think you should want or what your parents want. And it's a very useful thing. So I just started doing mine. I realized I wanted to be a lion tamer. My school didn't offer a degree in that. But it's actually, seriously, it's a cool thing to do. And I know we haven't even had the holidays yet, but I like to prepare for New Year's way in advance because 2020 is going to be a really good year. I just have that feeling. And, I'm good at feelings. And you're good at other things. We're going to have our first caller. I don't know if you guys can hear me. And next time you see me, I'm going to be in small claims court with this child. And the answer is yes, I do have a backup pair. This is both of them. Drink my unadulterated gin here. Anyway, I hope you guys all had a great week. And I'm hoping we have a first caller. Dave. Talk to me, Dave. Oh, I love the name Crystal. Hi, Crystal. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can. How are you?
I'm great. Crystal, could you do this for me so I can just concentrate on you? This thing is messed up. Anyway, nice to hear your voice. And interesting. Tell me your birthday first. You have what? You just sighed. What was that? It's okay, you don't have to tell me the date. I just ask people to tell me their birthday so I can tune in on them. So just the day and month.
February 29th.
Hello, fellow Pisces. Oh, you're a leap year baby. That's so cool. Wow, that's some magic. It's
been very interesting all of my life.
What's that?
It's been very interesting for me all of my life.
In what way? It must make you feel special.
It's made me very empathic, I believe.
That's certainly what I'm getting. The other thing I'm getting with you is that it also made you strong. So, because if you grew up and still are as empathic as you are, it makes you strong. Because you have to be, otherwise you'd crumble into dust. It feels to me, maybe I'm projecting, that a lot of my Pisces friends went through breakups in the last couple of weeks. Would that be what's going on with you?
No, not at all. Not with relationships, but with like past problems. I've finally decided to let go of things and move forward. Yes, I think that's what you're probably sensing.
I think I am, because that's exactly what I was writing about today, and thinking a lot about today, and working with clients. And I'd love to work with you because you're amazing in that you're willing to let stuff go. And I work with people and I'll say, would you rather be right in this situation or would you rather be happy? And because people really identify with their problems and you don't. And the last couple of weeks, I've also been looking at old behaviors or old ways of being. And I think you're going through this exactly. And when that old behavior or way of being comes up, I can kind of sense it and say, you know what? I'm not going through door number 1 anymore. I'm choosing door number 2 here. Are you finding that out? Are you finding that you're not engaging with other people's toxic narratives, that you are making better choices for self-care? Are you...
Right, that's exactly, yes, you're correct. And it's enlightened me quite definitely, and it's made a huge difference in my daily being and everything, and how I feel, everything.
Well, you're very present wherever you are right now. I mean, at work, or if you're, doing something creative at home, you're not being taken hostage by woulda, shoulda, coulda. You're being before, if you were someplace, half of you wouldn't be there because your anxiety would have taken you out of the room, essentially. And there's a really beautiful thing about not letting anxiety yank you out of your being in the moment. It's a beautiful thing when you can just be at work pouring a cup of tea, and that's what you're doing. You're at work pouring a cup of tea. Or it also feels to me like you've discovered either a spiritual practice or a form of meditation that really works for you. Is that the case?
That's very, 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 very true. That's my question for you. Is I'm also discovering that I have some psychic abilities that I'm unsure about, and I kind of want to know where to go from here.
All right. Let's see what kind of psychic ability you have. I've never done this in the show before. and this is not about me, although it's kind of fun, but off the top of your head, do not think without pausing. Tell me, say 3 words, tune into my energy, say 3 words about me or something that's going on in my life. Hit it.
I'm seeing purple.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just seeing light and happy.
That's very good. And thank you. That's very good. I work a lot with, aside from just sheer prayer, I like to work with some saints and ascended masters. I work a lot with Archangel Raphael, whose color is purple. And you're picking up, I do an angelic meditation before the show. So you're very good. Now, somebody who's, for me, I think you're a clairvoyant and an empath. And I also, there's a little bit of shamanism in there. I'm going to recommend a book right now. It's not actually about magic. It's sort of about, it's called, what's it called? It's called Practical Magic. It's not a fiction book. It was way before that. And what it is just how to get into certain states that will, and then shield yourself, and then do a deep listening to yourself and to other people. That's the kind of, you're a psychic who, by shamanistic, I mean that you have a connection to the physical earth. By clairvoyant, I mean that you get information, you see information. An empath and clairsentient are sort of the same thing. You just feel stuff in your body. Those are good places to start. My name is Perry Lyons, P-E-R-I, and then Lyons, L-Y-O-N-S. Drop me a line on my Facebook page, and I'll recommend a couple of books and give you a couple minutes of direction. That's something you should start studying. Don't quit your day job yet, but when it's time, I think you'll be a part of the community, somebody in the community we really, really value. Does that work for you?
Okay.
Anything else?
No, I appreciate everything, and thank you so much for your time.
Oh, such a pleasure. And please do get in touch. You have a real gift. And if you've ever seen the show before, you know, I don't fib. Unless you ask me.
Absolutely. No, I've been watching for a little bit.
Oh, thank you. I'll send you a check. All right. Thanks, love. Okay, now we have,
Take care.
That was wonderful. What a great session. Now we have Jane from Kent in England. Are you in Canterbury? I love Kent. Darling, are you there? Jane?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello there.
Hello there. I used to date a lot of men from Kent, and it would just drive me crazy because they'd spend the first part of the date explaining the difference between a Kentish man or a man of Kent. And then I'd have to hit them. How are you today?
I'm not sure.
Good. I'm glad you called then. I feel you're worried about something slightly physical that might be affecting your self-esteem. But first of all, tell me your birthday. What day is it?
Sorry?
I'm sorry. Oh, look. These are almost ready. Tell me what day your birthday is. That's how I connect with you and jump into you.
Oh, 28th of August.
I'm sorry, what? The what? I'm sorry, what is it, love?
Sorry? 28th of August. 28th.
Good to know. Have you, I'm very glad you called. Have you, and now we can use these. Woo! Oh, August 28th. God. You know, that's really interesting. Hold on 1 second. I'm just fixing the, stand by, folks. And look at my, what I just did was, hooray! These puppies are brand new. Okay. There. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Good thing, too. 28th of August. That's people born in that day are so good, but sometimes they work so hard to make everybody else feel good and take care of everybody else that they lose track of who they are. Anyway, so what's your question, my angel?
About my love life.
Oh, God, me too. Do you go to any kind of class or, I mean, do you go to like a folk dancing class or some sort of thing where you're out and about with people? I'm not sure going down to the pub really counts. But do you do anything like that right now?
No.
Okay, I would start doing that. Any kind of class you take. Are you a good gardener? Or do you enjoy it?
Gardening.
If you want to take a garden, that's your job? I rock. Okay. Is this about somebody you have your eye on, or just you want to know if you're going to meet somebody?
Well, I have had someone in my life, but I'm not sure if he's coming back or not.
Yeah, I know that feeling. I think he is. I don't think he is until January or maybe late December. Did he kind of get a crush on somebody? Or did he just choose?
Him, I don't know.
Can I ask you kind of a personal question? Does he have a drinking problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not 100%. He's never drunk one of me.
Can we just? I'm just gonna tell you. He's an alcoholic, and it's progressive disease. Doesn't get better. It's a physical disease that affects the emotions. So when he's sober, he's a really, really nice guy. When he's had a few, he is kind of abusive and puts you down. I'm not physically abusive. You wouldn't stand for that. But he's just kind of mean. And I think what's happened is not that he's left you for somebody else. I think he's left you because he wants to be sort of left alone to drink, if that makes sense. I also think that he's just realized either today or he might do it tomorrow that was the worst damn mistake of his life, was breaking up with you. Nobody has ever taken care of him, loved him, seen him, or been kinder to him than you, and you have great physical connection. And I mean, look at those eyes. You're so pretty. And that little nose. You had a cute little nose. This is me seeing you psychically, but I'm absolutely sure. You know I'm right? So I think you'll probably get very lonely around the holidays. But it's not so much about him being lonely as it is about him realizing that, damn, there's nobody better than you. Did you guys have really good laughs together?
Sometimes, yeah.
Sometimes. Well, I'm going through a similar thing. I'm not sure I'm going to take him back, but I've noticed that when I'm not kind of like, oh, I know, I hope things work out. When I'm like, hey, good to see you. Well, I can't remember your name, but it's nice to see you. And, I'd love to talk, but I'm taking a scuba diving class. The best way to, quote, get somebody back is to get yourself back. And that's what I'm looking at with you. That's why I'm saying I want you to have you have a lot of talents. I want you to do something that you just enjoy. And you're so much fun to be around. Girl, I'm calling you next time I'm in Canterbury. If you listen to that laugh, that is the laugh of a woman who is fun to be around. I would totally be mates with you. Next time I'm in England, I'm taking you for a beer. Because also you'll do, at first, I was going to say you'll do anything. But then at first you'd be like, oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to do that. Oh, okay. I mean, if it's like Skittles or swimming or bowling or whatever. And then your mates will be like, look at her. She's on fire. So, 4 words. Get out of the house. 5 words. I'm a Pisces. We don't count. Well, we do count. But so also there's somebody lurking in the distance who has kind of a crush on you, baby. And yeah. Where's your local?
Sorry?
Is there someplace? Do you have a local, or you tell I lived in England for a long time? Do you have a local, or is there someplace, some restaurant or some pub you go to occasionally? There's somebody at one of those places who. What?
No, I don't go out. I don't go out.
Okay. What are we going to do after we hang up the phone today? We're going to go out. Okay, we're not going to go out because it's like 2 a.m. there, but I'm going to make you write me at Perry. I'm not kidding either, and tell me that you went out. The best thing I did after my breakup, which was my idea 2 weeks ago, was I was feeling really sorry for myself. Not that you do that, and I was like, oh, woe is me, And I was like, oh, I'm going to put an end to it all. And then some inner voice in me said, no, you're not. You're going to go hit a piano bar. So I'm in Maryland right now. And when that voice that said, I can't go out, I'm too sad, I'm not thin enough, I'm not 23, nobody will like me. The other voice said, oh, shut up. And so I went out, I called a girlfriend and said, just come keep me company because God knows you can't sing. And but I paid for dinner. I just went and sat in and sang a couple songs. It's good to go outside. So I want you to either go out with your girlfriends and do something productive. I want you to take a class because I think you're going to meet somebody else. And when this guy comes around, as he will, January 15th at the latest, you're going to be like, yeah, I'll see you again. But I don't think exclusively because I'm having a good time. So the best way to get somebody back is to get yourself back. And Jane is my favorite name in the world. So how do you feel about that? Do you feel good?
Yeah. That cheered me up.
Yeah. I think you've actually outgrown him. Really, I do. I think you've outgrown him. And, we miss them because they're fun to have. They have certain uses. Oh, you people have such dirty minds. I meant putting up shelves, people. But I think there's somebody coming along in 2020 who's really fun for you. And I think more your type. All right, my love. Thank you. Keep in touch. And if I don't
thank you very much.
Sure, and if I don't psychically sense that you're like taking a folk dance class or learning to scuba dive, I'm going to come to your house and knock on your door, okay? I love England. Any excuse to go there. All right?
Thank you.
All right, Jane. Huge hug. Talk to you soon. Come back. Have some kittens. Excuse me. We're here Wednesdays, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But what we also are is always here for you. So come back. I have a 97% accuracy rate. And about you guys, about me, not so much. And just have a wonderful week.
Hey everyone, so welcome to Angelic Connections. I am your host for today, Carrie Bush, coming from the UK. I am a spiritual mentor, an angel card reader, and a published author. You can find me on Facebook at Carrie M. Bush, as well as Amazon at Carrie M. Bush. Lots of books that I've published on Amazon for children and journals to help adults. Some of the books that I've published for children help the child to connect with the archangels, the powerful archangel mentor, and I have a spiritual soul group on Facebook. It would be great if you come and joined us and checked us out. If you feel like need some guidance in a certain area, then we can help you with this. There's so much love and support. I'm there every day. I'm doing daily messages, helping you with the energy of the day, helping you to know what to expect. There's weekly lives, there's pendulum calls, yes, no questions answered, lots of oracle cards. There's so much going on there. So if you just feel like you need that little bit more support, then come along, find us on Facebook at the Spiritual Soul Group. So just before I came on live, I have pulled 3 cards from the messages from your guides pack. Now, if you can choose the number that you're guided to, 1, 2, or 3, you'll get a special message after at the end of this show. So just go with the number you're drawn with. You know, the first one that comes into your mind, number 1, number 2, or number 3, and that will be the right message for you from the angels. So that will be revealed, like I say, at the end of the show. So our weekly guidance this week from the angels is embracing the future from the Gateway Oracle cards. Embracing the future. I step into the future with an open heart. So I love this card for us. This is trusting our path a little bit more, allowing ourselves to be guided, going with the flow, going with our heart space at the moment. We need to all be stepping away from our head space. This is a really powerful message from the angels. Step away from your head space. The head space puts you in that place of fear, anxiety, worry, thinking too far ahead, over questioning everything, basically just kind of driving yourself mad. So this card asks you to go with your heart space more. Your heart space is so much more reliable. It's connecting with your intuition. It's following the guidance from the angels. It's trusting the path that you are going on. And my goodness, are you going on a powerful path? So we've got magical times ahead, everybody. We're in a really, really magical phase. It is a very powerful month. It is the month of miracles and the month of magic. We are in December's energy. It's very, very powerful indeed. On Thursday, we have got the 12-12 portal opening up. This is the energy gateway that really leads us forward in a big way. It really allows us to put closure on the past, on things that have kept us stuck, on challenges that have kept us stuck and blocked from moving forward. That 12-12 portal is going to put the closure there. It's going to end this decade with a bang. In 2020, we are starting a whole new decade. So literally everything that we are doing now is preparing our next 10 years ahead. That is how powerful it is. So the angel's message for you this week is just be mindful of your thoughts and your feelings and your actions. As I say, we are the creators right now. We are creating our life for the next 10 years, for the next decade, from 2020 to 2030. This is the space and the energy that we're in now. So it's very important that we are thinking and talking about what we want to bring in around our life and not the things that we don't want to bring in, because the things we don't want to bring in can easily manifest under this energy. So I feel it's, the strong message from the angels this week is just be mindful of your thoughts, be mindful of what you're talking about. Make sure that what you're talking about is what you want to bring in and you're not focusing on things that you don't want. This is all of us, a strong message for us all to be careful, not to be complaining, not to be moaning about things, not to be keeping our focus on the things that we want to change that we're not happy about. Instead, we need to come from the space where, we're talking about what we have as if we've already got it, as if we're already living it in our life. This is such an important message for us this week. So the 12-12 portal is on Thursday. It falls in with a full moon, the full moon in Gemini. So how powerful is this to have this 12/12 magical gateway opening on the same day as the full moon? The day after is the Friday the 13th. A lot of people are fearful of Friday the 13th, but there's no need to be. In actual fact, 13 as an angel number is a beautiful message. It's a strong message of change, of good luck, of good fortune. So, we need to celebrate Friday the 13th. It's a very powerful day. It's a very high connection day. So that comes in straight after the 12/12 and the full moon. And then after that, we go into the solstice, which is the 21st of December. And then we end the decade on with a bang with the new moon and the new moon energy around us on the 26th, which is the Boxing Day. So how magical is this month already? You may be feeling the energy quite strongly. We have a lot of ascension energy around. The reason being that we are being prepared for 2020 in a big way. As I say, this is a whole new decade opening up for us. And this is our chance to connect to our authentic self, to own our power in a big way, to go into 2020 connected, to feeling guided and, with freedom. I want to say the word freedom. That's coming up for me a lot this week from the angels. We're all going to be given freedom. So the ascension symptoms and the light codes that we are having activated right now are shaking people up a little bit. If you've got some bad patterns that you're still coming from, they will be highlighting and showing up of the month of December. You may also be experiencing some physical symptoms such as headaches, nausea, feeling tired, all of that kind of thing, because the energy is so, so strong. So remember, what you are doing now is creating your whole future. Please be mindful of your thoughts, your actions, and, what you're putting out there to the world. So we're going to take a caller now. We've got Riri from West Sussex, I believe, on the line. Hello, Riri. Are you there?
I'm here. Hi, Kate.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm really good, thank you. So how can I help you today, Riri?
My question was really about my career. I really want to get into human resources, and I'm trying to take a few courses to see if I can actually get where I need to be. So I'm just wanting to see if there's anything in the cards for me. Really?
Okay, let's pull your cards. I want to do the Gateway Oracle cards because I feel guided that these are the powerful ones to use. So I'm going to ask the angels for the cards for you and we'll see what guidance comes up for you, Riri. So about your career. Okay, so you get 2 cards come up here. Your first one is starting fresh. A wonderful new beginning is blossoming in your life. And the angels are giving me a big, strong yes in my ear as I'm pulling this card. It is new beginnings for you. It is time to create the life that you desire. This is here for you, this career change. It really, really is. You also get the believing in the magic card, Riri. And this is the magic is abounding in your life. So I feel like you've been in a bit of a area in your life that's kept you a little bit stuck, maybe a little bit of frustration there too. Would that be right?
Yeah, very right.
Okay, so this is changing, and this is the lovely thing. December is bringing the big change for you, the change that you've been praying for. I feel like the angels are saying to me that sometimes you've had a bit of frustration, like, hello, is anybody listening? I feel like you're putting out what you want. I feel like you're working well on manifesting. And I feel like there's been a bit of frustration because it hasn't showed up. But the angels are telling me that's because it's about divine timing. This year's been really important for you, Riri, to work on yourself. And that's why you haven't seen the changes just yet. But as you go into January, you're going to see lots of opportunities coming around this. I feel like it's about believing in yourself a bit more, about knowing that you can do it. So it's about letting go of the frustrations, because I feel like this year, you have been working on the manifesting. Would that be right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so just know that your prayers have been heard and answered. What this is coming down to, Riri, is about divine timing. It's about making sure that right opportunity and the time for you to move into the career of your dreams is there at just the right time. Sometimes when things happen too early, when everything, behind the scenes isn't quite there, isn't quite set up, it won't go in our favour as much as we'd like it to be. So there's a very good reason that you've had to wait, but you know, it's changing. From the end of December, they're giving me, into January, you are going to see an opportunity with this. I feel like it's going to come from the internet. So I don't know if you do a little bit of looking and searching around this area on the internet at all.
I do. I'm vigilant, quite vigilant actually.
Okay, there's going to be something just pop up out of nowhere. And you know what? They want me to pick up the believing in magic card again. So this is about believing in yourself, Riri, and believing this opportunity is going to come. And all of a sudden, you're going to be going, oh, let's have another look. And something's going to jump out at you and you're going to just feel so excited, so good about it. And then, you know, you're going to be like, wow, you're going to go for it and it's just all going to fall into place. And they're saying it's going to fall into place so easily. And that's because it's the right timing for you. Sometimes we try and control the timing. We all do it. You know, we're human beings, aren't we? When we want change, we try and make it happen. But this is all in your best interest that this hasn't happened up until now, because it's like the scene is being set and you're going to have a lot of success around this, Riri. You really are. And you're going to meet some people who can really help you in a big way, connect to some bigger people. The angels are showing me you in kind of boardroom meetings and later on, you know, doing presentations yourself. You're going to be in a powerful position. You really are.
Oh, that's really good to hear, actually. I've been trying, and you know, like you said, it's just not there. You know, you do everything that you think is right, but it just still doesn't present itself.
Yeah, and sometimes the best thing that we can do is just take the focus off of it, you know, get into the belief that it's going to happen, you're excited, you know that this dream job is coming your way, and then lose the focus of it. And you're just going to look at the internet, check it out one day, and you're going to be like, wow, there's a really lovely opportunity here. And go with that heart feeling, that excitement in your tummy. It's just going to connect to you, Riri, and you're just going to go for it, and you're going to be like, wow. I'm so glad I did, because the timing's there for you. 2020 is a really good year for you. You've got a lot of changes coming, and it starts off with this career and then it kind of links into all different areas. You've got some changes coming in friendships. So there's definitely going to be some new people stepping into your life as a result from this job. So that's really lovely. It's just going to be touching lots of areas, and you've got more money coming in. So this job, I feel, is going to pay quite well, Riri.
That would be good. We always appreciate that.
Yeah, exactly. That's always a good point, isn't it? So I feel like you're going to feel more connected. I feel like this is like where your soul wants to be. And when you're in that job, it's just going to help in all other areas, just feel really connected and feel really happy. So I'm not saying the angels aren't giving me this has been a terrible year for you, but I just feel it's been a little bit hard work at times and a little bit of frustration creeping in, but that is ending for you. So this full moon on Thursday is going to be really powerful for you for releasing and letting go, because you are starting a whole new chapter.
That's really lovely. It's quite relieving.
Okay, did that help?
Yes, it definitely did.
Oh, lovely. Have you got anything else before I go?
Well, I also wanted to ask about the relationship, or kind of if there's anything for me in the future. I did kind of meet someone, but then it's kind of hot and cold. I've been alone for a while, so I kind of wondered if there was ever anyone out there.
I have got the romance cards here, so let's have a look. So we're going to ask for you for romance. Let's see what card comes out for you for romance. Okay, so you get the passion card. Allow your heart and soul to sing with joy. This is passion coming into your life. Again, 2020 is your year. It's the year for your changes. So you're ending this year by releasing a lot. So when I say releasing a lot, I feel like I want to say that there is a past relationship. The angels are showing me an ex that maybe hurt you, and there is some releasing work that needs to be done on this to move forward. But there is passion coming back into your life. There's love, and it's a committed relationship. It's lovely. It feels really strong. It feels really powerful, and it feels like somebody that you know have a good connection with, that you can do things that you enjoy, same interests, that kind of thing. So you've got some lovely times coming up. But does that link in with you about releasing a past relationship?
Yes.
There's some healing and releasing needs to be done, which is the perfect time to be doing it now in December with that 12/12 portal coming up and the full moon. This is the time for releasing. So let go with love of that past relationship, do the forgiveness for yourself to release, cut the cords and, start afresh, take the lessons only and leave the rest back in the past. You're not going to be hurt again. This is a nice relationship coming in. This is a committed relationship. So kind of just take the past relationship as lessons and just keep hold of the lessons and let go of everything else, because you don't want this getting in the way of this new love coming in. And I don't know why, but I'm just keep being given a museum. So I don't know if that's an interest of yours, but they're just showing me a museum over.
Pardon me, what's it?
A museum. They just keep showing me a museum. Oh. I don't know if that's like an interest of yours or a passion you'll share together, or maybe a meat place. I don't know, but they're showing me a museum. So I have to give you that.
That'll be interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. So get excited, let go of everything else. It's not needed. You've got some lovely stuff coming. So believe, trust in that magic, and you're going to see it come in 2020 and early 2020.
Oh, looking like a good year, 2020.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. It really, really is. So I'm excited for you.
Thank you. I'm feeling excited that I've had a bit of a run this year.
So it's kind of like a chapter, and it's not like the past. So just let go of that relationship, and you'll be fine. You'll make the room for the new to enter. That's the kind of energy that you're under at the moment.
Perfect.
Okay, I hope that helped.
Yes, it definitely does.
They're going to show up in our life. Emit the right frequency, match the frequency to what you want to manifest, and that is going to show up for us. Each and every one of us. There's no one missing out here. If we get the frequency matched, so that's focusing on the feeling of what we want. So if we're manifesting love, then we focus on the feeling of love as if it's already in our life. If we're manifesting money, then we focus on the feeling of feeling abundant as if we already have so much money available to us. If we can get on the right frequency and match that frequency, then we are going to see that come in, because we are in some powerful, powerful times now, everyone. So I want to do the cards, the reveal for everybody. So let me just have a drink of water because my throat's gone dry. Okay, so everybody who chose number 1, your message from the angels is worry is a wasted emotion. So I love this. And how important is that? How true is that message? How many times have we all worried about something to then 6 months later look back and think that was just so unnecessary? I drove myself mad. I wish I hadn't worried. It's all growth and it's all lessons, but it really is wasted energy. When you worry, you are attracting more to worry about in your life. It's as simple as that. The powerful law of attraction is always in motion, even if we don't realize it. So if we're putting worry energy in, we're going to have more to worry about. We're going to drive ourselves mad. We're going to take ourselves straight out of alignment. We're going to cause ourselves to have stress and to have fear, and we just don't need that energy around us. So let go of the worries. Give the worries to the angels. They're saying, give it to us. Take it off of your shoulders. That's such a powerful thing to do, and it's such a releasing thing to do. Just give the worry to the angels and focus on something that makes you happy. It could be a past memory. It could be your children. It could be a friend. It could be a lover, a partner. Focus on what makes you happy, and that will take you away from the worry energy. So what I do, I give it straight to the angels. I ask them to come in and help me. I ask them to lift the worry from my shoulders, and then I'll connect to a past memory that makes me happy, and I'll focus on that, and I get my vibration lifted, and I'm back connected again. So remember that worry is a wasted emotion. Focus your emotion. Your emotion is what keeps you on the right frequency, and your emotion is what manifests things into your life. So that's a good reminder. For everybody who chose number 2, for everybody guided to number 2, your message from the angels is patience is a virtue. Yes, it is. It can be frustrating. Of course it can. We want things to come straight away, but patience really is a virtue. Divine timing is everything. Sometimes we have to just trust in the bigger picture that we can't see. The angels have got our backs. The universe has our back. Everything is happening. Just because we can't see it physically doesn't mean it's not all coming together. So although patience can cause us to be frustrated, as soon as the frustration comes in, that's when we go to the over questioning. When's it coming? Why is it not coming? How's it going to come? And the minute we go to that energy and that space, we take ourselves straight out of alignment. And when we're out of alignment, we can't manifest. So then we're back in that vicious circle of going around and around and around. You know, good things come. It's written in the stars already. It's already yours. You've manifested it. You have to let it go. You have to surrender. And then you have to believe in divine timing. You have to know that you don't have to see all the evidence straight away, and that you don't have to know everything straight away. You have to believe that the angels, you know, they're in charge. Let's leave it to them. They know what they're doing. They can see everything. They can see everything around us, everything that's to come. So they, you know, we need to trust in divine timing. So if you have been feeling a little bit frustrated about a manifestation not showing up or being stuck in a situation, have the patience. Ask the angels, remember, ask the angels for what you want, and then just let it go. Just trust they've heard, they've answered. You know, they will be sorting things out for you. So that's a powerful message for everyone who chose number 2. So for everybody who was guided to number 3, your message from the angels is like attracts like. So they're very similar messages actually for 1, 2s and 3s. So like attracts like. This is, you know, whatever you're thinking about and focusing on is what you're going to bring into your reality right now. That is going to be manifesting in your life, whether it's good or bad. The vibration you give out is like a magnet, and everything will be, you know, brought back into your reality. So you need to be mindful of that. You need to remember that. Remember those 3 words, like attracts like. Put out the frequency that you want, you know, put out the stuff that you want to manifest. Get attached, you know, get connected and attached to the feeling of what it is that you want to manifest, and let go of the other stuff that you don't want around you. It's like when we worry about bills and money, often we find ourselves in the place of, you know, more bills coming in through our door. And that is because the energy is manifesting that we're putting out. So like attracts like. It's really, really powerful words they are. So powerful messages for everybody this week. I hope that they connected to you. So I want to kind of leave you all with something. What can we do at the moment to help us move into 2020 in a powerful way? Owning our power, you know, living our dream life, manifesting our dreams and actually living them. The best things that you can do at the moment is stay in the present moment. Get yourself into alignment. Go with the flow. Surrender to the universe. You know, surrender it all. Let it go. They've heard what you want. Don't stay too focused on it, because then that's telling the universe, I don't actually trust it because I'm still questioning it. While we're talking about questioning, don't over question everything. You'll drive yourself mad. That's taking you out of the present moment where your power is. That's taking you too much into the future. And that will then cause you to question the hows and whens and whys and when's it going to happen. And that then, you know, will take you straight out of alignment. Get as much rest as possible. It's high energy. Listen to your bodies. You know, your body is your best friend. Your body is your guide. If you feel like, you know, you need that rest, then if possible, take a nap. A power nap at the moment is going to be the best thing that you can do. Eat well, look after yourself, and meditate regular. Ground your energy. You know, if the weather's okay, get outside, get your feet into the soil. If the weather's not great, maybe just go and touch a tree. The energy of a tree can really ground us instantly. Or a grounding meditation would be just as good. Love yourself. Believe in yourself. We have to have self-love. We really, really do. We have to, you know our own self-worth. We really do. That's really important. Divine timing. You know, divine timing is everything. It really, really is. Believe in divine timing. Trust your angels. This is my best advice at the moment. Oh, and the other one that the angels keep bringing up for me, drink as much water as possible under this energy. Filtered water. Drink. You know, it's strong energy. We are aligning to a whole different vibration light codes are being activated. So much is happening. That's why a lot of us are feeling off balance. So chakra work, water, that is going to really, really help you. So I just want to say thank you to everybody for, being here with me for this show tonight and, helping me link into you all and spread the light and love. It's been a wonderful show. Thank you for being here. You can find me on Facebook at Carrie Ann Bush, Instagram, Amazon at Carrie Ann Bush. I'm also on Twitter and my Spiritual Soul Group's on Facebook. It'd be wonderful if you'd come join us. I hope you all have a wonderful day or evening wherever you are in the world. And enjoy that full moon, enjoy this energy, try and connect to the magic as much as possible. Enjoy the 1212 gateway. Anytime you see 1212 at the moment, make a wish. Very, very powerful. Wishing you the best week, love and light to you all, and I will be here the same time next week.
Hi, I'm Stephanie, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio now on Moonstruck TV. Enlightening television.
Hello and good evening from here in the UK, Woking, Surrey. This is the Modern Day Medium, and I'm really, really excited to be here this evening. This is my first broadcast working with Moonstruck TV and Air Radio. I have done a lot of Facebook Lives, so thoroughly enjoyed it. So I thought, seeing as though this is my first time, I'd introduce myself to you and let you know a little bit about me, my background, what I do, and how I spend my days. So as you can see here, I am in my treatment room, my healing room. This is where I see my clients, where I do my psychic mediumship readings and all of my healing as well. It's absolutely got a lovely, beautiful, calming energy in here. My guides are always in here with me, always ready and eager to work. So I absolutely love it in here. And it really is my own little healing sanctuary, which so many of my clients, the minute they come in here, they just say, oh my goodness, Michelle, this is so cozy, it's so comfy, and just emotions start coming out. And then I know that we're ready to work and start doing some healing. So I'm the Modern Day Medium, and I'm just going to chat a little bit about me. When I was 12 years old, I first saw spirit standing in the corner of my room. I was lying in bed, couldn't get to sleep. And there was what looked to me like a 6 or 7 foot figure wearing a black cape stood in the corner of my bedroom. Well, you can imagine, I was absolutely petrified. I didn't know what to do, where to look. Immediately ran to mum and dad after I could move. I felt absolutely frozen. It was just absolutely crazy. Went into mum and dad, told them what happened. Obviously thought I was barking mad. And then so that was the beginning for me. And then many years later, I lived in Asia, in Malaysia. And that's where I first started my true healing and spiritual journey as an adult, where I started with Reiki, the beautiful energy of Reiki, that beautiful earthbound energy. And I took my first Reiki there in Asia, which I just absolutely loved. And that was the beginning for me in 2005. Then I went on to continue with the rest of my Reiki. Since then, I have become a qualified psychic medium. I teach chakra courses. I teach kinesiology, touch for health as an instructor and a teacher. I'm a reflexologist. Goodness me, shamanic practices. What else do I do? Rohani teacher. I do a lot, and I just absolutely love it and love the changes that healing can bring in for us all. And indeed, the healing that we can do for ourselves as well. Let's not forget, we all have that capability within us. So let's not forget that. Let's not forget we are all energy. That's really and truly what we are. Energy. It looks like Gabriella in Something's going on there, and Gabriella, somebody's ready to go. I don't know. I'm going to carry on chatting for a minute. This is my first broadcast, and I'm sure when I've done my second, third, and fourth, I will just ease into it and look like a total professional. But what I wanted to say is just for us all to know that we have the ability to help ourselves, to help heal ourselves. We just have to believe it in our hearts. And as the four bodies that we have emotionally, physically, mentally, and spiritually, we do have that ability to allow things to go, to allow emotions to go, meditations, connecting with ourselves, connecting with our higher selves, and just really take a look and feel at what it is that's blocking me. What's this repeated behavior? Why am I not moving forward? Why am I not getting what it is that I need? You know, is this my stuff? Is it other people's stuff I'm carrying? So as a healer and a psychic medium, being able to combine all this beautiful energy and work this way is just, for me, an absolute treat. I absolutely love it. It's my full-time job and profession. I've also been in a national newspaper as well with my sisters. Both my sisters are psychic mediums and healers as well, so it runs in the family. And we've also been in quite a few magazines and written several articles as well, which has just been an amazing journey. And here I am now on the lovely Moonstruck TV and Air Radio, going live to you wherever you may be watching. And I honestly, from my heart to all of your hearts, I wish you much love and health and wellness. And as we now come into the festive season, the wonderful season of sharing love and being charitable for as many people as we possibly can be, I would just say, just not to forget, please, that the people that are less fortunate, the people that don't have what we have, family, and just loved ones around us, so just to spare a thought for those as well. Now, I believe I've got a caller coming through for me. Gabriella, is it from Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, honey. How are you, my darling? How lovely.
Good. How are you?
I'm good, my darling. I'm good. It's late evening here, and it must be daytime over there for you, my lovely.
Yeah, it's getting dark. Yeah, but it's still daytime.
So how can I help you? If you can just speak up a little bit, my sweetheart, just a tiny bit, and then I can hear you a little bit better.
I was just wanting to get a reading over me losing my boyfriend.
Okay. So you want me to do a reading for you and your other half, my lovely?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Right, now, as immediately as I first come into you, the first feeling I would get is a little bit like you've been out of sync with each other. You're not quite in rhythm. You've lost that boom and that little bit of spark at the moment, if you can understand that, my love. I need to say to you that it feels there's a lot of stress and a lot of pressure around the both of you at the moment. Can you understand that, my love?
Yes.
Perfect. Now, I feel with you, you're so sensitive, and you come from such a good place. You've got a really lovely heart, a very, very caring heart. I also feel with you that you are very spiritual yourself. I know you're on here, but I feel you have a very strong spiritual following and belief as well, please, my darling. And that sometimes I feel that with you, the world can be just a little bit confusing, a little bit hard, and a little bit too much pressure on you. And I feel with you, you're going through times of change at the moment, please, and you're going through onto bigger and better things for yourself, or who you are and how you feel around yourself, please, my darling. I feel a little bit like your partner, please, my love, is a little bit in the doldrums at the moment. I feel he's a little bit lost, not quite sure what direction he's taken, and I'm feeling a little bit of impatience between you and him, please. Like I almost like I want to give him a little bit of a gentle push and say, come on, let's get going, because I feel that you are becoming impatient. Does that make sense to you, my darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good, sweetheart. Now, I just want to say to you, I also feel with your partner some emotional issues, sweetheart, some emotional loss. Some in his head, he's very, very dizzy. I'm feeling he's a little bit low. and a little bit down as well, my darling. And it just makes me feel he just also needs, despite he needs that gentle push, he also needs some nurturing, some understanding, and some love as well at the moment, please, my love. Now, I've got somebody that's wanting to connect with me from the spirit world, please, my darling. Can I ask, is your mum in the world of spirit, please, sweetheart?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Is your mum, I've got a mother-like figure connecting with me here for you, please, my darling.
No, I don't know.
Okay, can we go with grandmother, please, darling?
Can you get what?
With grandmother, your grandmother, darling?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine. Now, this lady comes in and connects with you. This is on mum's side, please, sweetheart, if you can understand. Now, she is a very, she feels like a biggish lady, a big personality, and she wants you to know that she's very much around you at the moment and supporting you. And the reason that she's coming forward is for you to draw on her strength and her support, please. I feel things between you and your partner are going to improve. There's going to be that reconnection, and things are going to get a lot better for both of you. There needs to be some communication between you two. I feel that the communication has gone off and died a little bit as well, and you just need to almost bring this back, bring this love back, bring this communication and sense of fun and laughter back as well, all right? Now, I have to say that I feel coming into Christmas and after Christmas, things will be feeling better for you, and you'll be feeling more stable and secure within yourself and your relationship as well. Are you still there, darling?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and is there anything else you want to ask me, my lovely?
No, just, is there anything, any more connections you're getting?
Also, can I ask, who has the lower back problems, please, my love? Lower back, coming into lower back, is a bit achy, it's a bit sore. Is this with you, my darling?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Do you have lower back issues, sweetheart?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm just being aware that you need to get this looked at and just have some attention paid to this, please. All right, so don't neglect yourself, darling, because I know you've got such a sweet, kind heart. You worry about everyone else around you, but please, darling, can you make sure you get this looked at and take care of yourself? I've got a gentleman coming in here from the world of spirit, please, darling. It feels very much like a fatherly figure. Can you understand that, darling?
My uncle, yeah.
It's a gentleman that would have gone with issues with the heart. I feel that salt was a problem for him. This gentleman would have had a high blood pressure, please, darling. He makes me feel before he went back to the world of spirit, he was incredibly thirsty, almost a bit like how diabetes or diabetics are. He's very big energy. He's got a wonderful personality, very, very funny. He stands, despite the fact I'm sat down, my sweetheart, he stands quite above me. He feels quite tall and quite a powerhouse. But this gentleman connects with you and your partner. For both of you, please, okay? He's bringing in lots of love around you and for you both. And again, he's reassuring me that, hey, girl, you know, it's like there's the ups and downs and the bumps in life, and this is just where you are at the moment. You're just in a bump, and then there's going to be some nice, smooth road for you as well, please, my darling. This gentleman enjoyed his food a lot. He really, really did. And he was a funny guy who'd have liked jokes, told jokes, and a great sense of humour as well. He's telling me before, in his later years, he got a little bit grumpy, a little bit moody, and a little bit short. That's because he really wasn't feeling great. And he wishes to apologise for that as well, and apologise to you and the family. He sends a huge amount of love to all of you. And I also want to say that he makes me feel he was a great organizer as well, this gentleman. And I feel that that flows through within you as well, my love. All right?
Yes, ma'am.
You've got a lot of spirit around you. You really have. You whether you meditate or link in or talk to spirit yourself a lot, you have a lot of support around you. So please, please, please don't underestimate that link that you have. I don't know whether you do cards or angel cards, but I really, really want to recommend this for you to do this.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm serious. For you to get some cards or some angel cards, something for you to use, because it is there for you, okay? You're quite aware when spirit are around you, and things with your partner are going to get better. I feel this gentleman that's here in the world of spirit has just started tickling you and tickling you. Like he's saying he wants you to laugh more. He wants you to enjoy your life more. And the laughing and joking is all free. It doesn't cost anything. Even though there may be financial issues around you at the moment, a little bit of worrying is going to pass. But just for you to get back to that wonderful personality that I'm aware and can see that you have so clearly. What's this about feet with you? Can you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it either you love them or you hate them? But I'm just being shown feet, 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 and then being tickled and tickled and played with and tickled, and you just really roaring with laughter. It's just lovely. And this obviously is coming through because this is what we want for you to be feeling happier and more jokey, all right?
Okay.
Is there anything else I can help you with? Is there anything else you want to ask me?
No.
Does that answer you? Has that helped you, my darling?
Yes.
Good. So just know for your partner, I just feel with him, he just needs a bit of support at the moment. I feel he's a little bit down, a little bit low. I also feel he's quite a closed book and doesn't express his emotions a bit at the moment. And I feel you're bouncing off each other a little bit at the moment. It's sort of a bit like a tennis match, if you can understand. And so it's just that it just needs to be broken. This backwards and forwards just needs to be broken to enable you to bring back that laughter and joy and everything that you want back in your life. Can you understand a small little white fluffy dog in the world of spirit as well, please, my darling? I've got a small dog that's stepping in now from the world of spirit.
A small dog?
I've got a small dog, yeah, going back into family or a connection with family, and it's a small dog that, right, I just need you to know that that dog is also in spirit as well and comes around you. So you've got quite a team that do come in you. I also want to say to you, I'm aware that you're not sleeping very well at the moment, please.
No.
Yeah, so just, if I could say to you just to try to clear your mind a bit and just let your worries go, just clear it before you go to bed. A hot bath, a bath with some Himalayan bath salts would help enormously. A meditation or listening to a meditation just for you to clear your mind. I also really would like you to talk to somebody as well and just really make it clear how you're feeling, because by getting these emotions and expressing this off and letting this go, it enables you to heal and let go. So, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Lovely. Thank you. Well, you're my first caller. What a treat for me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
So welcome, my darling. So happy. You can find me on the Modern Day Media and Facebook page, website. I do quite a lot of stuff for free and things like that, recipes, etc., etc. So hopefully I'll see you there. Take care, darling. Enjoy the rest of your evening, sweetheart.
Thank you so much, too.
Bye-bye, sweetheart. I think I've got another caller maybe coming through in a minute or so, but let's just carry on. What a lovely lady. Lovely, lovely, lovely. So I was just talking about how we can help to heal ourselves. and help to let go of emotions. And that really is just so incredibly true. Just even being out in nature and standing amongst the trees, standing in nature, allowing these emotions just to release and let us be free. We can almost see them if we're having problems in our heart, we're upset, or in our solar plexus. Well, there's too much going on in our heads. Just going for a walk with intention of, okay, look, I know I'm overloaded. I need to release this. I need to let this go. I need to get a breath of fresh air. And I need just to relax, just connect with myself and listen to what my higher self is saying. Oh, a meditative walk can be incredibly healing. And again, it doesn't cost anything, you know, just going out. If you can, even you go to some woods, if there's woods near you anywhere, a park, or even if you can't get out, if you're not feeling well, just to imagine or see yourself in that environment is incredibly, incredibly healthy and just so good for us, so good for our mental health and our mindfulness as well. So that's a really, really good thing to do. So, well, here I am, the modern day medium. You can find me on my Facebook page. Also, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Twitter, and I have a beautiful website, the Modern Day Medium. I've been doing so much the last